Christina Sanchez is suing her ex-boyfriend, 23-year-old Seth Apodaca, for smashing out the windows of her rental car. Christina also claims he shot the vehicle with a paintball gun.
Order. All rise. Now, this is case number 543 on the calendar in the matter of Sanchez versus Apodaca.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Ms. Sanchez, the defendant was your boyfriend.
Yes.
It is your claim that you made a couple of small loans to him about a year ago.
Yes.
But your real problem is that recently he got angry, a little jealous, and he vandalized a car that he thought was your car that turned out to be a rental car, and you had to pay the deductible on the car.
Yes.
Mr. Apodaca, as far as the loans are concerned, says that these loans were gifts. There was never an anticipation that you were going to be repaid for any of this money that you laid out for him. You were boyfriend and girlfriend at the time. And as far as the vandalism to the car, he sort of admits that he did it. But he said you deserved it.
No, do it again if I could.
Okay. What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a machinist.
What kind of machines?
Computer program machines?
You work for a company?
Yeah,
How long have you been working for them?
about a year now.
A year ago, did Miss Sanchez loan you any money?
And she paid a few bills, but they were gifts.
Tell me why she paid a few bills for you.
I lost my job.
Were you living together?
Yes, we were.
Where?
We were living at her mother's house.
So you weren't paying any rent?
Yeah, I was paying rent until I lost my job, of course.
When you lost your job, you weren't paying any rent?
Yeah.
Try yes.
What?
Try yes!
Yes.
Good. Now, what kind of bills did she pay for you?
She paid cell phone bills, a car payment, helped me out with the down payment, but I paid her back for that.
Cell phone bill, a non-essential. I know that you people feel that it's an essential, but the truth of the matter is, we did get along for many, many centuries without cell phones. Put your hand down. How much was the cell phone bill she paid for you?
Well, I have a spending limit on my phone, like $120, and it's never been more than that.
How many months did she pay the cell phone bill for you?
Maybe two months.
How many months did you pay the cell phone bill?
4. I have the bank statements right here to show it.
Good. How much did you pay for a cell phone?
It was a total of $400. I paid 4 payments of $100 apiece.
Okay. What other bills did she pay for you, Mr. Apodaca?
Just car payment, that's it.
One car payment.
One car payment.
And how much was that?
I actually made 2 car payments. I also have that in my bank statements as well.
But I paid her back for that already.
You did?
Yeah, because that was income tax money. I paid her back.
Okay. But you do owe her for your cell phone.
No.
I say you owe her for your cell phone because if you have no job, you don't need a cell phone. Do you understand?
But she paid it as a gift.
That's why you're here, for me to make that judgment, Mr. Apodaca. This isn't a back and forth, sir. You were living rent-free because you couldn't pay the rent after you lost your job.
She lived rent-free at my house.
Shh. Listen to me, sir. Did you ever pay her cell phone bill?
Bought her a $500 phone.
Just, did you ever pay her cell phone bill?
No.
Did you ever pay her insurance bill?
Nope.
Did you ever make a car payment for her?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Just a second. The answer is either yes or no. Listen, try not to be smart with me. You may think you're smart with other people, Mr. Apodaca. I assure you that she found you attractive. I do not. So with me, you're going to play it straight down the middle. I'm going to be respectful to you. You're going to be respectful to me. Do we understand each other, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. On what date did you vandalize her car?
It was February 11th, Your Honor.
Don't interrupt him. I was letting him think.
Sorry.
February 2007.
How did you vandalize her car?
I put 3 bricks through her windows and paintballed her car.
Shh. Excuse me?
I put 3 bricks through her windshield, her rear window, and her driver's side window, and I paintballed her car.
And you did that because you found her involved with another man?
Yeah, she's sleeping with my friend.
Just a second. Because you found her involved with another man?
Yeah.
Yes. But you were no longer together?
Nope.
How long hadn't you been together?
About a year.
Now, Mr. Apodaca, have you ever been in therapy? Listen to me. I'm being very serious with you, and I don't want to hear anything from you people. Do you understand? If I do, I'm going to empty out the audience. Do you understand? Have you ever been in therapy?
No.
How old are you?
23.
You live at home?
Yeah.
With whom?
With my bandmates.
Okay, but you don't live with family.
No.
I'm going to suggest to you very strongly that if you want to live a happy life, you should get yourself a little therapy.
I am living happy. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Perfectly fine.
Mr. Apodaca, have you ever been arrested?
Yeah.
Were you arrested, Mr. Apodaca, more than once?
Just once.
When?
A week after I paintballed her car, broke her windows.
I'm a lot older than you are. I've never been arrested. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Ever been arrested?
No, ma'am.
Is this your daughter?
No.
Who are you?
I'm
My boyfriend's mother, Your Honor.
How old are you?
48.
Ever been arrested?
No.
See, Mr. Apodaca, there are a lot of people in this room who are a lot older than you are cumulatively.
That's them, not me.
Who've never been arrested. Now, you say you're happy and you're living a wonderful, full life.
Yep.
And I'm suggesting to you, sir, just a friendly suggestion, that anyone who, after a year of not being with someone, has as much anger as you had a year later and vandalized her car in such an aggressive manner has issues that they really should be resolving with a professional. That's my suggestion. It doesn't require an answer. I've given you my reasons. I think that that kind of hostility and aggression after a long period of time is something that should be addressed.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
He did move out before we even went to trial.
Well, but he moved out because there was going to be a trial and he was being...
he moved out because he got his girlfriend pregnant.
Oh.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Christina Sanchez claims ex-boyfriend Seth Apodaca vandalized her car with bricks and a paintball gun.
Now, you had to pay a $500 deductible, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he also owes you for your cell phone bill.
And the car payments, Your Honor, he never paid me back like he said he did.
Well, I'm not sure.
I have an email right here from him that actually has me asking him why he doesn't think he has to pay me back the money, and this is dated back to September
I want to see what he
2006.
says.
It's a bit vulgar, Your Honor.
I'd like to see just what his answer is. If you say it acknowledges the debt, I'll be glad to read it.
It starts at the bottom and works its way up.
Madam, he does not acknowledge the 2 car payments. He owes you $900. $500 for the vandalism that he did on the car and $400 for the cell phone. I'm not getting involved in the stereo that you say you sold to him for $200. That's nonsense. That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $900. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She's psycho. She's always causing problems with me, always wanting to fight.
I thought he was a good guy, and the fact that, you know, I thought we were going to be together.
She has my friend. She's living my old life.
But he wasn't.
It was the first time that I had, seen them together.
Can't help what happens. Like, you can't help who you love.
I got angry, knocked on the door, wanted to call him out so I could fight him.
He was there for me when Seth left, when I was pregnant.
He didn't come out, so I got angry and smashed her car windows.
I think it's just like the judge said, he needs a lot of therapy.
When someone breaks up with you, move on with your life. Don't stick around with friends.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Gossett versus Roten. Step forward, please.
20-year-old Andrew Gossett is suing his ex-roommate, Brandon Roten, for breaking their apartment lease. Brandon says he moved out due to a legal dispute with Andrew.
Where do you gentlemen come from?
Wichita, Kansas. Wichita, Kansas as well.
Who lost their luggage? You had no clothes?
No clothes, ma'am.
Let me see the outfit that you got yourself put together with. Not bad. Okay, Mr. Gossett, this is what your case is about. You, the defendant, and I think one other young man decided to room together. You signed a lease, and the defendant moved out 4 months prior to the lease terminating. And you have been taking care of his share of the rent for that 4-month period. The defendant says that your actions forced him out of the apartment, and therefore he's not responsible for the rent. When did you sign this lease?
August 29th, 2006.
The third roommate was who?
David.
Where is David now?
He's a full-time grad student at Lawrence. Otherwise, I would have him as a
In
witness.
Kansas?
In Kansas, yes.
You go to school as well?
Yes, I go to Butler Community College.
And you?
I do as well, Butler Community College.
Are you angry with each other?
We haven't really spoken in the past 4 or 5 months.
I have no hostility towards Brandon.
You just want your money? Okay. When did you move out, sir?
I moved out in the last day of October due to certain circumstances and situations.
Okay. So you moved out and there was still 4 months left to go on the lease?
Yes.
And you understand, Mr. Roten, that it is your burden to establish to me that you had just cause to leave. Otherwise, you're really responsible for this money.
Yes, ma'am.
That fair?
I believe so, yes.
Ball's in your court, sir. Let me hear you.
Okay. September 29th, of 2006. We were still living at the time with David and Andrew. We were proceeding up to Lawrence to actually check out KU and the nightlife as well.
KU.
Kansas University, I'm sorry. We stopped at a gas station to fill up and get some refreshments. Andrew Gossett actually had placed an alcoholic beverage on the dashboard of the vehicle. There was a park ranger.
You mean a beer?
A beer, yes.
I've heard of that. They did have beer in the Stone Age when I was...
The park ranger proceeded over to investigate the matter, check if we were all 21.
Investigate the beer?
Investigate the beer. He had discovered that
Were you driving, sir?
No.
No. They had to search the vehicle because none of us were 21, and they proceeded to find drugs and things like that in the car.
What kind of drugs did they find?
Marijuana.
Anything else?
No, just a bong with it.
What would that be?
Just what you would smoke it out of, I guess. I really don't know the
An
actual
implementation for using the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
For those of us who may not be educated. So they found marijuana. Where did they find it?
In the glove compartment of the vehicle.
Whose car was it?
The driver,
Whose car was it?
Not one of ours. It was another friend's.
So what happened?
Well, after that, the cop investigated each one of us, asking questions. Andrew Gossett said that all 4 of ours were responsibility for the marijuana, and the other 3 of us said no, that was not correct. It was Andrew Gossett's marijuana. That was the dispute between me and him.
Was it your marijuana?
No, ma'am.
Whose was it?
It was collectively kind of an apartment deal. I actually did not bring it into the vehicle. That was proven when this case took place.
So the case was tried?
Yes.
Yes.
And I pled not guilty.
And what happened with it?
I was charged with obstructive possession, which means I was in a vehicle.
Not obstructive, constructive.
Constructive. All right.
Obstruction means that you were against something. Constructive means that even though it wasn't in your hand, you are charged with possession of it. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
Constructive.
And, constructive possession. And that being said, there were 4 people involved.
Could you get to the bottom line?
Yes, when we all got out of the vehicle.
Were you convicted?
Yes, I was convicted.
Perfect. Were you convicted?
No.
How many people in the vehicle were convicted?
1.
Did you go to trial?
Yes, it did. I testified against him.
You testified against Mr. Gossett.
Yes, ma'am.
That might make it tacky to live together after that.
My 2 other witnesses actually testified for me, and under oath, when they made their testament to the police officer, they might have said it was mine, but all 4 of us were smoking it.
Well, you weren't all smoking it in the car, were you? You were?
Yeah.
So he didn't just find an open beer can in the car. The officer must have smelled this marijuana if you were all smoking in the car. Mr. Gossett, of all the people, you were the only one convicted, and I gather you were convicted on the testimony of Mr. Roten.
Yes.
You would agree that that might make it sort of tacky to share a room with him, right?
Yes. But he did move out before we even went to trial. Trial didn't happen until a matter of a month ago, so.
Well, but he moved out because there was going to be a trial, and he was being...
he moved out because he got his girlfriend pregnant.
Oh.
Well, somebody was actually responsible.
Just a second. When did you first, Mr. Roten, speak to the district attorney about testifying at the trial?
I believe it was December 31st, and then I actually went and testified February 12th.
But you moved out, sir, in October.
Yes.
So you didn't move out because of this. You moved out because of your girlfriend.
No, I moved out because there was a lot of tension between me and Andrew because he was actually making threats that he was the only one that got arrested and he's taking everybody down.
That's incorrect. It was not hostile at all towards Brandon. I understood the matter at the time.
Well, tell me,
He even
Mr.
helped bail
Gossett,
me out, so I did
Mr.
appreciate
Gossett,
that.
Tell me, sir, about the situation when Mr. Roten moved out in October.
All right, Brandon is very close with his family. I respect that. He was 18 at the time. He was not guided in the way of living on his own. I priorly lived at 2 apartments.
There's no such word as priorly.
Okay, yeah, I just made that up.
I know.
And I kind of noticed some instability after a month, which, made kind of my relationship and his, that there was tension between us.
What efforts did you make, Mr. Roten, to get another roommate?
I had actually been contacted with one of my friends acknowledging that I want to move in for you. I need a place, and I don't want you to be responsible for the rent. His name is Daniel.
Did Daniel move in?
Daniel did actually move in as a guest for a matter of, I think, maybe 11 days to 2 weeks. And he actually owes me money now, too, for rent as well. And
so he didn't pay rent?
No, he didn't.
I have checks saying
he paid a portion of 1 month's rent and then...
Paid a portion of 1 month's rent?
Yeah.
That didn't work out. Did you know Daniel left?
No, I did not.
Did you advise him that Daniel left?
No, because at the time I had no contact with Brandon.
Well, how do you know Mr. Roten was aware of the fact that Daniel left? He found
Because
another
I think
roommate.
Daniel and him have excellent communication in comparison with me and Dan.
Well, you don't know that, sir.
I know.
You know that. That's a problem. You see, I believe Mr. Roten had the obligation to help find a new roommate.
And in reality, he did not find the roommate. I did come to Daniel because Daniel got evicted from his previous lease.
So you did find another roommate?
Yeah, I found him, but he did not stay for long. He had being evicted from his prior lease. The bills like added up, and Daniel couldn't afford it. He came to his grandma. His grandma paid. I mean, the bank account is through his grandma. The check that was written to me.
So you picked
maybe
a
2
bad
checks for
roommate.
various- Exactly.
Well, then,
I
then
picked a
Mr.
situation
Gossett,
where
Mr. Gossett, if you picked a bad roommate, you cannot visit that on Mr. Roten. You see, if he left and you substituted another roommate that you thought would cover his portion of the rent, and you picked somebody that you knew was financially unstable, see, the only thing that Mr. Roten had to do, if you didn't do it, was to find someone else. He absolutely had to, under the circumstances, because I think that this tension, some of it had to do with this, and some of it had to do with the fact that you, is this your girlfriend?
Yes, it is.
Well,
Fiance, actually, now.
Fiance. You are affianced? I've always wanted to use that word. Are you living at home?
No, I own my own house now.
Great. Who pays for it?
Me,
From what?
from my job.
Good. Do you have any other roommate in your house now?
I don't live there anymore. I live in an apartment with my girlfriend.
When did you move out?
When the lease was up,
What about the other roommate that you had?
Dave made it aware to me that he was going to be entering graduate school. He left for Lawrence, I think, a month and a half before our lease was up, but he did make arrangements to find a roommate, and that roommate worked out great. So
Great.
to cover
Well, you
his
made
portion.
arrangements to find Daniel, but Daniel didn't work out great.
But see, Daniel had actually lived with me 6 months before at an apartment, and he made all his bills, paid everything on time, was great
You
with
just
that.
told me that Daniel moved in because he had financial problems.
No, Daniel moved in because his lease was broke. Like, he got evicted.
You just told me that. You just finished telling me that, Mr. Gossett, that Daniel moved in because he had some financial problems because he got evicted. You don't evict a good tenant.
No, it wasn't financial problems. It was actually like gang violence or something.
You just
Some
told me it
people
had to
broke
do
into
with his
it.
grandmother's bank account,
No,
Mr.
no,
Gossett. You keep
his
talking.
grandmother pays for everything.
Yeah, okay.
He has
Mr.
a,
Gossett, you picked a bad third roommate. It was really his responsibility to choose somebody, but if you chose somebody and that didn't work out, you cannot visit that on Mr. Roten. Your case is dismissed. Are you happy now? Are you happy where you are?
No.
You're not happy where you are?
Oh, I'm happy where I am now, yes.
Are you happy where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
Go back to Kansas.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Me being a college student, a hard worker, I pay all my bills on my own. I don't feel I should have to meet someone else's needs.
I think that, you know, she obviously saw that rent was actually being paid and that the release was actually being paid, so there was no money.
Suing his ex-wife, Melissa Cabradilla, and her fiancé, Greg Sarbacher, for the return of a World War II trunk. The defendants say Clayton abandoned the property.
All rise. Yeah, this is case number 561 on the calendar in the matter of Paust versus Cabradilla Sarbacher. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
What's your last name?
Sarbacher?
This is your fiancé.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Why don't you sit down?
Okay.
This used to be your husband.
Yes, ma'am.
You have children together?
One child.
How old?
She'll be 6 in June.
Do you see her?
Once in a while.
How long is once in a while? Once a week, once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks?
Once every other weekend and twice a week.
Good. You support her?
Yeah.
Send support?
Yes.
Does he send some support?
No, ma'am. Actually, he has a contempt order against him next month because he hasn't paid his child support since May of last year.
Which I have paid with our tax return, ma'am.
Well, you're not supposed to let it go. You're supposed to pay every week. That's when a child eats. Daily.
Yes. There's been a recent hardship in our family.
Like what?
A new child.
That's not a
moving,
hardship.
And moving.
That's not a hardship.
Okay.
A new child is not a hardship. You take on the responsibility of a new child, understanding that you have a prior responsibility to other children that you made. Sir.
Yes.
So that's not a hardship. Hardship is when somebody has a terminal illness and you have to spend money on that. That's a hardship. New child and a move is not a hardship. Should have paid your child support. There's no excuse for not paying your child support. This is my problem with your case, which I'll explain to Bird because I know he's fascinated. You two have been divorced for how long?
3 years.
When Mr. Paust left, he left an old trunk. The trunk belonged to his grandfather, World War II trunk. He didn't take it with him. He left it on the porch. So she kept the trunk. They're divorced, nobody's asking for the trunk, nothing. All of a sudden they have a new baby, and they think it's really nice thing if they redid this trunk for the new baby. So he says to her, I want the trunk back. Where's the trunk? She says, I gave it to my fiancé. That's why I told him to sit down, because he's irrelevant to this whole process. You live with him?
I do now.
So the trunk is in your house?
At this time, yes.
Right.
When I gave it to him, he wasn't living.
I don't care.
Okay.
So the question is, does he have any claim over this trunk that he abandoned 3 years ago? Now you're going to explain to me, sir, why you believe you have a claim to this trunk that clearly you left 3 years ago.
Actually, I didn't abandon it. I took it, all my belongings over to my father's house, and I thought that was in there with it, and apparently it wasn't. Ms. Cabardilla stated that she had it. She would clean it out and return it to me.
When?
And this was about a month ago.
Just a second. I'm not talking about a month ago. I'm talking about 3 years ago that you moved and you didn't have it with you. So evidently you didn't have any need for it for 3 years.
Correct.
And when you started looking for it, you said, where could it be?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
What?
It was actually almost 5 years ago. It was 2002. And yes, all of his stuff was on the porch. He took what he wanted and left the rest for me to clean up.
So it was 2002, so it was 5 years ago.
Correct, correct. And
Listen,
just recently,
grow up. Grow up.
And just recently,
Grow up.
It wasn't him
If she
asking.
had thrown it in the garbage.
I would have taken that as an answer.
Well, she didn't throw it in the garbage, and she's not happy with you because you had all these emergencies in your life when you weren't paying child support.
She stated she'd clean it out and return it to me. That was my assumption.
Well, that was a month ago. She changed her mind.
And actually, that's.
Shh. She changed her mind a month ago. Now, let me just tell you this. This trunk has no sentimental value for you.
That's correct, ma'am.
It has some sentimental value for him. And you do have a child together. So what I'm saying to you is, it would be a nice thing, and I don't care about the fiancé. I find him, in this whole case, totally irrelevant, which is why I told him to sit down. Because if he was to say to me, she gave me the trunk and he's not getting it back because it was made to me as a gift, and I don't care what happens, whether it creates friction between them, whether the child's going to suffer or anything else, I want my trunk, I would have no use for him. Now, I've spoken to you for a relatively short period of time. You look like a nice lady, and you sound like a nice lady. And I don't think that you would pick a guy who was so nasty.
No.
So I don't even want to hear from him. It all has to do with the two of you. I would never award him this trunk because he abandoned it 5 years ago. All I'm saying to you is, like it or not, you married him, you had a child with him.
Can I say something about that, Your Honor?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm not finished. So if you want to keep things peaceful, and since you have no sentimental value attached to this trunk, I think you should give it back to him. But that's just my opinion as a human being, not as a judge. Because my opinion as a judge is he abandoned the property 5 years ago and he can't all of a sudden have an awakening like Rip Van Winkle. Now you can say what you want to say.
I do agree with that, but on the other note, her using this trunk as a vendetta against me to basically not see my child and out of jealousy to not pay my child support. They're moving to Colorado come in August, and I won't be able to see my daughter. And I think some of this stipulates from that.
Just a second. Did you give him permission to move?
No, I didn't.
Go to court.
I did, and I'm going to trial pretty soon for that.
Fine. Good. That's what you should do. Because if you've been seeing your child regularly, there is no basis for a move unless somebody has a health reason or something. And the fact that fiancé may have a job someplace else is irrelevant. That's if I were a family court judge hearing your case. If, however, you have not seen that child regularly, when I say regularly, every time you're supposed to, unless you're sick or something, and if you have not paid your child support because you've moved on with another family, then I would say, go, be happy, and you want to see your daughter? Take a plane and go.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Would you have said either of the two stupid things that he just said?
Probably not.
Because they sounded
Silly.
And you don't want to be with a silly man, do you?
And later today.
This is your mom?
Yes.
So glad that you brought them. You know why I'm glad that you brought them, Miss Jackson?
Why is that?
Because he actually thought that he was going to be able to fool me.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Clayton Powell says ex-wife Melissa Cabradilla owes for the return of a World War II trunk. Melissa says Clayton abandoned the property.
Now, whether they're using the trunk as a vendetta or not has nothing to do with the fact, sir, that you abandoned it 5 years ago.
Okay.
Would I give it back to him? Probably. What do you want?
I just wanted to state the trunk is not being used. We would have got rid of it.
Just a second. Don't talk to me sitting down.
I apologize. No, I said the reason it's been kept and not thrown away is because it is Susan's baby items are kept in the trunk, and that's just the safe place to keep it. We don't want to take them out and get them damaged, and so that's why.
Get a plastic container and put the stuff in plastic containers. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I'm talking about keeping a mother and a father of a child not at odds with each other over a piece of property that bears no sentimental value to you, giving it back to him, so you say, removing this irritant. And you're talking to me about storing baby clothes? Sit down.
All right, well, I did offer to sell it to him, if he wanted it.
He's not a genius. I wouldn't follow him across the country.
It's actually my job.
Listen to me. Is it your job?
Right.
I wouldn't take him with me. There's something not clever about him. He doesn't get. I know that you get what I just said to you. Would you have said either of the two stupid things that he just said? That you're using it for storage is one, and that you don't want the stuff destroyed so that you can't put it anyplace else. And two, that he offered to sell it. So he clearly wasn't listening to what I said. Would you have said either one of those stupid things?
Well, it was to...
No. Would you have said to me in court?
Probably not.
And you wouldn't have said them in court because they sounded...
Silly.
Silly. Right.
Sorry.
Right. And you don't want to be with a silly man, do you? You already picked one guy who's not so swift. You want to pick a second one? I would think twice about it. In any event, I'm not awarding you the trunk, sir, because you're not entitled to it. You abandoned it. I will, however, say to your ex-wife that if I were her, I would say, you know what? I'm going to have to be attached to him for the next 12 years at least while my child is a minor. Give him back the trunk. Remove this piece of stuff that's in our lives, and we're going to move on. Where are you supposed to move to?
Colorado Springs.
You have any family there?
Friends.
That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The divorce decree stated it was mine. He abandoned it 5 years ago.
That's my grandfather's. He had it from World War II, and basically that's why I wanted it back. Sentimental mostly.
We would have liked it back because it is sentimental value.
It's actually Greg's trunk. I gave it to him before we were even seriously dating.
They want it that bad that they can come up with $100.
I'll try and come up with it just to see what happens.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Paradeza versus McQuay Jackson, step forward, please.
18-year-old Jenny Paradeza is suing schoolmates Samuel and Stephen McQuay and their mother, Evelyn Jackson. Jenny claims the boys stole her school backpack.
You can sit down.
Thank you.
Miss Paradeza,
Yes, Your Honor.
you're a high school student?
Yes, that's correct.
According to your complaint, you had some trouble with your car one day in school, and security guard was helping you out, getting it started, and you put your book bag and your valuables down on the ground.
Yeah.
And your property was stolen. And it is your claim that the defendants and others were responsible for taking your property, and you want the value of the property that was taken and a little bit extra to punish them.
Correct.
The defendants, while they acknowledge that they were there, say that they didn't take the property and they're not responsible. When was your property taken?
It was October 3rd.
And it was at the school?
It was during lunch.
And where had you left your book bag?
It was on the sidewalk in our parking lot.
Why didn't you take the book bag and put it in your car?
Well, after I figured out that my car wasn't starting, I panicked, so I put my stuff on the floor. I wasn't even
Well, I
thinking
understand
about
that you
the
put your stuff on the floor. It would have been smarter to take your stuff instead of putting it on the floor,
Yeah,
putting it in your car,
Mhm.
right? Okay. Now, when did you find that it was missing?
After I turned off my engine, I went back and looked on the sidewalk, and it wasn't there.
Good.
And
Now,
then-
what makes you believe that these two young men had anything to do with taking
Well,
your bag?
After I had told the security guard that my stuff was stolen, they took me back to their office, and we went over the surveillance cameras that are in the parking lot, and it showed my backpack on the floor, and then it showed that after the boys had passed my backpack, it was gone.
And these two boys were in that group?
Yes, they were.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gentlemen,
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name?
Sam McQuay, Jr. Stephen McQuay.
Brothers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Better. Who was with you that day when you passed this backpack?
My friend Jonte and Antoine and Eric.
Who took the bag?
My friend Antoine.
And what did he do with the bag after he took it?
He ran to the second floor to the bathroom.
How do you know that?
Because I was right outside the bathroom when he took it.
Who else was outside the bathroom door?
Me and my brother.
So you were looking out?
No.
You were the
no,
lookouts?
No.
How big is the school? How big is the school?
Big.
How many floors?
3.
And how many rooms on each floor?
Don't know.
How many kids go to the school?
Don't know.
More than 500?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there are lots of classrooms. So you mean it's just coincidental that after Antoine took the bag and went to the bathroom, you happened to be standing outside the same bathroom?
I was with him when he took the backpack, then we went to the second floor together.
We? Good. We took the backpack. He physically had the backpack, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But the word that you used was we. We took the backpack. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
This is your mom?
Yes.
So glad that you brought them. You know why I'm glad that you brought them, Miss Jackson?
Why is that?
Because he actually thought that he was going to be able to fool me. He actually did.
No, I didn't, actually.
Well, I read your answer, and your answer said you didn't have anything to do with this.
I didn't. I was with my friends at the time.
No, you just said to me, we took the backpack, and then we went to the second floor. You and your brother stood outside the bathroom door, acting, now I'm going to use the word, because you didn't, look out. Now, in a school where there are probably 1,000 students, 3 floors, the fact that you serendipitously wound up standing outside the bathroom door while your friend Antoine and Jonte were inside going through the backpack is something that I don't buy. It wasn't an accident that you were outside the bathroom making sure nobody was coming in while they were rummaging through her backpack. It was an on purpose. So it doesn't make any difference who it was that actually had their hand on the backpack. You were all involved in taking it and making sure that the rightful owner didn't get it back. That's what it means when you act as a lookout.
We weren't looking out, Your Honor. We were talking to some friends. We weren't looking out. We didn't have
Just talking to some friends outside the same bathroom where Antoine was going through the backpack.
Because that's where they were.
Just listen to my statement, sir. Just coincidentally, you went from the street where Antoine took the backpack, followed him to the bathroom. He went into the bathroom to check out the backpack. And you were standing outside talking to some friends. It would seem to me if you had nothing to do with this taking of the backpack, you would want to get as far away from Antoine as possible.
And that's exactly why we went to the gym.
No, your brother just told me you were standing outside the bathroom.
After we were standing at the bathroom for a minute, we went to the gym. And then they left out and went to the lunchroom.
How do you know they left and went to the lunchroom?
Because we seen them that day, after that day.
No. Let's see what you say here. Let's see what you say here. Sam. Who's Sam?
That's me.
That would be you. I followed the guys all the way up to the second floor hallway. The other kids took the bag in the bathroom. My brother and I stayed in the hall near the bathroom only because we ran into a friend. The kids came out of the bathroom with an identification card and the backpack and threw it in the trash. No one had any money. That's not, we just stayed there, and then we went out and we didn't see them come out of the bathroom. We just found out about it in the lunchroom. You say, Sam, that you saw them come out of the bathroom with an identification card and the backpack and threw it in the trash. Were you lying here?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little different story than you just told me, young man. You think you're smarter than I am? Never in your life. Never in your life. If you live to be 104, will you be smarter than I am this day?
I will. Maybe so, Your Honor.
You will?
Yeah, maybe so.
Never happen. Never.
How would you know?
Because you're there and I'm here. That's how I know.
That's what you think.
No, that's how. Because you're there and I'm here. That's because in 5 minutes I was able to catch you so far in 2 lies. Not 1, but 2.
Tell me those 2 lies.
Listen, it's not my job to tell you. I'll give you a copy of the tape, sir. You can go home and watch it yourself. Then you can kick yourself in the behind with your own foot. You're responsible, just as if you took the backpack.
Okay.
You are responsible for standing outside that bathroom and acting as a lookout while your friends rummaged through it. And if they had come up with a whole bunch of money, they would have given you some of it.
The point is, Your Honor, we didn't take nothing.
I'm not speaking to you. Close your mouth until I talk to you. How much was your backpack worth?
Well, everything that was stolen was about $750.
Like what? Give me what was stolen.
My wallet.
What was in your wallet?
It was $50.
Okay.
I had to replace all my IDs. I had gift cards in there, my earpiece, and a calculator.
There was no earpiece in there, ma'am.
I love it. I love it. Judge him for the plaintiff for the amount of $500. That's what I think it's worth, madam. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
There was friend Robert Olivares for kicking her car during an argument. Robert says the damage was Irma's fault.
All rise. Yeah, this is case number 545 on the calendar in the matter of Molina versus Olivares.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
Miss Molina, this young man used to be your boyfriend. I assume he lived with you for a period of time. Is that right?
He didn't live with me. He would stay over once in a while.
How
Yes.
often is once in a while, Miss Molina?
Often.
Often. And it is your claim that at the time that you were breaking up, you got into an argument and he dented your car. You want to have the car fixed.
Correct.
Mr. Olivares says he fixed it. May not be to your liking, but he had it fixed. On what date did you have this argument, Miss Molina?
July 6th of 2006. He actually called me to work one of our many arguments, and I went ahead and ended up the relationship again, and he constantly called me back at work and my cell phone and wanting to go pick up a couple of his things from my house.
Where he stayed over occasionally.
Correct. And I asked him that if we can be civil. I was at work. I still had 2 more hours to, to be at work. So if he could just meet me afterwards and we would be civil about it and just take his things and go our separate ways.
Is that what the conversation was like, Mr. Olivares?
Yeah, it was short. So
Good.
Okay.
Yes is an answer. Okay. You went to the house, according to what I read, when she wasn't home. Who was home?
Her kids.
How old are her children?
9, 8, and a babysitter. The babysitter's
So 2 little children and a babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened when you got there, Mr. Olivares?
I just went in to get my stuff.
Look at me. I know what you wanted. What did you do when you got there?
I went straight to get my stuff.
How did you get into the house, sir?
There's a window. It's always open.
First, you knocked at the door.
Well, yeah.
Listen, we're not going to play with each other, sir. Because I guarantee you, no matter what you ate this morning, no matter what kind of good protein breakfast you ate this morning, I'm sharper than you are.
Okay.
So first you went to the house, and the first thing you did was not go in a window, because that's what most people wouldn't do. Most people would first knock at the door, right?
Right.
Which is what you did.
Right.
And what happened when you knocked at the door?
Nobody opened the door, so I went to the window and I went in there.
Now, did you knock at the door once or more than once?
It was more than once. I knocked very often.
So you must have figured out that somebody in the house, like the babysitter, didn't want to get involved in this, right?
Right.
So you went through a window.
Yeah.
That was the wrong thing to do, Mr. Olivares. You understand that?
Yeah.
Perfect answer. You saw him leaving?
Yes.
As you were pulling up, I read the papers. Yes. I'm really very good at that, sort of piecing it together, despite the fact that sometimes your papers are not particularly articulate. I did gather that you got home as he was exiting the house and taking off in his car.
Yes.
So you did the dumbest thing that you could have done.
Yes, I did.
Which was?
I followed him to his house. Right. I did.
Because he's a lunatic. He's already leaving. You want to call the police and say he broke into my house through a window? You can do that. Because I'm sure the babysitter called you, right?
Yes.
And the babysitter said, a lunatic is rapping at the door. Shh. Right?
Right.
Which is why you came home. So you followed him to his house, and you are angry.
Angry.
Because he frightened your children.
Yes.
Right? I'm sure he made them cry.
Yes.
Right? Oh, absolutely, Mr. Oliveris. Absolutely. If you're outside banging at the door and the babysitter is saying, I'm not answering, and you go into the house, that's very frightening for two little children.
No.
It's the wrong thing to have done. Tell me no. I'm not interested in your no. What grade did you graduate?
I went to college.
Good. You know that I did too?
Okay.
Did you graduate from college is the question.
No, I did some college.
You know that I actually graduated.
That's very good. That's good. I admire that.
Good. Now, when you did this foolish thing of following him to the house, what did you do when he stopped the car at his house?
I did park behind him, and I was upset, Your Honor, and I did get in his face.
What did you do when you got in his face?
I was telling him that I was sick and tired of him, you know, doing these things to me all the time.
Did you put your hands on him?
No, I was going to, then he grabbed me.
When you say you were going to, were you going to punch him?
Well, Your Honor, I did feel a little threatened. After we had a confrontation, I got in his face.
Well, you say you got in his face. That means you started the confrontation.
I did because I'm the one that followed him, Your Honor, and I was a stupid
No,
thing
you
to
started
do.
the confrontation when you got out of the car and ran up to him.
Yeah.
And what did she do when she ran up to you, Mr. Oliveris?
She was swinging punches wildly, and I was just trying to dodge the punches, and she hit me one time right here in the back of the head.
Okay. I believe you, Mr. Oliveris. So what did you do, sir?
During the commotion, you know, that's when I hit her car because,
Okay.
you know, I was
How many times
trying to get away from her.
No, don't lie. You see, you were almost good.
What?
Shh. Almost. How did you hit her car, sir? With what?
With my legs.
No, look at me. With your leg.
Yeah.
So you kicked her car.
Yeah, it was kind of a kick, yeah.
So far, we are understanding each other, Mr. Oliveris. Because I read the papers. I read the baloney that you wrote in the answer. You kicked her car.
Yeah, kind of.
And you caused some damage. So now let me see the damage. There we go. You didn't fall into it. You didn't run over your foot. You didn't do any of that stuff, Mr. Oliveris. You see? What a nice smile you have. Well, this is some good kick, Mr. Oliveris. See this? Ooh, couple of good kicks, Mr. Oliveris.
Yeah.
See the kicks?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Anything else you want to tell me, sir? Good. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh.
You were almost home, Mr. Oliveris.
And later today,
I would only allow him to drive it if I was in the car, except for those 2 occasions.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Irma Molina claims ex-boyfriend Robert Olivares kicked her car during an argument. Robert claims the damage occurred while fending off Irma's attack.
Now, Mr. Olivares, you saw the pictures, sir. Could I see the pictures of the fixed car? Did he fix it?
No, Your Honor.
What happened, Mr. Olivares? You told me that you fixed it. You took it to a friend, and the friend fixed it.
It wasn't a friend. I took it to a body shop, and I paid $150 to get it fixed. It's not, you know, it's not the same as it was before, but you could hardly notice.
You have pictures to show me?
No.
Well, Mr. Olivares.
I thought that was going to be the picture she was going to bring. I thought she was going to bring the pictures after I had already paid $150 to get it fixed.
Do you have the after pictures?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
He had somebody hammer the dents out, and I take it back to Golden State to say that in order for the car to look like it was before, they still have to replace the same parts.
Absolutely right. Mr. Olivares, she's entitled to have her car the exact same way as it was before July 6th.
Right.
She's entitled to that.
Okay, the guy I took the car to, he did a very good job. And I was going to take it back so he could finish the job, you know, and make it look exactly as it once was. But I haven't had the chance, and she hasn't taken it either.
Well, she's going to take it now to her own place. She doesn't have to take it to your place. Do you have an estimate?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
I'd like to see it.
And also an estimate of the days that Golden State say I'm going to need a car for the parts and the labor to be completed.
I'm not giving you a rental car for 10 days. You consider the 10 days that you have to rent a car your own penance for doing something stupid and going to follow him to his house.
Okay.
Anything else you want to tell me?
No, Your Honor. Pretty much. Just want my car fixed.
Anything else you want to tell me, sir? Good. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
You were almost home, Mr. Oliveras.
No, never mind.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,881. Thank you. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
That's fine. I can't argue her decision.
Well, I think she was very fair.
I was just trying to recover all my stuff from her house.
He couldn't wait. Obviously, he went through the window and did his thing.
She's just the type of person that likes to sue.
I'm going to go ahead and stay away from people like him.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Fairbank versus Pavonsa. Step forward, please.
17-year-old Christina Fairbank and her mother, Janet, are suing Christina's ex-boyfriend, 18-year-old Rich Pavonsa, for crashing their car on 2 occasions and for a loan to go to the prom.
How old are you, Miss Fairbanks?
I'm 17.
This is your mom?
Yes.
And that used to be your boyfriend?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
You went to high school together?
Yes.
Your complaint, Miss Fairbanks, is that you allowed Mr. Pavonsa. Is that the way you pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Is that close enough?
Yeah,
What's your
close
first
enough.
name?
Rich.
Rich. You allowed Rich to drive your car often, but on 2 occasions, he had accidents with the car.
Yes.
And you want him not only to pay for the damage he did to the car, but the increase in insurance that your mother has to pay on the car for the next 12 months because of the accidents. In addition, you claim that your mother made a small loan to him for some expenses that had to do with the homecoming and the prom.
Yes.
Rich says that it's all your fault that he was in these accidents and that maybe he took $40 from your mother, but he spent so much more than that on homecoming and the prom that it's really ridiculous to even talk about the $40, right?
Yes.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Tell me the first time you had an accident with Miss Fairbanks' car.
The first time was when I was going to pick up tickets at my friend's house. Her name's Bethany. And it was during a snowstorm. Then I was turning too fast. Then I slid right into the curve. And that's when I wrecked the car the first time.
Did she give you the car to go to pick up the tickets? Or had you been using it for a while?
I have been using it.
So it was a pretty regular occurrence that you used the car?
Yeah.
I believe that, absolutely. Now, did you know he was using the car?
He only drove the car when she was in the vehicle with him.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, it was true. I would only allow him to drive if I was in the car, except for those 2 occasions.
What happened when you had this accident?
I drove back to my apartment place and parked it there, then called Christina and told her.
What did he tell you, Christina?
He told me that if I took blame for the car, then he would have paid me for it.
So he said to you, why don't you take responsibility for the accident and tell your mother you were driving?
Yes.
Which is to lie to your mother.
Yes.
And did you?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you lied to your mother about who was driving the car, I want you to tell me what you told her.
Well, I told...
No, look at me, like I'm your mother.
Mom, what happened was we had some movies due at Dillon's, and so I decided to go and take them back in the very bad ice storm, which I really shouldn't have been doing, but I didn't want to pay a late fee on them. And as I was coming back to the apartment, I slid on a patch of ice and hit one of the rails at the apartment with my wheel, and it bent the axle into the wheel well.
You remember her telling you that story?
Yes, I do.
Did you believe her?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No, because she was scared to drive on the ice.
Just a second. So what did you say to her?
I asked her if she was telling me the truth.
Just a second. Okay. You said to her, Christina, are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said yes.
And you said what?
That I really didn't believe her.
But she stuck with the story.
Yes.
Just like she's sticking with the story that the only 2 times she let him drive the car without her in the car was when he had accidents.
The car was always at my house.
I don't always. Not these 2 times it wasn't.
Just during the day.
Miss Fairbanks,
possibly.
Miss Fairbanks, don't play with me.
I'm
just
not,
telling you
ma'am.
that your daughter's a fibber and that you believed her. That's all. I'm not minimizing what he did. He had the accident. Now, whose idea was it to say that she was driving?
Don't
look over there.
Okay.
Look over here.
That was my idea.
Your idea?
Yeah.
Now, why did you want her to lie to your mother, Rich?
So the insurance won't go up for them.
Now, with that in mind, why don't you think you're responsible for paying for that accident?
Because they took the risk of me driving the car because they allowed me to drive the car. That's why.
Now you're becoming irritating. Who was driving the car in an ice storm?
I was.
Who made the bad judgment to go and do a non-essential errand during an ice storm?
I did.
Who misjudged the road?
I did.
So who do you think ought to pay for the damage?
I think I should.
Right! There you go. There you go. Now, how much did it cost to fix that accident?
$348.73.
Okay. Now, Christina, my darling, a week after he had this accident and asked you to come up with this cock and bull story to give your mother and lie to your mother, you let him drive the car again.
Yes, he was supposed to go and get gas.
You let him drive the car again, all by himself. Tell me about what happened this time, Rich.
There was cars turning in from both lanes, and it's a busy street in the morning because of school. And I thought I saw an opening, so I tried to take it, and a Dodge Neon came and hit me.
So you misjudged oncoming traffic.
Yes.
Now, whose fault was that?
Mine again.
So let's go through the drill. Who was driving the car?
I was.
Who misjudged the oncoming traffic?
I did.
Who's responsible for the accident?
I was.
Who should pay for it?
Me.
At least he learns. Now, how much was it for that accident?
I have a deductible, and
How
here's
much?
my $500.
Okay, did you have it fixed?
Yes, I did.
So far, Rich.
Yes.
You owe Mrs. Fairbanks, not her fibbing daughter, but you owe Mrs. Fairbanks $848.73. Now, Christina, do you have a job?
I did.
Now, the next part of your lawsuit, you want him to pay for the increased insurance.
Yes.
He's not going to. You know who's going to pay for the increased insurance? You are. Because you let him drive the car. He's going to pay for the accidents. But your job is to reimburse your mother because it was your poor judgment letting him drive the car, especially the second time, because that was a bad accident, because he had already been in one accident. And as far as your mother knew, you were not letting him drive the car unless you were in it. That was a lie, and it was the wrong thing to do. There are consequences to your actions, and you're going to have to make up for that insurance if you want to drive a car. So go get a job, because he's not paying for that, but he is paying for $848 so far and 73 cents. Now, you want to give me this business about prom and what money you loaned to him?
He had my daughter come and ask me for money for prom because he was running low and he was going to be graduating in May.
So what did you say to your daughter?
I wrote her the check because I was assuming that he would pay me when he got his next paycheck.
So?
Because that's what they were telling me.
No, she. So far, I haven't heard anything from him. Go ahead.
And so they asked for that money, and I also paid for their boutonnieres and their corsages. He told us that we needed to go up and order them, and that when they came in, he would pay me.
Is that what you said?
No, I did not.
Ms. Fairbanks, forget the prom. $848.73, Rich,
Yes.
is what your responsibility is for wrecking this car. That's not their responsibility.
Yeah.
And Christina, sometimes when you do the wrong thing, other people suffer for it. You know who suffered for it? Your mother. You better make her whole. Get a job. That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $848.73. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I would have appreciated him just telling me that he was sorry.
I said sorry to her daughter.
It was always what...
Alicia Blanchard is suing her ex-boyfriend, 28-year-old Fred Bray, for a series of large loans. Fred claims Alicia tried to buy his love.
Order. All rise. Yeah, it's case number 449 on the calendar in the matter of Blanchard versus Bray.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Ms. Blanchard, the defendant used to be your boyfriend, and you claim a series of loans to him while he was out of work in the amount of $4,200. Mr. Bray says that you didn't make any loans to him. There was a time when you were taking out loans, you and your brother. You were pretty flush with cash, and you gave him a couple of $100 when he needed it, but that was about it. So, when did he become your boyfriend?
In September.
Of what year?
06.
Could you keep your voice up? I'm getting old. And when did you make the first loan to him?
September 20th of 06.
So as soon as you met him, he needed money?
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
And where do you live?
In Marysville, California.
Who do you live with?
I live with my parents.
Do you work?
Currently, I don't.
How do you support yourself?
My mother gives me money for gas to look for work, and that's it.
Who were you working for in September of 2006?
Singular Wireless cell phone company.
What were you doing for them?
I was a customer service rep.
For how long?
For 7 months.
What were you earning?
Around $2,000 a month.
Did you file tax returns last year?
Yes.
How much did you earn?
$11,000.
Where did you get $42 to $100 to lend to him?
From loan companies.
Show me.
Hey.
What are these check cashing things?
Those are payday advance companies. You go in, you write a check, and on your next payday, you pay them back.
Were you living at home when you were doing all of this stupidity?
Yes.
Well, tell me all about it. I'm really curious. All in September, September 29th, September 29th, October 2nd. So days after meeting him, you started giving him money, according to you.
Correct.
Yeah, and?
He actually worked as a loan agent when I had first met him. About a month after I'd met him, he had told me that he resigned from his job. He had told me he liked money coming in from different directions, that he wanted to borrow $200 in the beginning for a business license so he could help promote a rap group. He would help pay me back once he would receive that money for help promoting those groups.
And what if he didn't receive the money for helping to promote the groups?
He told me that was a for sure thing.
But nothing's for sure. Maybe he didn't get any money.
He told me it was a for sure.
How many different times do you claim that you gave him money?
10 different occasions.
10?
Yes.
And you're telling me that you never used any of this money yourself?
I did.
You did. That's what I thought. How much of the money that you took out in loans did you use yourself?
About $1,900.
Let's say $2,000. How much did you take out altogether?
Altogether around $5,000.
Altogether $5,000. You used $2,000 for yourself, which leaves $3,000 that you say you gave to him.
I used that money to pay back loans. I pulled
What
out
other
multiple
loans?
The loans that I had pulled out, I used that money to pay them. I would pull out a loan and then I would pay it back by pulling out another loan.
What I asked you, Miss Blanchard, was how much money of this money that you took out did you use for yourself?
About $900.
Well, first you told me it was $1,900.
That was the total of the money that I had used, but part of it was to pay back the loans, about $1,000. Around $1,000 was for myself.
And what did you do with the $1,000 that you took out yourself?
I was using it for gas and to live off of.
How do I know what you kept for yourself, to use for yourself? Who are you, the brother?
Yes, I am.
How much you gave to your brother of the loans you took out? Because you gave some money to him. We know that, right?
No, that didn't happen.
Yeah, sure you did. You took out some, you gave some to yourself, you gave some to him, and I think you gave him some. And you figured it would never catch up with you.
No, that's not what happened. My brother, I probably gave my brother about $100, if that.
Well, so now you gave him $100. He says you gave him nothing. Is he lying?
No. He's not lying.
Well, he
I
just said you
used
gave him nothing.
I
Is your
didn't.
I'm speaking. Is your sister lying?
No, she is not.
So she gave you money?
Not handed, but more like buying clothes, products.
With the money she borrowed?
Yeah, she has to pull out loans.
You acted like a big baby with the loans. That's what you did.
I thought I was going to help him.
You also helped yourself and you helped him. And now you want him to pay for the whole thing.
I don't want him to pay for anything, just what's rightfully owed to me.
Well, there's no way of telling that, madam. How am I going to tell that? You kept no records. There's no question in my mind, based upon what you finally told me, that you used some of the money yourself.
The defendant made sure every time that I met him that I was by myself and that I had gave him cash. He did that purposely so that there was no records kept. He knew what he was doing. He was a loan officer.
Listen to me, madam. All you have to do is give him a check.
He told me he didn't want a check.
I don't care what he said he wanted. All you had to do was give him a check. All you had to do was give him a money order. But what happened was you took out all of these loans, some money you spent on yourself, clothes, gas, eating out. Some money you spent on your brother, clothes, according to him, no records. So how do you expect me to figure out what it is that you gave to him when you don't know?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Every day for the rest of your life, you're going to open up your eyes and you're going to say, I met a woman who was smarter than I am. Every day I open my eyes. You got it?
Yes. And later today,
the state was supposed to pay that to me. They did not. She didn't tell me that they wouldn't pay all of that. It's her responsibility to pay.
It's not her responsibility.
How is it not her responsibility?
Because I say so.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Alicia Blanchard claims ex-boyfriend Fred Bray borrowed a large sum of money from her and never paid it back.
Now, see, I'm finished with her. Now I'm going to start with you.
All right.
Let's start out with this. How old are you, sir?
28.
Have you been married?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Have children?
Yes.
How many?
One.
That child live with you?
No.
You pay regular support?
Yes.
To whom?
To the mother.
Directly or through the court?
Through the courts.
Which court?
Sacramento.
Do they take the money out of your check or do you send it directly?
I send it directly.
Have you been in arrears?
Yeah.
You think I'm asking these questions because I'm just making them up as I go? I'm smarter than you will be every day that you open your eyes for the rest of your life, sir. Do you understand that? Do you understand where I'm going?
Yeah.
Every day for the rest of your life, you're going to open up your eyes and you're going to say, I met a woman who was smarter than I am. Every day I open my eyes. You got it?
Yes.
Now, you took advantage of Miss Blanchard financially. You're 28, married, divorced, child who you don't support, no job.
I do have a job.
She had a job. She had the ability to take out money. She gave you money. She also paid some of your bills. Right?
Yeah, she did.
That means, sir, that you took advantage of her because you contributed to this relationship. Zero, nada, nothing, nothing.
Right.
That I can see, at least. Whatever it is, it's well camouflaged. Now, all I want to know from you, sir, is there's no question in my mind that you borrowed money from her.
No, I didn't.
Mr. Bray, this is not a give and take situation, sir. There is no question in my mind that you borrowed money from her and you said, when I get it together, I'm going to give it back to you. When the deal comes through, I'm going to give it back to you. Did she pay your cell phone bill?
She did it willingly
Nope.
on her own.
I didn't ask you that. I said, did she pay your cell phone bill?
Yeah, she did 3 times.
And tell me how it came about, Mr. Bray. You see, I'm an ecumenical abuser, sir.
I'll tell you.
Tell me how it came about that she paid your cell phone
She
bill.
went in-
How much do you weigh?
205.
How much do you think she weighs? A lot less than you, right?
Yeah.
She's a lot younger than you are. She lives home with her parents, right? Where do you live?
I got my own place.
And you've been on your own for a long time.
Yeah.
You've been to court a couple of times.
Yeah.
So you're a lot more worldly than she is. Tell me how it came about that she paid your cell phone bill.
She went into, we go through the same cell phone company. She went in her own. I didn't even ask her to pay it. She would do it on her own, send me a text message like, hey, hon, it's me, Alicia. I paid your cell phone bill. And she did it up until November. I never told her to go and do
Just a
that.
second. I didn't ask you whether you told her. You know, believe it or not, Mr. Bray, I have had boyfriends in my life. I know that that sounds strange for you to conjure up, right? Strange. And unless one of them said to me, you know, I can't pay my phone bill or my phone bill's overdue or they're going to cut off my phone, I would never have known that they were overdue with their cell phone bill. So if something doesn't make sense, sir, it's not true. Do you get it? Now, you had no job and you had a cell phone. If you have no job, then you don't need a cell phone.
I had a job. I still have a job.
I thought you gave up your job as a loan officer, sir.
I'm a loan officer, so I get paid 100% commission. I didn't quit my job. I told her the market was slow at the time when we met.
So you weren't getting any money?
Yeah, I still had other ways of getting money, though.
How?
I did a lot of promotions for a lot of guys. I don't know if you ever see them guys. Everybody want to be a rap star now. So since they were out there trying to sell CDs, what I did is I started a promotion company. I would come up with ways to try to help these guys market themselves, going into different clubs.
And you made a living at that?
No, it was something brand new that I just started at the time.
Money for the cell phone. Where did you get it from?
She paid it on her own. She really did, on her own.
Listen to me. The attraction, I hardly understand. Quite frankly. You have somebody of marginal intelligence who has no money, who has the responsibility of a child that he doesn't support, encumbered by a lot of things, including the fact that he's no stranger to the court system. All of these things. And you're a 21-year-old girl who lives at home with her parents. I don't get it. Must be a well-kept secret. In any event, you did a very stupid thing. How many times did you pay a cell phone bill? Three? What were the bills?
$50.
Each time?
Yes.
Okay. And how much money did she give you, sir? Not loan you. How much money did she give you?
I'll say about 16.
1,600?
Yeah.
Okay. So far, sir, by your own statement, we have $1,750. 3 months of phone bills and $1,600 in loans. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm going to make it an even 2,500. How's that? Pick on somebody your own size, why don't you? You know, you used to taking advantage of women?
And take advantage of her.
Sure
Get it on
you
her
did.
own.
Sure you did. You think you could pull that baloney on me? Listen, look at this face. You think you could pull that baloney on me? You think you could pull that baloney on somebody who was worldly? You know?
I didn't pull anything.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't pull anything.
Mr. Bray, I don't get you at all. She does, that was her problem. You owe her $2,500. Get rid of the smile and pay the lady, that's all.
Parties are excused, you may step out.
He was a smooth talker.
The money was never borrowed, the money was given to me.
He wanted to pursue a relationship with me.
She wanted to be in a relationship that we were never in.
For every other woman that knows him, watch your back.
I think it was a hard lesson learned, and maybe she won't do it again with someone else.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Christopher versus Dixon. Step forward, please.
Charnita Christopher is suing her former friend and child care provider, Vashni Dixon, for her share of money paid to Vashni by the state. Vashni is countersuing for unpaid child care fees.
Miss Christopher, Miss Dixon was a friend of yours.
Yes,
and it is
ma'am.
your claim that at some point she needed some assistance, you needed some assistance with child care, and the state was paying for your child care costs.
Yes,
You engaged Miss Dixon to watch your children with the following arrangement, that she would share those child care responsibilities with your aunt, and then they would split the check. It is your claim that when Miss Dixon got the check, she kept the whole check for herself, and you want half the check so that you can give it to your aunt.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Dixon says that there was no aunt, that she watched the children, but that you wanted her to split the county check. You would keep half, and she would keep half, and she felt that that was very unfair since she had the responsibility of watching the children. She has a counterclaim, and her counterclaim is nonsense. Her counterclaim wants you to pay the difference between what the county paid for child care and what she thinks she deserves for child care, the overage, because that's what it says in the contract from the state. Well, that's not the contract you had with her, Miss Dixon.
When she told me, we made the agreement.
Miss Dixon, that wasn't your agreement that she was going to pay you extra.
She was supposed to pay me $4 an hour. The state was supposed to pay that to me. They did not. She didn't tell me that they wouldn't pay all of that. It's her responsibility to pay.
It's not her responsibility.
How is it not her responsibility?
Because I say so. Because that wasn't your contract with her. Now, how many children do you have?
3.
How long have you been receiving child care money from the state for the 3 children?
Approximately a year.
Starting when?
It started again March 27th of 06.
And where were you working in March?
I wasn't working. It was for me to be able to look for employment at the time.
Well, did you find employment?
I found employment July 3rd. I was hired at Glamour Shots.
So you're telling me from March 27th until July 3rd, the state was paying you to look for a job?
Yes.
To watch
Yes,
your children?
Yes, ma'am.
When did she start to babysit for you?
August 7th, 2006.
And where were you working at that time?
I wasn't working.
Well, what happened to the job that you started in July?
Oh, August, Glamour Shots. I'm sorry, Glamour Shots.
Are you still working there?
No, ma'am.
When did you stop working there? It's very easy to find out by calling them. When did you stop?
August 15th. I have my check stubs.
All right, so you worked there for a month?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you leave there?
Because they weren't giving me enough hours.
Well, so you left that job because they weren't giving you enough hours and you went to a situation where you weren't working at all?
Yes, ma'am. There was a lot of other issues with that job.
So the county wasn't really getting a great bang for their buck by paying for your 3 children for daycare while you're looking for a job, and you had a job for a total of 1 month when you quit because they weren't giving you enough hours. Something doesn't sound right there, Miss Christopher. So she started working August 7th, and now a week later you're not working. So what are you doing when she's watching your children?
Out looking for work.
What does that mean?
I have to go to the workforce center, and they work with me to help me look for work.
Well, how many days a week do you go to the center?
It could be 4, sometimes 5.
Could it be 3?
It depends on what my job counselor...
When did you go to work?
Where did I go to work?
When? First is when.
I haven't. I'm looking for work right now. My children are not in child care right now at all.
So she started to work on August 7th. And when did you stop working?
I left her house on September 4th, I believe.
So you were there for 4 weeks?
Yeah.
How many hours a day did you watch the children, or did you live in her house?
She'd leave around maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, and she wouldn't get back till like 8 o'clock at night.
What about this aunt? Do you know anything about an aunt?
I never heard anything about her aunt watching her kids before this.
Where's the aunt?
She's at home.
She's not here?
No.
Well, how do you expect to prove to me that somebody else babysat for your children?
I have the proof.
Show me. What kind of proof are you showing me?
Oh, it's the hours that my aunt kept the children. She typed this up. She has a license.
I don't accept that, Miss Christopher. That's hearsay.
Okay. Well, that's what I have.
Well, your case is dismissed. My dear, she got a check for watching your children. You have no proof that somebody else watched your children. Ridiculous. Your case is dismissed, that's all. So is your counterclaim. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Vashni knows that she did not keep my children for those days, and she knows that.
She's a liar, and I don't appreciate liars.
Carl is suing customer Tim Nesh for skipping out on the bill from a bachelor party. Tim says his party fled the club after a fight broke out.
Order. All rise. Yeah, it's case number 522 on the calendar in the matter of Gaon versus Nesh.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, huh?
Mr. Gall, you own some sort of a club establishment, and the defendant made a bachelor party there. According to your complaint, he still owes you several $1,000s for his bar tab.
Yes.
The defendant says that he paid you $900, I believe. That's what you...
He charged it, but we're disputing it.
Did you pay him $900?
He charged it without our consent, but we're disputing it, ma'am.
You owe him money.
No.
Yeah, sure you do. Hey, did you go there?
Yes.
How many people went there in your party?
About 30.
So you expect to go there and drink for nothing?
No, but I expect...
Okay, so then you owe him some money.
No.
Mr. Nash,
Yes.
let me explain something to you, sir. At the end of this case, there is going to be a judgment in favor of the plaintiff for a certain amount of money. I don't know how I'm going to be able to reconstruct exactly what you owe him, but you had a bachelor party there, you drank his liquor, you used his establishment, and you are going to pay him. You do understand that?
Not all 30 people drink, though.
Mr. Nash, I'm going to tell you something, sir.
Yes, sir.
At my age, I know enough about bachelor parties that everybody had something to drink.
He didn't.
Everybody.
Maybe some water.
Well, he's entitled to be paid for water that somebody drinks at his club.
Okay.
Now, you had 30 people at this bachelor party. What were the financial arrangements, Mr. Garl, with regard to the per-person charge, exclusive of alcohol?
The party was set up for January 13th with Christina and Tim.
Christina, stand up.
Christina is my event coordinator for...
Okay, event coordinator Christina, who has a last name which is?
Perez.
How much were you charging per person to come into the club?
$10.
So that's $300 if he had 30 people.
Correct.
Now, did you ask for a guest list?
Yes, I did.
When did you ask for a guest list?
At the time that we arranged the party.
And what did Mr. Nesh say?
that he wouldn't be providing a guest list because he wasn't sure how many guests he would be bringing to the club on January 13th at the bachelor party.
Well, how did you expect Mr. Nash to figure out how many people were going to be charged for the $10 entrance fee?
We did a head count on the way in.
And how many were there?
30.
You have a list of those 30?
I don't know.
How many were there?
Over 40.
There was more like 55.
That's because they're letting people in on their own. So.
Just a second.
At 40, we quit counting.
If he acknowledges 30, there were at least 40. Okay.
Wow.
Shh. You may not lose this whole thing, Mr. Nash, but don't start on the wrong side with me, sir.
Okay.
When you use somebody's business, you have to be prepared to pay for it.
It should also protect you as well. I mean, they should let people in with knives.
Mr. Nash?
Go ahead.
If you choose to have a bachelor party with 40 people, sometimes things get out of hand. Was this the only place you were going that evening?
Yes.
And you started out there?
Yes.
What time?
About 10:30, 11.
What time did they get to your place?
11:30.
What time did they leave?
Their party started a ruckus about, it was about 1:40.
And what was the financial arrangement with regard to the booze?
They wanted to be VIPs, come in, and they were going to take care of everything at the end of the night.
Do you have a contract with them?
Yes, we do.
I'd like to see it, please. What do you do for a living, Mr. Nash?
I own a car audio business.
So you're a businessman?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign this?
Yes.
Good. Did you present him with a bill?
Yes, we did. The next morning,
What was the bill?
the bill was $2,297.
Okay. So, Mr. Nash, you are a businessman. You signed this contract. The contract says, no guest list, walk in. Christina will take a head count and give it to Audie. Who's Audie?
Audie is the bar manager.
You said the price per bottle is $100 and up, depending upon selection. Private cocktail waitress was $100. You said number of guests 20 to 30, but you agreed that she would do the head count at the door.
We both came up at the same number at the club.
No, what I'm
I was
telling-
with her when she was doing the head count.
And what was the number you came up with?
30. And she was letting people in, and I tell her that these people aren't with us. I actually had to bring the people back and have them pay them cash. And she still counted them afterwards, after the couple days that went by.
You could have modified this contract and said, Christina, and what's your first name?
Tim.
Tim will do a head count at the door. That's not what you said. You said Christina, that's her, will do a head count at the door. You said you were going to pay the waitress and you were going to pay the bar tab.
Okay.
So?
But did you see the rest of it that says that it'll have a mid-VIP section blocked off as well?
The entire mid-VIP section.
That's what brought the bar tab up to some outrageous amount that he's asking for.
Well, tell me why, sir.
Because it's supposed to be sectioned off as per the contract. People are coming in and out as they please, drinking our drinks, ordering on our tab, bottles that we don't even drink, alcohol that we don't even drink. So it's coming to our table that we're ended up getting asked to pay. So that's not our thing. He should have had it blocked off and should have checked people walking in and out.
Well, when you say blocked off, how was it separated? How were your
It's a
30 to
midsection.
40 people separated?
Because it's a separate section from the rest of the club.
Okay.
It's supposed to be sectioned off on the sides, which it wasn't.
Well, what did you expect them to do?
Maybe stand somebody there at the door, maybe chain it off. Just as it says, blocked off, it's not blocked off.
How did you block it off?
They were offered private security at $100 per person, and they refused. Being that it was a bachelor party, I ended up putting a security person on either end, which they tipped $100 to each security person to go out to the dance floor and bring girls to their private party.
Oh, were you there? Did you see that?
Yes, I
Just
was.
a second.
I'm in that club every weekend, and I was standing right there.
That's cute.
And Tim actually complained to me about one of the girls dancing with one of my security guys at the entrance of their blocked off area.
Did you actually observe women from the dance floor being escorted to the midsection VIP area?
Al, which I think is Tim's cousin, was actually asked to get back in the bar from my security because he was out front bringing people in from the outside from the line inside, which we didn't charge. I mean, after 40 people, we stopped charging them, but it got ridiculous that they were inviting so many people in from the outside. And
Men or women?
women.
Who's Al?
He's my cousin.
Al the procurer?
No. Al Nesh.
You see?
I
Good.
just like you, that's
I'm
all.
interesting, right? I'm interesting.
You are.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't answer your questions.
That's not fair, though.
You want fair?
I was just wondering
You
if
want
judge
fair?
was supposed to be fair.
In Washington, D.C., in the Supreme Court, you get fair. Here, you get me.
And later today,
I had to sell not only that ring, but some other items that I had for
I don't believe
my
you.
bills.
I think you're a liar. That's what I think.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Club owner Clark Garl claims former customer Tim Nesh skipped out on a $2,000 tab for a bachelor party.
When you say there were 30 to 40 guests, Mr. Nesh, listen to me very carefully, sir. The 30 to 40 guests that were yours, were they all guys?
No.
How many women?
Maybe 6, 7 girls.
Ooh, yeah, right. You want to know something, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I never remember. I have sons, I have son-in-laws. They never invite women to their bachelor party.
But can I give you...
They end up there,
Hey.
but they don't come as invited guests. Al, the procurer, may have gone outside and brought some women in to dance. Stop laughing, because it's not helping him. He's going to be angry after you leave that you heard his case. Do you understand?
I'm just smiling.
Do you understand?
Can I ask you something?
No, you can't ask me anything, sir, because you know why?
Why?
I have spent a lifetime in this profession so that I don't have to answer your questions. You have to answer my questions. I don't answer your questions.
That's not fair, though. I thought a judge was supposed to be fair.
You want fair?
I was just wondering if
You
a
want
judge was
fair?
supposed to be fair.
In Washington, D.C., in the Supreme Court, you get fair. Here you get me. Now, Mr. Nesh, listen to me very carefully, sir. If you said to me, listen, there were other people that were left in the VIP section that were not part of our party and they got some drinks, and you were reasonable with the club.
Oh, I was.
And reasonable with the club and said, listen, let's come up with a figure that I can live with. We had 40 people there that came in, and maybe we brought in another 10, 15 women because we were all dancing, you know, and the women were also drinking. So maybe in total we were 50 people. Times 10 is $500. Now let's say each one of them drank $20 worth. That's an easy, right? You can drink $20 worth in 2 hours. You drank the water.
I drank cranberry juice.
You drank, well, cranberry juice, very good for you. Very good for you, also expensive. At a club, sometimes you can pay the same thing for a cranberry juice as you can for a beer.
Especially at this club where they rip you off.
Then you shouldn't have gone there. That's not his problem. Find someplace else to go. But I would say that minimally, at a bachelor party that arrives at 11:30 and leaves 2 hours later, that everybody has one drink an hour at $10 a drink. That's $20 a person. $20 times 50 people, $1,000 plus $500 entrance fee. That's $1,500. Now, if you had said to him, listen, Mr. Garl, we didn't have a good time. Somebody came in, took a knife, we had to leave, whatever the problem was, I'm prepared to give you $1,500. However, they put a $900 tab on your bill, and you just told me that you're contesting that, that you don't owe them anything. That's unreasonable, Mr. Nash.
No, it's not.
How much did they offer you to resolve this?
They wanted to take $650 off of the bar tab because they said that they didn't drink tequila, they didn't like tequila.
What was the whole tab that you have?
The whole tab of theirs is $22.97.
And they just wanted, uncross your arms.
No.
And they just wanted to take off $600?
And $50.
So they wanted to give you $1,700.
Yeah.
And what did you say to them?
I said this wasn't Mexico, it's not negotiable.
What does Mexico have to do with it? Why are you so racist
Well,
about that?
I'm not racist about
What's
it.
wrong
But
with this guy?
I actually had a conversation about them putting a car stereo in a car and then somebody saying they would obviously either remove it, but this is a situation where we can't.
But if I put something in someone's car that didn't ask for it, right? Just like as you put drinks on my tab that I didn't ask for, I'm going to take it out and I'm going to apologize to the customer for doing that.
The problem is, sir, when you make a party, how many bachelor parties have you made?
Have I made?
Yeah.
This is my first one.
Okay. Well, then maybe you need a little bit of an education. When you make any kind of a party, a function, and you have what they call an open bar, they're going to give you a bill at the end of the evening.
I'm familiar with that.
It's sort of understood that if you have an open bar, that you're going to have to trust the establishment or don't make the party. What?
Just want to say something, you're not going to get mad.
I don't guarantee you I'm not going to get mad.
All right.
I'm here because I get mad. What?
Big differences between an open bar and an ordering when you're at the club is I did the ordering myself, so I know what I ordered.
You didn't order for all these people, especially for the
All these
procurers
people are people that we're hanging out with all the time.
No, listen to me.
But I know
listen
who
to
I'm
me.
hanging out
Cousin
with.
procurer went out and brought in girls
But that's
to
not
dance.
true. That's you just taking his word.
I am taking his word. You want to know why?
Tell
I'm
me.
taking his word, sir, because it's a bachelor party.
But it's not a
That's
bachelor.
what they do. You wanted to have a Tupperware party, you should have stayed home.
I know.
You owe $2,200. Pay the bill and don't make any more parties. You don't know how to do it. That's all.
Can I ask something for you?
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I hope this guy's club goes out of business soon.
I would never do business with them again.
These guys don't check the people coming into their club. You know what I mean? I could have rolled out with a gun and no one would have checked anything out.
It seemed to be his group that was the fight.
Unfortunately, yeah, I made a bad decision.
I think he has a champagne taste with a beer budget.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Matthews versus Hadsall. Step forward, please.
24-year-old Thomas Matthews is suing his ex-fiancée, 29-year-old Janice Hadsall, for the return of the engagement ring. Janice claims she sold the ring to pay bills.
Mr. Matthews, according to your complaint, you and the defendant became engaged.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
bought her a ring. You were supposed to move into a new townhouse.
Yes.
So far, that's correct. Is that right?
No, Thomas and I had never gotten engaged.
According to your complaint, you bought her an engagement ring.
Yes.
And you wanted to move into a townhouse. In order to do that, you had to break your lease. You paid the bills to do that, to break the lease.
Yes.
So that you could move into this new townhouse together.
Yes.
After you paid those bills, you found out that Miss Hadsall was sort of friendly with her ex-husband again. Are you now living in the townhouse, sir?
Yes.
And is living in the townhouse with the ex-husband, which was facilitated through your paying the bills to get her out of her old lease.
Correct.
That's
So
not
you
true.
want two things. You want the engagement ring back, and you want the bills that you paid.
Yes.
Let's talk about the ring first.
Okay.
You have it?
No, I don't.
Where is it?
Well, when Thomas and I was supposed to move in the townhome, he agreed to help me with the bills and the utilities and stuff like that. When he and I had split up or broken up, that I had to sell not only that ring, but some other items that I had for
I don't believe
my
you.
bills.
I think you're a liar. I think you just didn't bring it because you didn't want to give it to me. That's what I think. How much was the ring?
$2,069.56.
Describe it to me.
It was white gold. I believe it was 1.5 carats.
You have the bill for it?
Yes.
Well, that's what Kay Jewelers calls it, an engagement ring. And Kay Jewelers doesn't lie. Talk and talk fast.
We had started dating. We moved into an apartment together. We didn't like the apartment that we had gotten. He and I had some problems. We decided that after we were going to move out of the apartment together, that we went ahead and split up, and he moved out immediately into his parents' home. We had talked about, before we moved into the townhome, possibly getting back together. The day after we got back together, he told me to meet him at the apartment, that he had a gift for me. When he showed up at my place, he gave me the ring. And I told him, you do understand that we just got back together, that we're not getting engaged? He said, that's fine. He had asked me, when do you think would be a good time to get engaged? And I told him, not even for a year from now.
You're
And
not
he
a
said that
nice
was
person.
fine.
You're not a nice person. Because whether you said it or not, bottom line is, you're old enough to know what an engagement ring looks like. And if you accept it, and if later you go back to your ex-husband, you be a nice person, and you give him back his ring so he doesn't feel like a fool. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Sometimes in a relationship, you are either the dumper or the dumpee. You got dumped on. The second part of your claim is that you got dumped on because you paid the bills to get her out of a lease so that she could move into a place that she really liked. And she did move into a place she really liked, only not with you. That's something that's not nice, but it's not something that's actionable in a court.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
When you filed for divorce against ex-husband, were you the plaintiff or defendant?
The plaintiff.
And what did you allege in the action for divorce? Don't say You remember. What were the grounds for divorce?
He had an alcohol problem.
So he was abusive?
Not physically abusive, mentally abusive.
He was abusive, right?
Yes.
Because when you have an alcohol problem, you're not only abusive to you, you're abusive to your children, right?
Not technically.
Oh, not technically.
No.
No. How do you think I'm so smart? You think he doesn't have an alcohol problem now?
No.
You don't think that?
No, I don't.
And you brought him back into the lives of your children.
Yes, I did.
That makes you doubly stupid. But that's your prerogative. Meanwhile, you owe him $2,070 for the engagement ring since it's not here. That's all. Step out.
Parties are excused.
Thomas and her husband Jason are suing Tanya's mother, Kathy McAfee, for making false charges to Child Protective Services.
Yeah, this is case number 575 on the calendar in the matter of Thomas versus McAfee.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
This is your mother, Miss Thomas, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And this is your boyfriend?
This is my husband.
When were you married?
February 15th of 2007.
You have one child?
I have a daughter and he has a son.
You have one child?
Yes.
And it is your claim that your mother made false allegations against the two of you to Child Protective Services. You consider that defamation and you want her to be responsible for paying you damages. Your mother says that she really had the primary responsibility for a long time in raising your daughter, until recently. And when you married and when you took up residence with Mr. Thomas, she had legitimate concerns over the child's welfare based upon things that the child told her. You and Mr. Thomas were married February 15th?
Mm-hmm.
How old is your daughter?
She's now 3.
How long have you and Mr. Thomas been living together?
Almost about maybe 7 months.
Did your daughter live with your mother?
No, she did not. I lived with my mother for a short time and her and I lived there together.
When was that?
That was off and on from the time she was born. We lived together from 04 to 05 and then a couple months in 05. And then last March of 06, we moved back into my mom. And I moved out into my brother's house of June of 06.
So you were in and out of your mother's home for substantial periods of time with your daughter?
Yes.
Without Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Were you working?
Off and on I was, yes, I did.
When you were working, who watched your daughter?
I had a friend of mine, her name is Ruthie.
What about your mother? Shh, just a second. I'll get to you in a second. What about your mother? Did she ever watch your daughter?
Yes, off and on.
Of course. When I ask you a question, I'm supposed to get an answer, not what you think you would like the reality to be, but what the actual reality was, Miss Thomas. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
So when you went to work, who watched your daughter?
My mom and...
Okay. You get where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Did you leave your mother's house on good terms?
Yes, I did.
Is that right?
Yes, she did.
Good.
And I had Abby at the time. When she moved in with her brother Joe, I still continued to have Abby so that she could work.
In June of 06, Abby, who was the child, was living with you?
Yes.
Until when?
I had sometimes she'd go home on the weekends with her mom, but most of the time I had her Monday through Friday, sometimes on the weekends, clear up until Tuesday, September 12th.
What happened on Tuesday, September 12th?
They had Abby for the weekend.
Who's they?
Tanya and Jason. And when I went to set Abby on the potty, because I was potty training her, Abby started crying and jumped off the toilet and held herself. And so I pulled her pants up, I got her something, a snack, and I went out on the swing on our deck and sat there to talk to her. She wanted to play games and sing songs. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. So then when Tanya come on Thursday to pick Abby up, I said, Tanya, have you noticed a difference in Abby's potty training? She said, yes, I want to talk to you about that. She said, when I come home on Saturday, Abby was sitting in her room cross-legged and she was crying. I asked her what happened and she said, Jason. So she said when Jason come out of the bathroom, that he said that Abby was crying because she couldn't get in to go to the bathroom. And I said, well, Tanya, do you think anything with that? And Tanya got mad and she said, no, there you are, your crazy mind and your stupid things, there you go. She got in her car and she left.
That was September 12th?
Yes, well, September 14th.
Okay.
And then on September 15th, she came to pick Abby up. And she kept trying to get Abby to go with her, and Abby wouldn't go with her. And finally, Tanya said, we'll go to McDonald's. And Abby was riding her bicycle, or tricycle, and she said, Mama, you go to McDonald's and bring it back. And so Tanya got Abby and took her home with her. Come Monday, I got sick, and I was sick for 9 or 10 days. And my sister Becky called me from Fort Wayne to know what was going on. I told her. And she said, you need to make a report.
You made a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. That you thought that there was something that was potentially problematic.
Right.
Okay. The question I have for you, Miss Thomas, is your mother called to make a report to Child Protective Services because of something that your daughter had said to her.
My daughter's only 2 at the time.
Doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
She's very smart.
Doesn't make any difference. I believe that based upon whatever little bits your daughter said to her, your mother had what she perceived to be a legitimate concern. What?
I have paperwork here of the police report that she made that says she waited 2.5 weeks to make this allegation.
Right. She just told me that.
I was sick.
She just told me that, Mr. Thomas. You think that that mitigates the problem? She tried to get her daughter involved, and her daughter got angry and left. That's what she told me. She said first she reported it to her daughter.
My mom did not report it to me at all.
Yes, she did, Miss Thomas. She said to you, have you had any trouble potty training Abby? She didn't report it to you that way. She was trying to be more subtle. Maybe she had to hit you over the head with her concerns. Mr. Thomas, you have children?
Yes, I do. I have custody of my son.
How long have you had custody of your son?
4 years now.
How old is he?
He'll be 7 next month.
Your mother-in-law says that you acknowledged that you put some hot sauce on Abby's fingers because she was putting her fingers in her mouth. Is that true?
I did one time, yes.
You can't do that, Mr. Thomas. That's not your prerogative.
I understand that. I went
Well,
over
you
that.
understand that now, but you think that that might be the cause of concern by her grandmother?
Well, I see where she would have concern there.
So, I want to see the report that you say that she made to the police.
I also have the CPS report if you'd like to see that.
I absolutely would. Okay. Your mother reported that she believes her 2-year-old granddaughter is being abused by her daughter and a boyfriend. She advised that she has watched her granddaughter and observed significant change since her daughter became involved with her new boyfriend. So, why does your 2.5-year-old bite her fingers?
It was just a habit that she started.
No,
to
no,
do.
no, no, no. That's ridiculous. That's not a habit. That's as a result of something else. Okay. Children don't bite their fingers unless there's a problem.
Your Honor, she had also started to stutter, where she never did before.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
These men had come to my house, and they had said that my mom had made allegations. I was a child abuser. I'm not a child abuser.
Oh, stop.
And later today,
You picked him.
I know.
I didn't
Never
pick him.
again.
I wouldn't have picked him. I guarantee you, I would not have picked him.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tanya and Jason Thomas are suing Tanya's mother, Kathy McAfee, for making false charges to Child Protective Services. Jason says Kathy accused him of physically abusing his stepdaughter.
Mr. Thomas, I'll hear the rest of what you have to tell me.
Okay, this all began when I started to buy a house from her son.
There you go. You bring that up. That has nothing to do with it.
Just don't speak.
Her son, Joey, came to me and wanted me to buy a house. They knew I was already pre-approved to buy a home, so I decided I was going to go ahead and buy this house. We closed on the house on September 13th. Now, on the closing of this house, Joey had told me that he was going to give me some money back on closing because the house wasn't in all that great a shape. So he was going to show up on the 15th. On the 14th is when we picked up Abby from her house.
15th. Sorry.
Don't speak again.
Okay.
Now, on the 17th, Joey showed up at my house. I work third shift. He shows up at my house at 11 o'clock at night. He avoided me the whole weekend.
Could you get to the point, Mr. Thomas, please?
Okay, well, he showed up after I went to work, and he brought two of his brothers, or one of his brothers and his dad, and I filed trespass warnings against him. And on the 26th, I filed a small claims court case against Joey.
I'm not hearing anything, sir.
I'm getting there.
Well,
And
get there fast.
on the 15th, she calls and threatens us about the CPS thing.
I did not.
No. Mr. Thomas, what do you mean she calls and threatens you about this CPS thing?
Well, she just out of the blue.
No. Did you speak to her?
Her daughter.
What did you say to your mother, and what did your mother say to you?
She called on the phone, and I answered it. And this was right.
Look at me.
This was right after the police came to our house. My mom called. She was yelling.
Police came to your house about what?
About my brother's, the confrontation.
Okay, so there was a confrontation between your brother and your husband.
I was trying to prevent confrontation, and that's why I had called the police.
Go ahead.
And my mom had called, and I answered the phone, and she was cussing and hollering, and I'm like, what, what's going on? And then she was mad at me for calling the police on my brothers.
So?
And I said, I understand that, Mom. And I was trying to tell her, I said, I know how my brothers are. They like fighting. And I said, I only did that to protect my family. I did not want no fighting there because my kids were there. And she was still mad and cussing and hollering. And that's when she said, well, I'm going to get you for child abuse and everything. And she hung up.
Oh, you're under oath.
And she hung up.
No.
And then it was October 2nd. Policemen had come to my house. And they had said that my mom had made allegations I was a child abuser.
No, your mother made allegations. Let me be very, very clear to you. You've already acknowledged that you permitted him to discipline this child in a way that I believe is inappropriate. I believe that your mother tried to talk to you well before this, when you came to pick up your daughter way back in September, about your daughter's potty training, and you left. That did happen, did it not?
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. I don't think she said the word abuse. I believe she said to you, having difficulty potty training Abby.
She never came to me about it, I swear.
She didn't come to you. You were at her house.
I came to her house on the 14th to pick up my daughter. My daughter was fine. My daughter left with me fine. I'm not a child abuser.
Let me ask you this question. Did your daughter ever say that she wanted to stay at your mother's house and you said, we'll go and get McDonald's?
No.
That never happened
No,
either.
we were going home. I took her home, but we never went to McDonald's or nothing.
No, I didn't say that you go to McDonald's. I said, did you say to your daughter, we'll go and get McDonald's?
No.
Yes, I did, Tanya.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Anything else you want to say to me, Mr. Thomas? I'm still listening to you, sir.
I just don't understand how these allegations could be made. She made allegations that she abused her granddaughter when she was an infant. She waited, almost 2 years to make this allegation.
No.
She waited almost 2.5 weeks to make that. Child molesting to me, Your Honor, is a very serious thing. Very serious.
And very subjective sometimes, Mr. Thomas.
I don't understand.
Well, I'll explain it to you, sir. When Child Protective Services takes a report, they say, well, has there ever been any indication historically that a parent acted in either a neglectful or abusive way to a child? What she said was her daughter shoved Abby when she was little. What she's really complaining about, and she was, oh, stop it. What she's really complaining about now is that her daughter is taking a passive role, not protecting her child. She's not claiming that her daughter physically abused her. The report says, sir, that you physically abused her once, that you acknowledge, by putting stuff on her hands to prevent her from biting her hands, which is an unnatural thing for a 2-year-old to do. You acknowledge that.
Yes.
And the second is, she believed that there was some question as to whether or not her granddaughter was being abused in another physical way. And she has an absolute responsibility to report that.
So why didn't she do it right away? That's my question.
Because I'm answering your question, even though there's no basis for me to have to answer your questions. She tried to resolve, at least looking into the matter, with her daughter, who is emotional.
That was a lie, Your Honor.
No, I don't believe that, sir.
It was a lie.
I don't believe it. It's my job to figure out what's the truth and what's not, and who's telling the truth and who's not. And I'm telling you, your wife's statement to me is not truthful. All I have to say to you is you have to keep a very vigilant eye. You have one responsibility, and your one responsibility is to your daughter. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
I don't know who he is. I assume he's a nice man. But if the person who has been caring for your child more than anybody else other than you says to you, I have a question as to whether or not this little girl is being adequately cared for when you're not around, you have to watch that and not complain about it. And you certainly don't sue her about it. I would sue her if she didn't file the complaint. The fact that the Department of Child Protective Services chose to resolve this matter without even having the child physically examined is bizarre, to say the least. Bizarre. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm sorry that she's upset, but, I had to do what I had to do because I tried to talk to her, and I have to worry about my granddaughter.
My mom said that I was a child abuser. And I'm not.
That woman's a liar.
I swear to God, I'm not a child abuser. My daughter loves me.
She won't let me see her, but whether I can see Ivy anymore or not, it doesn't matter. It matters that he doesn't do anything, or whoever done it doesn't do anything.
I'm the most hated son-in-law in the country, I'm sure.
If I was a bad mom, I wouldn't have her right now.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ernsdorf Lefebvre versus Del Campo. Step forward.
27-year-old Lauren Ernsdorf and her mother, Carla Lefebvre, are suing Lauren's ex-boyfriend, 21-year-old Alex Del Campo, for a loan for clothes, a bounce check, and damage to her car.
Okay, this used to be your boyfriend. This is your mother. You claim he owes you some money for some old loans, and he also borrowed some money from your mother.
Yes.
Okay, you say that he owes you for car damage.
Yes.
Did you damage her car?
Yeah, I did.
And you want $100 for that?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate that that's what it's going to cost to fix it?
I paid for it, and I have the receipt.
Fine. Is that a fair amount, sir, $100?
Yeah.
Great. Then you say that you paid for some clothes for him.
Yes.
Your mother did.
We both did.
And the clothes were $255.
Yes.
Do you have the clothes?
Actually, yes, I do, and the photo shoot never occurred, therefore the clothes are in returnable condition.
So why didn't you return them?
I've asked her to come pick them up, but she doesn't want them.
That's not true.
So then you owe her $255.16, so I suggest you wear the clothes or do whatever you want, sell them. Go put them on eBay. $255. That brings us to a grand total of $355. Then you said he wrote you a check for $600, but there was insufficient funds to cover the check. So you want that $600 plus the $355 that he owes you. But I don't understand what the $600 is.
It's for the time Alex and I were dating. He borrowed a lot of money from me.
Like what?
Well, he was driving without a license, and I didn't know that, and he got pulled over in my car. And end of January, he told me he was working and he had money, and he was trying to work things back out with me. So he gave me $600 to try to say, oh, I'm doing better, I'm working now. Because the whole time we were together, he never had a job longer than 2 weeks.
You picked him.
I know, and I know.
I didn't
Never
pick
again.
him. I wouldn't have picked him. I guarantee you, I would not have picked him.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know what you were thinking either. Why did you give her a check for $600?
Well, she was like overdrawn in her account, so I decided to help her out, my check bounced, and that's it.
Just a second.
No.
Listen. Shh. Do you think that I believe what you just said to me?
There's nothing else for me to say, though. I gave her the money, but I just didn't have it.
What did you give her the money for?
So she can be out of it being in debt. She was overdrawn. I don't know how much money she was overdrawn, and she said $600 to help her.
Tell me how you knew she was overdrawn.
Because she told me and she showed me.
Show me.
I don't have anything.
Did you ever tell him that you were overdrawn in your account?
No, I told him I needed help. I needed him to start repaying the loans.
Does that sound right to you, sir?
No, it doesn't sound right at all. I owe her mother money. That's who I owe money to. I don't feel that I owe Miss Ernsdorf anything.
Tell me why.
Because we were dating at the time, and she decided to sue me way after. And throughout the times that we were together and everything, she didn't ask me for any money. She didn't ask me for anything, and I was paying her mom at the time. 2 money orders that I gave her mother of exactly $400. That's all I've paid off.
For what?
For the DMV that her mother paid.
Okay, her mother paid for the motor vehicles problem that you had.
Yeah, exactly.
How much did you pay?
I gave him a little over $800.
So you still owe her mother $400?
Yeah.
And you owe her $100 to fix the car. You've already agreed with that.
Absolutely.
And you owe $255 for the clothes, which I believe that you owe her because you have the clothes with the tags on them. Go sell them.
All right.
Good. Now, how much did the bank charge you for his bad check?
$30.
That's $785.
Okay.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I owe her what I owe her, and I decided, that's it.
Bail bondsman Aaron McAllister is suing former client Elena Zadevich for unpaid bail money. Elena says Aaron was supposed to let her work off the bond.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 483 on the calendar in the matter of McAllister versus Zadevich.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated.
What were you arrested for, Mr. Zadevich?
I was arrested on false charges of domestic violence that my ex filed against me.
I didn't ask you whether they were true or not true. I asked, what were you arrested for?
I was arrested on allegations of domestic violence.
Was it the first time you were arrested?
Yes.
Look at me. Was
Yes.
it the first time you were arrested? The answer is either yes or no.
No.
Better. When was the first time you were arrested?
Several years ago.
Having nothing to do with domestic violence.
Has something to do with domestic violence.
So you have 2 arrests for domestic violence?
That's correct.
Was it the same complainant in each case?
Different.
Different. Okay. You are a bail bondsman?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is your claim that you received a call from the defendant in jail. You responded. You bailed her out of jail. At her request, she promised to pay for the bond. She did not. You want your money.
Yes.
Defendant says you're a sleazy bail bondsman and she's not paying you.
Correct.
When did you receive the call?
Sometime in the middle of the night from the county jail.
What night? I'm not Karnak. What night would
I'm
you
sorry.
like to tell me it is?
July the 15th.
In the middle of the night. You were home?
Correct. In bed.
How did you get his number?
It was posted on the wall in the county jail.
You have your home number posted in the wall in county jail?
No, ma'am. It's an office number that forwards to my cell phone in the evening and weekends.
I see. I wouldn't think that you'd want your house phone to have a number. Okay. What did the defendant say to you when she called?
That she was in jail and she had to get out. She had to get to work the next morning. If she didn't get out, she would lose her job.
What kind of job do you have?
I'm an executive assistant.
For whom?
For a small media startup.
How long have you had that job?
Close to a year.
10 months?
Something like that.
Where did you work before?
I was managing a medical spa.
Where?
Walnut Creek, California.
Okay. You have any family here?
Just my 2 children.
How old are they?
6 and 2.
They live with you?
Part-time.
Who do they live with the other part of the time?
Well, my son lives with his dad, and my daughter part-time lives with her paternal family.
Maternal or paternal?
Paternal.
Paternal. So the father's family, father's parents with her grandparents?
No, his brother and his family, they live very close by, about 10-minute drive from where I live, and she's there a lot because I work full-time.
Okay. So you had to get to work at the media startup company when you called him?
Correct.
Did you tell him that you were going to take care of paying his bail?
What happened was I told him that I didn't have any money.
No. When you called him on the phone from jail, you told him I don't have any money?
Correct.
Is that right?
No.
Of course not.
Right. I wouldn't.
Of course not, because if you tell you, please bail me out of jail, but I don't have any money, and he doesn't know you from a hole in the wall, he's not getting out of his warm bed in the middle of the night. Madam.
Well, he did.
No. He did. The question was, did you tell him that you didn't have any money?
Yes, I did.
He says you didn't, and I'm saying I believe him that at that time you didn't tell him I have no money. Because if he's in business and he gets a call from a stranger, you are a stranger, right?
Correct.
That I want you to get up out of bed, drive over to the jail and bail me out. But by the way, I have no money. He'd say, call somebody else.
That's exactly what I said.
All right. I don't believe you. Go ahead.
We discussed that she had a CD, and the CD was maturing within the next 30 days, and that there would be ample
That you would have money.
Correct. In the CD to pay me out of the proceeds of the CD. And she didn't want to cash it in early because she didn't want to pay the penalty. I agreed to those terms within 30 days that she would use the CD.
Was this on the telephone?
That was on the telephone.
Okay. Because you did ask her the question about money.
Correct.
And when you said, do you have money, what did she say?
I have a CD.
Okay. So, did you tell her how much the bail would be?
Correct. 10%, $5,000.
Because she had $50,000 bail?
Correct.
That's a high bail for domestic violence.
It is.
Do you know why it was so high?
That's per the schedule in that county. That's always $50,000 for a felony charge.
It was a felony.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So we get her out. We memorialize our agreement in writing. She
Can I
signs
see it,
a
please?
bail contract and the agreement to pay.
Can I see it, please? Okay, so you signed an agreement to pay him the $5,000.
I had no choice. He made me sign it.
But
Madam,
listen to me very carefully, madam. You have a choice. Your choice is to stay in jail until the matter on which you were arrested for is tried. That's your choice. You chose...
We had a different agreement.
No. This is your agreement. This in here is your agreement, in the four corners of this agreement. And what I asked you was, did you sign this agreement? And the answer is either yes or no, not
yes,
I was forced to sign.
Yes, I did sign that agreement, but aside from that, there was an oral agreement that took place between me and Mr. McAllister.
I'll get to you in a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Once the agreement's signed, I get her out of jail. She says, now what do? I live 30 minutes from here. I agreed to give her a ride. She's worried about getting to work, so I give her a ride. And it's about 30 minutes away. So during that time, she tells me the entire story about the arrest, and I attempt to be understanding that, she was arrested, and I'm sorry, and that's a bad thing, and you're dealing with a breakup, and, how she caught her boyfriend with his new girlfriend laying on the couch that she paid for or she picked out. And the entire time in the car...
Would you look at me when you're telling me this story, Mr. McAllister? Look at me. Don't look down there.
Sorry. The entire time in the car, she says, I'm not a stalker, I'm not a stalker. Okay, sorry, you're not a stalker. No problem. Okay, I'll get you to your vehicle. Well, the vehicle's parked 3 blocks away from the house where she was living or where she was arrested. So there's obviously something going on there. Anyway, I get her out, she signs the agreement, and she refuses to pay me.
Just a second. When did she sign the agreement?
Immediately upon release from the county jail.
Okay. And then you drove her to her car.
Correct.
And you dropped her off at her car.
Yes.
And she never paid you.
Right. I made
When,
repeated
for the first time, did you contact her with regard to payment?
Well, within 10 days, we sent her an invoice, just a reminder of the payment terms, and sent her 4 or 5 subsequent invoices that went answered with these rambling letters talking about...
Do you have a copy of the letters?
I do.
Can I see them, please?
Those are her letters to me and then my responses.
Based upon our discussion, these are your words, when he initially asked you for your money. Based upon our discussion, it was my understanding that we would discuss my opportunity to provide some type of service to you and your business in lieu of paying you $5,000 for a relatively risk-free, as you put it, bond. I am still awaiting the opportunity to make good on my offer to work for your company. As you were advised at the time the bond was posted, I have not, or do not have now, $5,000 fee that you are demanding. Given the above-mentioned discussions that we had at the time of the unsecured bond was posted, I now consider your correspondence demanding $5,000 to be intimidating and threatening. What are you, crazy?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
On the way to my vehicle, he makes comments about my physical appearance, and he says, a pretty woman like you, maybe we can work something out.
And later today...
What's wrong with you? Don't you have any pride at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it? Show me. Where is it?
I left it at the house.
Right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Bail bondsman Aaron McAllister says former client Elena Zadevich owes for unpaid bail money.
Please do not send me any more threatening letters. You knew my financial predicament at the time bail was posted. I still intend to honor my promise to perform professional services for you. You never promised to perform professional services for him. Your own letter says, it was my understanding that we would discuss my opportunity to provide some type of service to you or your business in lieu of paying for the bond. Given the above-mentioned discussions that we had at the time, I now consider your... Discussions aren't a contract, madam.
Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
he's not telling you the whole truth.
Go
what
ahead.
happened, he bails me out.
Are
he
you,
knows
just
I
a
don't-
second, are you telling me the whole truth? Listen, are you telling me the whole truth?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
About your children's living arrangements, you're telling me the whole truth?
We're not talking about my children right now. I want to tell you.
You mean you're telling the truth?
about what
Listen to me.
happened.
You're telling the truth sometimes, and sometimes you can lie. And when am I supposed to tell the difference? You see, I knew that you were lying to me about your children's living situation. That you're not willing to discuss.
What did I lie about?
Listen to me. My question to you is, how am I supposed to tell when you're lying, and how am I supposed to tell when you're telling the truth?
I do tell the truth.
But you just lied to me today.
About what?
You lied about your children's living situation.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
How did I lie?
Oh, yes, you did. And you know you did. You know that they live with me part-time, they live with some part-time, they live here because I work. That's not the story. But that's a story you chose to tell me. Now, you told me that with the same veracity as you told me that you had another contract with him. And my question to you is, how am I supposed to tell when you're telling the truth and when you're lying?
What I'm saying is the truth.
Okay. Now I'm going to hear you, and then I'll tell you what the law is.
Okay. Well, he bails me out. He drives me to my vehicle. On the way to my vehicle, he makes comments about my physical appearance, and he says, well, it would be nice if a pretty woman like you worked for my company, doing some sort of marketing and promoting my company, and maybe we can work something out in terms of paying for the bail bond that he posted on my behalf. So when he dropped me off by my vehicle, and before he left, he made me sign the agreement that you saw after we had the conversation of me potentially working for his company.
Did you get what you said to me, madam? You just said to me, maybe you could work for my company. maybe you could work for my company.
And
that's not an agreement.
No,
That's not. No. After that, nothing. You took that, and I believe that you said that to her. Well, maybe you could work for my company and do something. Maybe you said it to her. Who cares? It's not relevant. There was no contract.
I said I couldn't work for him full time as he proposed. So he said,
no, madam.
We can work something out, and you can work for me on weekends.
Your Honor. Oh, listen to me. Listen to me. You're making it up as you're going along.
No.
Yes.
No, I have
you
a
are, because
letter.
according to what you said to me, after you had that discussion, after, not before. You see, he said you signed this at the jail.
No.
You say I signed it after I had the discussion with him about working with him part-time, weekends, etc. If that was true, that's not contained in this agreement.
No.
And I believe, madam, that you are one smart cookie. And if he had this conversation with you where you made a contract with him, a contract that's enforceable, to work off the bail bond by working for him part-time, you would have put it in this agreement because you were already out of jail. So then you could either say to him, I'm not signing this, or you say, it's not the entire agreement that we have, but you didn't. You signed it and said, I promise to pay you $5,000.
Well, he told me right there that if you don't sign it, I'm just gonna put you right back to jail. That's what he told me.
I don't believe you. You're making it up as you're going along.
No.
You're making it up as you're going along because if he said to you, you signed this or I'm going to take you back to jail.
That's what he said?
Your response would have been, well, then put in our agreement that I could work it off, right? Right?
I was very stressed.
Oh, listen, it's not the first time you were arrested. That's why I asked you the question before. It's not the first time. It's probably not the second time that you were arrested. So pay him his money. You owe him his money. Don't be a con artist. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I've offered to either work for his company
My family's been in business over 40 years,
in lieu of paying for the services.
and it didn't come from having criminal defendants work in my office.
It was his offer initially.
It's a bad deal. I'm sorry she had to go through what she went through.
So he reneged on the original agreement.
But I performed a service and I need to be compensated.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Martin versus Say. Step forward, please.
26-year-old Jamie Martin is suing her former live-in boyfriend, 25-year-old Thomas Say, for a loan to pay his child support. Thomas claims Jamie gave him the money out of kindness.
Miss Martin, according to what I read, you met the defendant on the internet. You started dating him. He needed some money because he was behind in his child support. You made a loan to him for his child support, and he hasn't paid you back.
Correct.
Mr. Say acknowledges or says that you gave him money to pay off his child support obligation, but that it was a gift and a nice gesture. That's your defense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you meet him?
In August of last year.
And when did he tell you he had a problem with his child support?
Probably around October.
Had he borrowed money before that?
No, but he was living in my house.
He was?
Yes.
When did he move in?
Probably in September.
Met him in August, moved in September.
Yeah, bad choice.
Bad choice, very bad choice. You work?
Yes.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a part-time cashier.
What do you do for the rest of the time?
Oh, nothing. I'm trying to go full-time.
How do you support yourself?
With my job.
As a part-time cashier, who pays your rent?
I have a mortgage. I pay myself.
What's your mortgage?
$530.
Do you have any other source of income?
I sold a house in Florida. I still have a little bit of money left from that.
You're living in California?
No, South Carolina.
What prompted you to move from Florida to South Carolina?
My parents moved up there and they gave me some land.
Parents subsidize you?
Meaning?
Give you money?
No.
How much do you make from being a part-time cashier?
$8.
Where did you get the $3,000 from that you loaned to him?
When I sold my house in Florida, I had money in the bank that I was saving.
That you withdrew $3,000 and gave it to me. When was he supposed to pay you back?
It was supposed to be an every month payment, no less than $100.
And when did you stop seeing him?
I kicked him out of the house in November.
Why?
Because he was getting to the point where all he wanted to do was go drinking and not coming home at night, so I decided I didn't want to put up with that.
Perfect. Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
How many children do you have, Mr. Say?
1.
How old?
2.
And where does that child live?
With me and my wife. She didn't kick me out. I was separated. And when I went back to my wife, I left her.
Okay.
That's when all this came to the head.
Fine. But she gave you money for child support.
Yes.
Why were you behind in your child support payments?
It was based on income that I wasn't making any longer.
Because you can't hold a job.
Listen, Ms. Martin,
I'm sorry.
They based the money that I was making when the child support was set up was based on about $70,000 to $75,000 a year. I was making about half of that. Every month when I would send money, it fell further and further behind. We were supposed to revisit the issue in November. However, right before the court came, that's when she gave me $3 grand. It was a gift.
It's your kid.
Yes, ma'am.
You idiot. It's not hers. If you fall behind on your child support, you pay for it. That's what it is. It's for a parent to pay child support. What's wrong with you? Don't you have any pride at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it? Show me. Where is it?
I left it at the house.
Right. I don't think you're adorable, sir. She may have found you marginally attractive when she allowed you to move into her house for some bizarre reason. I have to tell you, whatever it is that you think you have, it eludes me.
I'm sorry,
It eludes
Your Honor.
me, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It eludes me. You know, there are acts sometimes of sheer desperation that bring people together. You are one of those sheer desperations. When you have an order for child support, you live up to your responsibility and you do not rely on strangers to take care of it. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why in the world your wife took you back, I have no clue. You have family that's living?
Yes,
They must have prayed very hard for her to take you back.
must have.
It is not Miss Martin's obligation to support your kid, which is a boy or a girl.
It's a little girl.
Wonderful. I'm sure you absolutely adore her. Has Miss Martin ever met her?
No, ma'am.
Never even exchanged a meal with her? Why in the world do you think that she'd want to put bread on her table?
She offered it when I went. We were.
Well, he's going to answer me. He's going to answer this question. Rather than just accept his whooping, he is going to actually answer this question. Where do you come from?
South Carolina.
I do not find you adorable. I find nothing about you adorable. I think that you're an irresponsible fool. You owe her $3,000. Pay her. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He totally lied in there, so.
I told her I said I'm married.
Because when we first got together.
Philbrick is suing his girlfriend's daughter, 20-year-old Heather Hilkert, for unpaid rent and utility bills.
All rise. Yeah, this is case number 592 on the calendar in the matter of Philbrick versus Hilkert. Parties have been, you're welcome. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Mr. Philbrick, you have been the boyfriend of the defendant's mother.
Yes.
For a period of time.
Yes.
And it is your claim that sometime last year, the defendant moved into a home that you shared with her mother and another roommate?
That's correct.
And the agreement was that she was to pay rent and
Correct.
1/4 of the utilities of the house. It is your claim that she stayed with you for 6 months, and at no time did she pay any rent or utilities. You ultimately evicted her. You want the money.
That's correct.
The defendant says that there was never an agreement to pay rent, and there was a problem that was created by your actions with her that caused her to leave the house. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Who do you work for?
Starbucks Coffee Company.
What do you do for them?
I'm a barista.
How long have you worked for them?
Over 6 months now, a little over 6 months.
And prior to that, where were you working?
I wasn't working. I was staying with him and trying to go to school.
That's your boyfriend?
He was, but he's not anymore. We're good friends now.
Okay. Mr. Philbrick, when did the defendant move in with you?
She moved in 1st of September of 06.
Was she working at the time?
No, she was not.
So at the time that she moved in with you, there was no expectation at that time that she was going to start to pay rent from the day she moved in.
She had a car that she was going to sell, and the proceeds from the sales of that car was going to go towards her share of the first month's rent and utilities.
You didn't say that in your complaint, sir. What you said was that you floated her the first month's rent because she wasn't working.
Correct. With the understanding that she was going to sell the car for the first month's rent. And then when she did get her job, she was going to start paying her share of the rent and utilities.
Well, that I understood from your complaint, but you left out the part of selling the car. Is that the only car that she owned?
Yes.
How was she supposed to get to work without a car?
Well, she wasn't driving the car at all.
Why?
Because it was a really old car, and I'm a really bad driver, so I just didn't want to drive it.
Did you make an arrangement with Mr. Philbrick to sell the car?
No.
Did you sell the car?
I did.
Would you listen to me? Look at me. Look at me. If you can't control yourself, go outside. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're distracting me.
I did sell the car after I moved out of the house.
How much did you get for the car?
I got $1,500, and I used that money to put a down payment to buy a car that I can drive to work now.
You mean you became a better driver?
No, I just got a smaller car.
Okay. It just doesn't sound right to me, sir, that somebody sells a car and moves in with her mother and her mother's boyfriend and says, for the first month's rent, I'm going to sell the only means of transportation and the only money that I'm going to have to give you rent. Now, after the first month, she got a job, right?
Yes.
How much were you earning?
$150 a week, maybe. And they asked me to get more hours.
Who asked you?
Lucian and my mother. Well, the agreement was when I moved into the house with them, my mother and I were to both get jobs. And I did that within a month, and she didn't get a job at all.
And just a second, just do me a favor. Put her outside. When I need her, I'll call her.
Okay.
Your mother's working has nothing to do with you. So let's forget your mother. So your agreement was, your name is Lucian?
Yes.
Was that you would get a job.
Mm-hmm. And I was looking at it as a great opportunity.
Could you look, not look over there, over there. You could look right here.
Yeah. I was looking at it as a great opportunity for my mother and I to work on a relationship because she had disappeared for 1.5 years before we even moved in together. I mean, I hadn't talked to her at all, and...
You needed a place to live.
I didn't. I was living fine with him, and we were still dating at the time.
Well, listen to me. If you're living just fine with your boyfriend, sleeping just fine with your boyfriend, not fighting with your boyfriend, able to cover your bills with your boyfriend, you don't move in with your mother and her boyfriend. That doesn't happen because you want to work on your relationship with your mother. That doesn't happen.
I'd never had her in my life.
Listen, that sounds like a sad story. What I'm telling you is a 20-year-old or a 19-year-old doesn't leave the boyfriend to move in with her mother. It goes the other way. It's like people, when they get older, they move to Florida. They don't come from Florida and move to Wisconsin, you know, where it's cold. Do you understand?
Yeah.
What happens is teenagers, if they're living with their boyfriend and they're happy and everything is good, they don't move home with their mother. So let's move beyond that because I don't want you to think that I'm stupid. Go ahead.
I wanted to focus on myself. I wanted to get back in school. She said that she was going to help me get back into school. She wanted that for me, and I really did want to work on my relationship with her. As silly as that sounds, I really, really, really did.
Yeah, you don't have to live under her nose to work on your relationship with her. As a matter of fact, that usually works just the opposite way. If you're living under the nose of your mother and you're an adult and you have a boyfriend, it usually doesn't help a relationship. What helps a relationship with your mother, if you're a grown-up, is if you live in your house and she lives in hers and you meet for lunch Monday and Wednesday.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't know what you all are doing here. You are the most dysfunctional bunch of people that I ever saw, but you don't belong in court, you belong in therapy.
And later today,
I was going through a lot, and she was helping me out, and at the same time, I was trying to help her out, too.
How were you helping her out?
Because she needed money, too.
You didn't give her any money!
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Lucian Philbrick says his girlfriend's daughter, Heather Hilkert, moved out of his home owing for rent and bills. Heather claims Lucian made sexual advances toward her.
So you started to work making $150 a week. Mm-hmm. What do you claim, sir, she owes you for rent and utilities for the 6 months that she was working there?
$33.90 and 16 cents.
$33.90. Is that right?
Yes.
Divided by 6 equals $565 a month. And let's say on the outside she was earning $600 a month, leaving her $35 a month for other things.
That's correct.
Right? How did you expect her to do that?
That is why when I sat down with her, I told her that she needed to get another job or more hours.
When did you tell her that?
I told her this in probably, I believe, around October of '06.
So when did you evict her?
We asked her to leave in January, and she finally moved out in March.
Well, what happened between January and March? Did she pay rent?
She paid some money, but that money went towards the cell phone bill.
How much money did she give you?
$720.
How much did you give him?
I don't know. I just gave him what I could just to help out with bills and this and that just because I wanted to. But there was no talk of rent. There was no talk of anything. There was no due date of rent. There was
no, shh.
There was,
Don't speak.
There was nothing like that. The only time that came up was after I went to my mother with concerns that Lucian was coming on to me. Like, he would always, it was just making me really uncomfortable. Like, he would come to my door, he would knock in all hours of the night, ask me to drink shots with him, and he would say, I'll leave you alone if you have a shot with me, Heather. And, you know, I don't drink. I'm under the age of 21. I don't drink at all. And it was just really getting to me. I mean, like, he was there, and I would have him there.
Let me ask you this question, Ms. Hilkert. Why didn't you move out and move back with your boyfriend?
Because I really did love my job, and it was right down the street. I didn't have a car at the time that I was driving, so...
Just a minute. So you were prepared to live in an uncomfortable situation because it was convenient for you?
No, he would stay with me most of the time, just so I didn't have to be uncomfortable.
Just a second. So he would stay in your mother's house with the plaintiff. What happened to his apartment?
And I would stay with him sometimes too. We would switch back and forth.
He's got a car.
Yeah, on my days off.
So why didn't he take you to work?
He did. That's why he stayed over. Sometimes I'd have to...
Why didn't you stay in his apartment and he'd take you to work?
Because he lived over a half-an-hour away drive. He lived in a whole nother city, so I couldn't do that.
What city does he live in?
He lives in Downey, and we lived in Santa Ana.
You mean in Downey where he lives there isn't a Starbucks? I'm going to alert the media.
No, there are, but I just really like my, all my coworkers.
You know, this whole thing sounds so peculiar to me. It's hard for me to get you. It's really hard for me to understand either one of you. Who did you live with from the time you were 18 until the time you were 20?
I lived with him.
And what about when you were 17?
I lived with my grandparents. I've never lived with my mother.
Where do your grandparents live?
They live in Huntington Beach.
Why did you leave your grandparents' house?
Because I wanted to try to face the world on my own.
How old were you when you wanted to try to face the world on your own?
18.
All right. Anything else you want to tell me?
Just when every time I kept asking her for money, you know, she gave me some.
Who's we?
Me and her mother.
And she said what?
She either said, well, I want to get paid, and you know, we asked her when she got paid, and one of the last straws was in December.
Good. So then you finally evicted her, is that right?
Yes.
Well, nice, very nice. So her mother evicted her, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get another roommate?
Not yet.
Why not?
We have decided that at this point in time that we didn't want to get another roommate, and we're going to try and stick it out by ourselves.
That's a very good idea. So cover the rent yourself, because you're not getting it from her. She moved in with her mother. She got a job. Nobody gave her any money, which is unusual for a 20-year-old. She got a part-time job. She was living not with you. She was living with her mother, who was also a signatory to the lease. Is that right?
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
But Your Honor,
I would be much more impressed if her mother sued her for the rent, sir, instead of putting you up there.
well, since all the bills were in my name, it was, you know.
Yeah, and I especially feel no compassion for you since after she moved out, you've decided that you're going to keep this house just for the three of you, her mother, and you the roommate? And the roommate, because you don't want to be bothered with anybody else. And I don't blame you, but you have no out-of-pocket, especially since you decided to keep the house yourself. Your lawsuit is dismissed. Now bring in her mother, because she's got a lawsuit against her mother that I'm also singularly unimpressed with, but I'm going to give him a short amount of time for me to hear it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can go or stay, makes no difference to me. Over there. No, he can stay there. I can figure out what side he's on. Over there. Okay, it's your claim that your mother assaulted you while you were driving in a car. Your mother says that she did in fact argue with you, but there was no assault. So let's start with the date.
It was January 17th, 2007.
Go ahead.
I went to her with concerns about her boyfriend, Lucian. I told her I was uncomfortable with the way he was approaching me. He would come to my room, he would always try to put his arm around me, like caress my back, and all my friends didn't want to come over either because they were also,
Don't tell me what your friends didn't want to come over. I'm not interested in if friends didn't want to come over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, when I went to her with these concerns,
Where did you go to her?
We were driving home from my job. I had 2 shifts that day. I was going to have lunch at home real quick. And I told her that I felt really uncomfortable. She went insane. She went ballistic. And this is the pictures that this is what happened. I didn't go to the hospital. I didn't file a police report. I didn't do anything because she was my mother.
Do you want to please tell me what happened?
Well,
ballistic is a word.
She went insane. Like, I mean, she grabbed my arm. She started flailing at me. She would, I didn't know what to do. Like, I pulled her hair to, like, subdue her. But, I mean, she was like, I've never seen her like that. And she sped off, like, after she stopped the car. She stopped it in the middle of the street. She stopped the car. And she sped off. She went to the house. She got out of the car. She was like, get out of the car. Don't ever talk about Lucian like that. And she was trying to get into my door on the other side. I locked up both doors. She finally went inside the house. I ran inside the house, and I locked myself in the room.
Your mother assaulted you?
Yes.
And left marks on your arm?
Yes.
That was January 17th?
Yes.
You were afraid of her?
Yes.
When did you move out of the house?
I moved out in...
Look at me!
I moved out in March.
What did you do between January 17th and March when you finally moved out?
I was trying to save up a little bit of money so I could move out.
Why didn't you move in with your boyfriend?
He stayed with me, but again, I had to go to work. I wanted to stay at
And
that
I'm
job.
going to ask the same question that I asked you the last time you gave me the same nonsense. There are no Starbucks in Downey?
There are, but they're not the same co-workers. And I was never alone.
Yeah, so what you're telling me is that despite the fact that you were afraid of your mother because she had assaulted you, and I'm speaking, and gone ballistic,
yes,
you chose to stay in the house for an additional 2 months because you liked your coworkers.
Never alone. Never, ever, ever alone.
I don't care whether you were alone or not. You know you're a lot of nonsense? Do you know you're a lot of baloney? I don't know why you're here. I don't know what you all are doing here. You are the most dysfunctional bunch of people that I ever saw, but you don't belong in court, you belong in therapy. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She just started partying all hours of the night and was making loud noises.
It's them partying at night, him coming to me in the middle of the night, telling me, knocking on my door, come have a shot with me, come party with us.
That's unheard of.
It's just like unspeakable. I just can't believe that she even said that.
I wanted us to have a good relationship.
What relationship?
We never had a relationship, and I was really looking forward to working on one with my mother. She is my mother.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Williams versus Hall. Step forward.
Teacher's aide Melissa Williams is suing her former friend, 22-year-old Cynthia Hall, for unpaid babysitting fees.
Miss Williams, it's your claim that the defendant owes you for babysitting for her child.
Yes.
And Ms. Hall says that the arrangement was you were supposed to be paid by the state, and it's your own fault that you weren't paid because you didn't complete a process for being a certified daycare provider. Is that your defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you start babysitting for her child?
I started babysitting on September 4th of 2006.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you find her?
She was a neighbor. She lived behind me in an apartment complex, and we've been friends for about 2 or 3 years.
You have a boy or a girl?
I have a little boy.
What kind of job did you find?
Sales associate at Walmart.
How much did you agree to pay her?
Whatever we had agreed on what the state was paying would be fine.
And how much was the state paying?
I think it was $2.35, $2.50 an hour.
No.
What was the agreement, Miss Williams?
Well, I talked to Mrs. Cynthia Hall on several occasions. She brought it to my attention that she needed a daycare provider, which I did.
I asked you a question.
Yes, you did.
Stop thinking about what you want to tell me and start thinking about the answers to the questions.
Yes.
I asked you how much was it agreed that you would be paid by her?
$1.35 an hour.
Well, that's nowhere near the minimum wage, so that's a pretty reasonable amount of money, Miss Hall, $1.35 an hour.
The state pays $2.35 an hour.
I don't care what the state pays. She didn't get certified by the state. How long did you leave your child with her?
8 hours a day for probably, I think it was 2.5, 3 weeks maybe.
And what happened to your job?
I still have my job.
What did you do with your child?
I found other arrangements.
Why?
Because I got denied and she lied to me and told me that she had a child care provider.
You were denied state assistance for daycare with her?
Yes, because the information wasn't filled out correctly.
She didn't fill out the forms correctly?
Yes,
Is that what you're saying to me? So you think you don't have to pay her?
If she wouldn't have lied to me...
No, just answer my question. Take your hands out of your pockets. She watched your child, and was your child well and healthy during the time she watched your child? So you were able to go to work every day?
Yes. Sometimes she was late, or I'd be late, and
I can imagine you were late. Put your hands down at your sides. Very good. So, let me ask you this question, madam.
Yes.
If you go to a diner and you eat, and they give you a bill, do you pay the bill?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Why?
Because I ate.
Right. Miss Williams watched the most precious thing that I assume you have in the world. That's your child. For, according to you, 3 weeks. She is requesting the modest sum of $1.35 an hour. How much were you making in Walmart?
I was making $7.25 an hour.
Which, even after taxes, gives you probably $5 an hour. So you don't think you have to pay her anything?
That's not the whole issue is I was having problems at the time, and she knew this, that I was having problems. I was staying with my sister. I've been homeless all summer, and not only that, I had just found a job,
And she knew that I didn't have money right then and there to pay her. She knew that I had to get everything together. You know what I'm saying? As far as my apartment and everything like that, and just getting around. And I was like 8.5 months pregnant. I mean, I was going through a lot, and she was helping me out, and at the same time, I was trying to help her out, too.
How were you helping her out?
Because she needed money, too.
You didn't give her any money.
But I'm saying...
Thank you. Miss Hall.
Thank you.
She related to you?
No.
Did she make you pregnant? Did she make you homeless?
No. But she was supposed to be my friend.
She needed income just like you did.
Thank you. I know.
So pay her the money. Big baby. She's suing you for the modest sum of $216 for watching your child for 3 weeks. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You may step out.
Old college basketball player Tabitha McClammy is suing her teammate, 24-year-old January Johnson, for beating her up in the locker room after a game.
Order. All rise. Now, this is case number 583 on the calendar, the matter of McClammy versus Johnson.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
You two ladies are on a women's basketball team, is that right?
That's correct.
And it is your claim, Ms. McClammy, that the defendant assaulted you in the locker room after a game.
That's correct.
Ms. Johnson says that you started it.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when this happened.
December 6, 2005.
And how long had you been teammates?
For a year and a half.
In high school?
No, 2 years in college.
Had you had any trouble with each other?
The past November '04, yes.
November of '04?
Yes.
Not true.
Shh, don't interrupt. What happened in November of '04?
November '04. I told the coach I had some financial situations that I was, not going to be able to play that year. And he said, it was okay if you can come maybe 3 times a week for practice. You're not going to be able to start. And he said, if you can't make it, then just come and support the team. So I said, okay. November '04, they had a scrimmage at Polytech, downtown Brooklyn, New York. The team was in the locker room, and I was getting dressed. He gave me a uniform to get dressed. And she replied to me, Tabby, are you getting dressed? Are you playing? I said, I'm not too sure. I'm just supporting the team. And she said to me, oh, how are you going to play when everyone, came to practice on time and you haven't came? And I said, January, it's not like that. I said, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about this privately. It's not like that. I'm just here to support the team. And she got angry, got riled up to the point where she wanted to confront me and attack me in the locker room with all the teammates in the locker room. They escorted her out. I came out and I told the coach what happened, and she said, well, just don't leave, just support the team.
Okay, now I understand. So you had words a year before.
Absolutely.
When you told the coach that you couldn't play, was that because you were getting a job?
Yes, I was working to support my financial needs.
So you were working while you were in college?
Right, absolutely.
Were you living at home?
I was living I was in foster care.
Still in college?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Perfect. What college do you go to?
York College in New York.
What year are you in?
I'm in my senior year. I'll be graduating June 1st.
And you?
The same.
Great. Okay, so now tell me what happened on December 6th.
December 6th, it was, we went into the locker room, and I was getting dressed.
This was before the game or after?
This is after the game. After the game was over.
Did you win or did you lose that game?
We lost, but it's not due to because we lost.
Okay.
Just so you know, you have the same setting where I was. There's a locker room in back of me. There's one on the side. There's one in front right here. There's a bench here, and there's a bench right here on the side. And there's a way where there's another corridor where January was, and a locker on the side of that.
That's Miss Johnson.
Miss Johnson, correct. I had the bottoms on. I was able to successfully put the bottoms on. I was getting ready to put the top on, and my clothes was on this bench, and I took off my sports bra. I was getting ready to reach for my bra.
Shh, I don't want you to interrupt her.
I was getting ready to reach for my bra. January came around, and she said to me, Tabby, everyone has breasts. I said to her, leave me alone. Please leave me alone. She got angry, came around towards me, and started saying, oh, I'm tired of you telling me to be quiet. And I'm sitting here trying to cover up myself, and she pushed me to the locker. So at self-defense, I tried to push her back so I can move because I was undressed. I didn't have no clothes on, no bra, no nothing on.
Gotcha,
so
only
I
your
moved,
pants.
Right. I moved towards, because there's the bathroom, towards that way. I moved towards that. She kept coming towards me. Another teammate was in the same row as her. She came around trying to break up the fight.
Well, was there a fight at this point? So far, I heard about a little pushing.
Right, she pushed me, but she came towards me while I was trying to get away from her. So while she's holding me...
Step back
I'm sorry.
to where you were.
She's holding me, and we're in the bathroom.
You mean the other teammate is holding you?
Right, she's trying to break it up. And soon I turn around, she hits me in my eye. and everything stopped, and that was it. And so the teammate said, look what you did. So she told the other teammate to go get the coach. The coach came in. I still didn't have no clothes. I thought I had clothes on. The coach came in, and he looked at my eye, then he looked down. I was wondering why he was looking down, realizing I didn't have no clothes on. So he went back, the lady coach came in, and she saw me, and they conversing. The man coach is conversing with her, saying,
do you have any photographs of what
Yes,
your
I
eye
do.
looked like? I'd like to take a look at them. Was there a police report?
Yes.
I have evidence of a police report.
Oh.
Okay.
I wasn't able to get that, but I do have the charges that she was charged with and the medical bills.
Okay. You have the police report?
Yes.
I'd like to see it, please.
I typed up, just in case you can't read it, it's in a very small font, so I tried to do it as best I could.
You typed it?
No, the report is there, but I just tried to make it legible, so I just typed up some of the words that I could get. Even I had questions on some of the wording.
No, I can read it just fine. I see that you did it. So you were arrested for third-degree assault?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. McClemmy, what you want is you want your medical bills paid?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Johnson.
My turn?
Your turn.
Very good. Tabitha and myself never got along, which is true. I am very intense with basketball, so I'm diligent. I work full-time as well. I work 60 hours a week, and I go to school full-time where I take 18 credits, and I made it to practice. We had no knowledge that Tabitha was going to even play on the game that November because she's had run-ins with another player prior to I even becoming on the team. So she wasn't supposed to play. We needed extra bodies. That's why she was there to play. So that November, I felt that why is someone able to play when we have to be at practice diligently, all the time, on time, and practice hard?
So, Ms. Johnson, if you had that question, why didn't you ask the coach?
I didn't even know that she was playing.
Just a second. If you had that question, why didn't you ask the coach instead of asking her?
Because I feel that we're adults. I asked her a question. It didn't...
That's not up to her. It's up to the coach.
The coach never let us know that she was playing. I would have never asked.
Then that's why you would ask the coach.
Right.
You would say, that doesn't seem fair for somebody who doesn't come to practice regularly to be able to play, coach.
I did bring it up to the coach once we went upstairs when it was to my awareness that she was playing at all.
Okay. Let's go to December 6th,
yes.
2005.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
December 6, 2005, we had a basketball game. It's a very intense game. It's a doubleheader. The women's play first, and the men play after us, so it's a very packed facility. Just to let you know, I am the star of the team. Just let that be known. And I think that's why we had so much of a problem with one another. Throughout the game, she would keep telling us, pass me the ball, I need the ball more. I'm going on my coach's instructions for us to take over and do what we have to do to make sure that the game is going to be won. I'm not saying that Tabby cannot play basketball. She's just not the most skilled.
Okay.
And that's not... Shh. And I'm not the only person with the ball. It's for the women.
So she was asking for the ball, and you didn't want to give her the ball?
I didn't give her the ball.
Okay, go ahead.
So we end up losing by 2. Just to know, I had a very good game.
Good.
And I was upset at the end of the game that we lost the game. So there were a lot of emotions all throughout the team with the coaching staff.
Don't tell me about anybody else's emotions.
Okay,
just
I was emotional that we lost. And when we went into the locker room, no one was speaking at all. No one spoke. And when we did have this altercation...
No. Let's start with who said what to whom, Ms. Johnson.
I went to go to the bathroom. Tabitha was changing on the opposite side. She had on a sports bra. She did not have on anything.
What did you say to her?
I didn't say anything. She dramatically covered her chest as if I was doing something.
She covered her chest, and what did you say to her?
Tabby, don't worry about it. We're all girls. And then she made a statement about my sexuality.
Just a second. She covered herself wearing her sports... Listen, Miss Johnson, the star. Listen to me carefully.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Some of the other teammates ran into the locker room to separate us. At this point, I guess she already was hitting the eye.
Already hitting the eye by whom?
I don't know. With so many people, I might not have been the person who done it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. College basketball player Tabitha McClemmy says former teammate January Johnson attacked her in the locker room after a game. January claims Tabitha was the aggressor.
She's wearing a sports bra.
Yes.
And you said to her in a very calm, friendly way,
yes,
we're all girls, Tabby.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
You have to
about
cover
it.
your
And
breast
this is what you're telling me after you told me that there wasn't any talking in the locker because everybody was really upset. That's what you just told me, that you came back and you were really upset after the game.
I was emotional.
Well, you weren't emotional happy, were you?
No, I was sad.
Listen to me. You weren't emotional happy, were you?
No, I was
you
sad.
were emotional sad. So you were upset.
No.
Emotional sad.
Emotional sad.
All right. And then what happened?
Immediately, she said, don't effing say nothing to me. Back and forth, back and forth. I'm not...
No. Don't say anything to me, is what you said.
She said, don't effing say nothing
to me. And what did you say to her?
Shut up.
And then what did she say to you?
We were arguing. I don't know.
Just a second. Arguing back and forth. Keep going.
She's in my face. I'm in her face. We are right on top of each other. Her hands were pointing in my face. My hands were pointing in her face.
Keep going.
She pushed me. I pushed her. We started to fight. I didn't want to hit Tabby initially. I was pulling her, going into the bathroom. We were pushing each other into the bathroom. She grabbed my hair.
Now, at some point, one of the teammates...
No one came in yet at all.
When did someone come in and separate you?
When we were inside the bathroom. We were in
That's
the
what
corner
I'm
of the
asking
bathroom.
you.
Yes.
Someone came inside and separated you.
By that time...
Just a second. Who was it?
My witness. She was one of the persons who came in, as well as the teammates came rushing in, and the coach.
And then what happened?
Audrey McAllister, who's my witness, as well as my coaching staff and some of the other teammates, ran into the locker room to separate us. At this point, I guess she already was hit in the eye.
Already hit in the eye by whom?
I don't know. With so many people, I might not have been the person who done it. I'm serious.
Really? Okay. Now, Miss Johnson, put your hand down.
I defended myself, Judge.
Listen to me. You pled guilty to harassment.
I was tired of going to
You
court.
pled guilty to harassment.
Yes, I did. It dropped from assault to harassment.
And you were represented by a lawyer.
Yeah, that I had to pay $2,500 for and go $95
right.
surcharge for a fight with a teammate.
Just a second. Do you know what it means when you plead guilty in criminal court?
Yes, I do.
Your lawyer told you that.
I was tired of going to court for something that was so minute.
Well, let me explain something to you so that you'll understand that even if your lawyer didn't explain it to you, I'm going to explain it to you now. You were charged with assault in the 3rd degree. You were represented by counsel. Your lawyer advised you at each stage of the proceeding because you paid the lawyer $2,500,
yes,
according to you. You were found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on an initial charge of harassment for being the aggressor. Listen to me, pay careful attention. For being the aggressor in an incident that occurred on December 6th, 2005.
Mm-hmm.
You were found guilty by your own admission.
Yes.
This is a civil proceeding. The quantum of proof in this proceeding is by a preponderance of evidence. Now, you're smart girls, you're going to be graduating from college soon. Beyond a reasonable doubt is evidence like this. Beyond a doubt that's based on a reason. That's what they would have had to have proven if you went to trial in this case, because that's the burden of proof and the quantum of proof, the amount of proof you need in a criminal proceeding, beyond any doubt that's based on a reason. When you plead guilty in a criminal case, you plead guilty to the same standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. So you pled guilty and were found guilty of the crime of harassment against her for an incident that occurred on December 6th, 2005. And you were found guilty and you had to pay a fine.
$95.
This proceeding, the amount of proof that you need is like this. A little more than not, because this is a civil proceeding, not a criminal proceeding. You don't get an opportunity for a second bite of the apple in a civil proceeding once you have been found guilty in a criminal proceeding beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, if the situation was reversed, let's say you were found not guilty in the criminal proceeding.
She still would be here.
She would.
Because she tries
to
milk
me,
it.
Miss Johnson, listen to me very carefully.
I
You're
wish
not
you knew
paying
this.
attention. You don't have on your listening ears. So, there isn't even an issue here.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Tabitha tried to get a full order protection that she was not given from the very first incident. They gave her a limited order protection. However, The limited order protection, which I have a copy here, states that we can play on the same team, we can go to the same school, all these different things. And she called the cops one day, a week later, and almost had me arrested because she saw me on campus. Not to add, we had the fight on December 6th, which was a Tuesday. Tabitha played in a basketball game December 8th, which was a Thursday.
With a black eye.
To me, if you were that hurt, why were you playing in a basketball game? She could have made it worse.
Miss Johnson, my dear, listen to me very carefully. She's not even suing you for pain, suffering, and for any punitive damages. All she's suing you for are her medical bills, which I assume she can document, which are really quite modest, considering I've seen the photographs and there was blood in her eye. Nothing to prevent her from playing basketball. She doesn't want you to pay punitively for hitting her. She says she wants you to pay for her medical bills. And you've already been found guilty on proof where? Way up here. Proof way down here. She doesn't have to prove anything else.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely. You're not getting it.
I am getting
everything. And you're a smart girl.
I just want my point across because I never was actually able to really say much. I didn't come back around the team after. And then when everything came out and different parties were talking, it was different. With everything going on and everyone talking to her, like, you know, you're dragging this out very long and, you know, you're keeping everything going. She didn't care at all that she was keeping it going.
You mean keeping the dispute going because she kept the criminal proceeding going?
And I apologized to Tabitha 2 or 3 times, which I was very sorry about. I didn't want to have,
Why did you apologize to her?
Because some way her eye was blackened. And I was apologizing
not some way.
that her eye was blackened.
Miss Johnson, you know your problem is?
Yes.
Your problem is you are a smart, articulate girl, but you refuse to accept responsibility for the bad things that you do. You want the accolades and the praise for the good things that you do, but you don't want to say, I was wrong, because 5 minutes ago you said, I don't even know how her eye got black. Maybe somebody else did it during the scuffle. And yet you said to me, I apologized to her 3 or 4 times. You wouldn't, listen to me, you have to learn, along with the roar of the crowd and the accolades of the crowd comes some responsibility. So if you did the wrong thing and if you said to me, look, I did hit her. I was angry. We got into this scuffle. I shouldn't have hit her. I apologized 3 times for hitting her. And she should have accepted that apology right away and not dragged this matter on so that I had to pay a lawyer and I had to go to court and I got fed up with going to court and I had to plead guilty. It should have all been over. If you had apologized to her immediately, I did. Well, then how come you made up an excuse here and said to me under oath, I don't even know if I hit her. Maybe it was somebody else that hit her. All right, you have to pay her medical bills, which she says are $426. Let me see.
Oh, man. I was defending myself, Judge Sharon. I really was.
Well, you mean somebody with your mouth was defending themselves and apologized?
I apologized.
Just a second. Was defending themselves because it was self-defense and apologized not once, twice, but according to you 3 times?
We had a team
and then
meeting.
Pled guilty?
We had a team meeting.
And then pled guilty in criminal court?
I was tired of going to court for something so small.
Don't get it. Listen to me. You only have one chance to make a first impression in this world. One chance. Your initial impression to me is a bright, articulate, soon-to-be college graduate on their way up. But there's something innately dishonest about your approach to life. And if you want to be a successful person, what you have to do is to be able to say, I have some strong suits, there are strong things about me, and there are things about me that I got to work on. And if one of them is my temper, I have to work on it.
And I went to 2 anger management class all by myself. I did that from this. I did it by myself.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $426. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Oh, man. It was self-defense. She pushed me. We had a fight.
How can it be self-defense if I was, undressed?
year-old Stephanie Reeves is suing Betty Helms for hitting her across the face with firewood. Betty claims she caught Stephanie with her husband.
All rise. Now, this is case number 570 on the calendar, the matter of Reeves versus Helms.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Ms. Reeves, it is your claim that the defendant assaulted you while you were a guest in her home.
That's correct.
Ms. Helms' defense is that she was justified in her conduct because you were an invited guest in her home. She found you messing around with her husband. She is counterclaiming, claiming emotional distress that you caused her. She subsequently divorced, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she had criminal charges pending
Yes, ma'am.
against her? So she's counterclaiming for her stress and aggravation.
Yes.
When were you invited to her home?
On November the 18th of 2006.
Had you ever met her before?
No.
Who invited you to the house?
Her brother-in-law.
And were you having some sort of a gathering there?
They always watch the game at the house, football game.
All right. What time did you arrive at the house?
It was dark. It was approximately 6.
Had you
I
been
would
drinking?
say. No, ma'am. I drove
there-
an hour from home to get there.
Was there drinking at the party?
Yes.
Was
but-
everybody pretty well sauced by the time you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's what I
She got there
gathered.
at halftime. She was sauced when she got there.
I'll get to you. I gather from reading the paper that everybody was pretty well sauced at the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Not everybody.
Well, how many people were at the house?
Probably up to 15.
And of the 15 people that were there, name the people that weren't sauced.
Everyone that was under 21.
Right. Okay, so what happened when you got there?
I got there. Everyone was wasted. The baby needed diapers. She had a bunch of grandbabies there.
How many grandchildren were at your house?
5.
Okay, go ahead.
They were too drunk to drive. So I took her daughter to the store to buy Pampers for the baby.
That's a lie.
When
I don't want you to answer her.
We got back. We had juice.
Which daughter?
The 22-year-old, the 21-year-old, the youngest
Was that you?
one.
You raised your hand, right?
That was me.
That she took you to the store to get Pampers?
She didn't take me to the store to get Pampers. She took me to the store to get orange juice so I could fix her some salty dogs.
Fine. So she took you to the store?
She took me to the grocery store.
Good.
I got back and we watched the rest of the football game. People started passing out. They just started dropping like flies.
Could you move on, madam? I have other cases coming today. Miss Helms, you have to behave yourself.
No one left. Everyone was there. I was the only one that was awake. I got up. I went to the restroom. The only working restroom in their house is in the master bedroom. I walked through there. Her husband had 2 or 3 grandbabies in the bed with him. I used the restroom. I came out and I woke him up.
How did you wake him up? Just by going into the restroom? Miss Helms, if you speak out again, while it's not your turn, the case will be over and you will have lost. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, because I had flushed the toilet and the light was still on. And it woke him up and he asked me where everyone was at. And I said, well, they're in the living room. I said, they're on pallets and whatnot. Well, I walked outside their house. I left my cigarettes outside in their pool room. When I went outside to smoke a cigarette. Well, her husband followed me outside. And they have like a wood-burning stove. And he asked me if I was cold. And I said, no. And he said, well, let me put some wood in it anyway. I thought, fine then. I was sitting on the pool table. Well, she comes in and she's like, are you trying to F my husband? And then all of a sudden I got blindsided with a piece of firewood that broke my nose. Okay. I have pictures.
I'd like to see them, please.
And then she assaulted him that night also. It resulted from 16 stitches in my face.
I see.
She hit me between 7 and 10 times in the face.
Who called the police?
I couldn't find she knocked me out of my shoes that I was wearing. And so I went barefooted running. My keys were in her house. I grabbed my keys. I was bleeding. She ran in after me.
Would you just answer my question? I said to you, listen to me.
I know.
What was my question?
How did I leave?
No. Try again.
I ran in her house to get my keys.
I said my question was, who called the police?
I did.
That's the answer. Where were you when you called the police?
I had to run in her house, grab my keys. She wouldn't let me go.
Listen to me. I asked you a simple question.
I was at a car wash.
So from the house, you went to a car wash and called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a police report?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see it. Who is this?
That's my husband.
How long have you been married?
Almost 8 years.
Was he with you at the party on the 18th?
No, ma'am. He had a prior engagement.
What was his prior engagement?
His boss had invited him to his house.
For?
For the football game. And he accepted
Just
it.
the guys? Without wives?
Well, I could have went too, but...
But what?
I made a bad mistake, and I went the other place.
I note that the police officer, Ms. Helms, who took this report, noted that everyone had been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. Had you been drinking?
I had one drink.
My question was, had
Yes,
you
ma'am.
been drinking?
Yes.
That's what the police officer said.
They never came to the house. There was a statement after she gave it at the hospital.
Then he must be like Karnak. You can tell things without actually seeing them. But you had been drinking. Now, did you assault Miss Reeves?
Yes.
Did you assault Miss Reeves with firewood?
Yes.
At the time you hit Miss Reeves with the firewood, was she attempting to assault you?
No, she was pulling her pants up.
So you were not in any physical danger when you assaulted her, which would have been...
No, I just lost it when I seen them pulling their pants up out in the garage.
Okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't know why he came in there. He may have.
Oh, well, you don't know why. I know why he came in.
That's not my problem. That's her problem.
And later today...
So there's a couple of good stories that you made up that you just told me. You better tell me the truth. If you don't, I'm going to embarrass you. Pregnant, not pregnant, I don't care. Do you understand?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Stephanie Reeves claims party host Betty Helms hit her across the face with firewood. Betty claims Stephanie was with her husband. She is countersuing for emotional distress.
So, Ms. Helms, there is no excuse for assaulting someone.
I just lost
because
it.
they're fooling around with you. There's no such defense as losing it. And I can understand you, if what you say is true, that they were fooling around in the pool room.
And in the
She and your
bedroom.
husband, wherever they were fooling around.
With the grandbaby in
I
there.
don't care. I don't even like the picture that it's fomenting in my mind of it. If it's true, what'd you hit her for?
Because she stood in my face and told me that my husband was coming on to her first. And I just lost it.
Just a second. You lost it with just her?
No, and I lost it with him. I mean,
oh, well, that, you know, I mean, although that's not an excuse, I can almost understand that. You know, from a legal perspective, that's not an excuse. But at least you have a contract with your husband. How long were you married?
11 years.
Married to this guy 11 years, shared a house with him, and he disrespects you in your home with a perfect
Why was
stranger.
she there with another man?
With a perfect stranger.
And she's supposed to be married.
Listen to me. She doesn't have a contract with you. He does.
What she did with him?
That's his problem. That's not your
That's right.
problem. That's his problem. Now, do you think that I believe, madam, that the husband got up out of bed where he was lying with his grandbabies, passed out, to follow you into the pool room so he could make you warm with firewood?
She woke
Do
him
you
up.
think I'm speaking? Do you think that I believe that?
I don't know why he came in there. He may have.
Oh, well, you don't know why. I know why.
Well, that's not, like you said, that's not my problem.
I know why. He came in.
That's not my problem. That's her problem.
Listen to it. It was her problem and her husband's problem. But if you think that I believe your story, I don't. Now, that doesn't mean that she's allowed to assault you.
Exactly.
You know, you could have been going at it with the Energizer Bunny.
May
and it wouldn't have made any difference to me as a jurist whether or not she has the right to assault
May
you.
I show
She
you?
doesn't have the right to assault you.
Exactly. May I add something to that?
Sure.
She said we were pulling up our pants. This is the actual outfit that I had on that
Where's your
night.
vest?
I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry.
These are the pants I had on.
So?
If my pants were off, then how did they get covered in blood from my face?
Listen to me, madam. If you think that I believe that her husband got up out of bed where he was comfortably passed out with his grandchildren, it's another lovely picture that I'm seeing, and followed you into the pool room to make sure you were warm so that he could put wood on the fire, I don't believe it. Maybe your husband believes it. Maybe you even made it up so that you believe it yourself. But the truth of the matter is, that's a lot of baloney. Everyone had a little bit too much to drink in that house, and you're partially responsible for that.
I didn't
Because
invite
if you don't have to invite her. People are not supposed to drink to the extent where they get so drunk that they pass out on a bed with grandchildren. That's not supposed to happen. That's not civilized behavior.
True.
I don't care where you're from. Now, what were your medical bills?
$4,139.83.
Let me see. What kind of work do you do?
Right now, I don't do anything.
And what kind of work does he do?
He's a truck driver.
Does he have health insurance as a truck driver?
Yes, ma'am.
So did the health insurance cover some of these bills?
Covers part of it.
Well, how much was not covered?
It's all in there, what was not covered.
Listen to me. I want to see the statement that they send you after the insurance pays whatever portion they're going to pay, and you say that that's in there. Show me.
Well, the $3,000 one, I hadn't paid yet.
Well, your insurance should have paid it.
That's the part they wouldn't pay.
Well, show me where the insurance company says they're not going to pay that. You'd had a lot to drink that night, according to the emergency room nurse.
I had 4 beers that night, Your Honor.
Yeah, right. Bert, is there a synopsis of what the insurance company paid and not?
According to this page here.
No, madam, you have to submit this bill to your insurance carrier because the current hospital charges were $3,083, and it says the amount paid by insurance, $0. Well, the insurance will pay this as long as you send them the bill. Maybe it's just pending. You understand? I'm smarter than you are.
Well, it's an accident.
Ms. Rees, you're suing the defendant for $5,000. I am disinclined to award you $5,000. I believe that you behaved very badly that day, and I believe that while the defense that Ms. Helms is trying to use in a civil proceeding of she just lost it, there's really no defense whatsoever. In a criminal proceeding, not extreme emotional distress, she just was so angry she couldn't control herself. And the fact that she was absolutely taken aback by what she saw on that evening. I do, however, think that she has to be responsible for her actions. She has to be responsible to the extent that any unreimbursed medical bills she has to be responsible for. So if your total medical bills are about $4,000, I am going to suggest that probably 20% of that will not be covered by your insurance. That would be $800. And I'm going to round that out for good measure to $1,000. That's what you're entitled to. And the next time you're a guest in somebody's house, you're supposed to behave yourself. That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Her husband's about 60 years old.
I thought it was closed out the door and put the refrigerator in front of the door so he couldn't come back in.
I'm 27 years old.
She probably done me a good favor.
Why would she feel with somebody else when she's got this?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ruskowski versus Nees. Step forward, please.
Edward Ruskowski is suing 23-year-old Jody Nees for backing into his BMW in a video store parking lot.
Mr. Ruskowski, your car was parked in a parking lot.
Yes, ma'am.
According to your complaint, the defendant hit your car while it was in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Top of everything else, Ms. Nees does not have insurance, or did not have insurance on the day this incident happened with her car. You want her to be responsible for all the damage. Ms. Nees says it's not her fault that she hit your car because her daughter was choking. That's your defense. What is your defense to not having insurance?
I mailed my payment in 2 days late, so when they received it, they already sent me a letter in the mail saying it was canceled, and I did not get that mail until I got home about an hour before I went to
Why
the
did you
video
mail
store.
your insurance payment in late?
Because I ended up being out of town, and when the bill came in, it was already too late. And usually I'm always on time with my bills.
But this time.
Just There's no excuse for not having your insurance. They always send you your bills well in advance. Where were you out of town?
I was visiting my grandma.
You know something? I believe only a third of what you've said so far. I believe that you hit his car. I believe that you had no insurance. I believe nothing else that you said to me. And I'm a really good judge of that. So there's a couple of good stories that you made up that you just told me. So we're going to come back to the other questions that I'm going to ask you, and you better tell me the truth. If you don't, I'm going to embarrass you. Pregnant, not pregnant, I don't care. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Good. Okay. Because I believe when somebody does something wrong, they're supposed to accept responsibility for what they do. Now, how did you hit his car?
I was pulling out of the parking space with my
Pulling
daughter.
out of a parking space, what store had you been in?
The video store.
What was the name of the video that you got from the video store?
Bambi.
That's the third thing I don't believe. Now, so you're pulling out of the video store after you got a copy of something that I only believe maybe 10% might have been Bambi. And what happened?
I put my daughter in the car. We were about to leave. We start pulling out of the parking lot. She starts choking. So my first reaction is I turn around, check on her. My foot slipped off the brake and I ran into his car.
So whose fault is that?
Mine.
Good! That's the first good thing you said. So you're responsible for the damage to his car.
Yes.
And you have no insurance. So if you're responsible for the damage to his car and you have no insurance, you have to pay for the damage to his car. Now, can I see the pictures of the car, please?
Pictures right here, Judge.
And can I see the estimates? Who are you?
I am her husband, Kevin.
Stand up. You're the one that didn't send the insurance in? You were visiting her grandma too? Hey, where do you work?
I'm a manager of a Pizza Hut.
Where?
In Hammond.
How many Pizza Huts are there in Hammond, Indiana?
One.
One. If I were to call the only Pizza Hut in Hammond, Indiana, would they tell me you were working on or about August 6th or that you were away?
Yes, but no.
Yes, but...
At that time, Judge, I was working at a different Pizza Hut in Griffith, Indiana.
If I were to call the Pizza Hut where you were working in August of 2006, would they tell me you were there?
They would tell you I was not there, Judge.
Where were you?
I was at her grandmother's house.
For how long?
For approximately 4 days, Judge.
4 days. Hardly enough time for insurance to be canceled. Right, Mr. Nees?
I'm not an insurance agent. I have no idea.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 21.
I'm slightly older. They don't cancel insurance in 4 days. Have anything else you want to say to me?
The only thing that I would like to say is we know we're responsible for the damages to his car.
So why didn't you pay him?
But I don't think it's $1,700 damage to his car.
Listen, sir, take a look at the photographs, and I'm telling you, no body work on a car is cheap. That's a lot of body work on that car. And you're 21 years old, and I'm only slightly older than you are. So I am here to tell you, Mr. Nees, that that's at least $1,739 worth of damage to his car. It's a bargain.
Yeah, Judge.
Is there anything that I said that you don't agree with, sir?
Well, I'm just... Oh, no, you're right.
Then just
Absolutely.
be quiet. All right, judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,739. That's all. Step out.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
26-year-old Ashley Hickey for the return of a computer.
All rise. Quiet in the courtroom. This is case number 386 on the calendar in the matter of White versus Hickey. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ladies, have a seat, please.
Mr. White, your son is presently awaiting sentencing on a domestic violence case. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And the defendant is the complainant in that case.
Yes, that is also correct.
The defendant and your son had lived together for how long?
Almost 2 years.
The sentencing is for a violation of a protective order. There had been a protective order in place, and he was found guilty of violating that protective order. Is that right?
He pleaded no contest, yes.
That's found guilty. Is he represented by an attorney?
Yes, he is.
Did the attorney give you any indication of how long he was going to be sentenced?
I think it's going to be probation and anger management, alcohol counseling.
How long has he been in jail?
He was in jail for 4 days.
Where is he now?
He is out of jail and taking a welding class, living at my house.
He has an alcohol problem?
Yes.
Are you angry with the defendant?
Well, I'm not angry with the defendant, but I feel that there was some property that was at the residence when she got the protection order that belonged to me.
According to you, you loaned them, a computer. She took it. Tell me about the loan of the computer, Mr. White.
Well, I build computers for a living.
I understand that.
Okay, and my son and the other son that lives at home, from time to time I will put a better computer into their place and then take the other one and use it for parts. And the computer that he had was something that I had put a lot of time and money into. And there's pictures of my grandchildren on there and so forth.
I want to know, Mr. White, what you said to your son when you built this computer in their home.
Oh, I said this is a loaner that you can use as long as you need. And when I need it back, I'm going to take it back.
Is that what you said to him?
Yes.
I don't believe you. It doesn't sound right to me, sir. When did you put this computer in their home?
It was before they moved back here from up north. It would have been probably October or November of 2005.
You get where I'm going, Mr. White. A loaner is something you say, listen, you need a computer, I'm going to loan you my computer, but I'll be back for it in a week. I'll be back for it in 2 weeks. but not I'll be back for it 2 years later, when I want it back because you have my pictures of my grandchildren on it. Do you understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, sir. Now, you may be angry at her because she had your son arrested. I can understand that. Did you have him arrested because he assaulted you?
Yes.
You said that in a very tenuous way. Did he assault you?
Yes, he did.
How?
He tossed me across the room. He grabbed my arm and tossed me across the room.
Had he been drinking?
Yes.
Do you drink?
No. Not, well, occasionally with friends.
But you don't have an alcohol problem?
No.
How long have you known that his son had an alcohol problem?
Well, he drinks on a daily basis. I guess from the beginning I knew it, but it was my own fault for knowing and not doing anything about it.
Was he working at the time that you lived together?
When we first started living together, yes, he was.
And then?
And then he got laid off and was on unemployment until it ran out.
Were you working?
Yes.
Steadily?
Yes.
Same company?
Well, when we lived in Petoskey together, I asked to be laid off because I wanted to move back to Bay City. I didn't know if we could find work right away. And when I got there, I had a really hard time finding work, but I did find a work at a daycare. And I worked there until I found a better job, which is where I'm at now.
How long have you been working at this company?
Since August.
Sounds like a nice young lady, sir. You must have been thrilled that your son, who has an alcohol problem, hooked himself up with such a nice young lady.
Should I respond to that, Your Honor?
I'm waiting for an answer, sir.
I was not happy that he was with her, and one thing I am grateful for about this whole mess is that he's not with her anymore.
Is that right?
Yes.
I'd like to hear why.
Because she has a history of being what my wife refers to as a gold digger, and she's taken people to the cleaners more than once, and it's documented, and she's doing it again this time.
Documented where? You mean because she took your rebuilt computer?
No, no, no. Because the first guy that she had a kid with that she wasn't married to, she got money out of him, and then the second guy that she had a kid with that she wasn't married to, she got thousands of dollars out of him.
And what'd you get out of your son, who was unemployed most of the time?
Well, they were co-signed on a house, and she owns all that, all the furniture that's in there, and he hasn't got one thing back out of that either.
He wasn't working.
Well, he has been working. In fact, he was working a very good job.
He's got an alcohol problem.
That's
Mr.
true.
White. When you have an alcohol problem at 27, he's 27?
He will be in a month.
Well, 26. When you have an alcohol problem when you're 26 years old, the likelihood of you amassing a great deal of money is de minimis. What I'm telling you is I spoke to her for a relatively short period of time, and you may be angry at her because she had your son arrested, because he spent some time in jail, because he's awaiting sentencing, which is going to include an alcohol program, which it should, and probably a little anger management as well. That doesn't give you license to sue her and to abuse the court system. What you're saying to me was, in 2005, 2 years ago, you put a rebuilt computer with parts that you put together in a home that your son shared with her. And you want me to believe that you said to your son at the time, I'm loaning you this computer until I want it back. And I'm telling you that common sense suggests to me, sir, that that never happened. You may have said to them, from time to time, I'll come and add new parts to it and give you a new one. That I can imagine if that's what you do, but not 2 years ago saying to them, this is a loaner. If you say to me, I made a gift of this computer to my son and she took it, different story. Then your son would have to be here and say, it was my computer, I want it back.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor. And the only disagreement I would have with that is she took property that belonged to me and said she needed it for school. And yet I feel like if you take something that belongs to somebody else because you need it, that's not justification.
It didn't belong to you. When you give it away, it no longer belongs to you.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
It's his fault if he's an alcoholic, and it's his fault if he got himself into legal trouble, for which he pled guilty, which means he did the wrong thing. Not once, but twice, that we know about.
And later today,
I want you to be quiet. I want you to let him dig this grave all by himself. Do you understand?
Yes.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Peter White is suing his son's ex-girlfriend, Ashley Hickey, for the return of a computer.
Now, you and your wife are angry at her because she caused your son trouble. Could have just as easily have split up without trouble, without police, without 4 days in jail, without lawyers, without bail, right?
I disagree, Your Honor.
You disagree that they could have split up without trouble? Is that what you're saying to me?
Yes, if we would have been able to get some of the stuff back from her, like this computer.
I'm not talking about stuff. Aren't you hearing what I'm saying? What I said to you, madam, was you would think as parents you would want them, if they were going to split up without police involvement.
I agree with that.
Well, so why can't you just say I agree? You don't have to be argumentative.
I do.
The only problem is your son was a violent alcoholic. And the only way that she could get him out of the house and get her to leave her alone was to call the police. Because he wasn't leaving her alone. He's not allowed to put his hands on her. And he's not allowed to come back once there's an order of protection. That's not her fault. That's your son's fault. And you better put the blame where it belongs, because it doesn't belong with her, it belongs with him. And the quicker he grows up and figures out that he has two loving parents, but he better not disappoint them, because you're going to be there for him if he falls on his face. But don't blame other people. It's his fault if he's an alcoholic. And it's his fault if he got himself into legal trouble, for which he pled guilty, which means he did the wrong thing. Not once, but twice. More, perhaps, but twice that we know about. And if your son wants to come here and tell me that this was a gift to him and she took it without permission, I'd hear him. But you did not loan her your computer. That's all. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He's angry with me because his son is an alcoholic and he's violent, and he went to jail, and he's mad at me and thinks it's my fault.
I think she would do anything she could to make my entire family miserable, and is making a career out of it.
My son was brought into this situation. It shouldn't have never been like that.
You can't fault the judge's logic. She was very logical, but there was a few issues behind the scenes that didn't really come to the fore.
I hope he does get help, and I hope he does become a better person.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Gorin versus Spears, step forward, please.
20-year-old Olivia Gorin is suing her former friend, 22-year-old Jonathan Spears, for bail money after a high-speed chase.
Ms. Gorin, you posted $7,500 in bail for the defendant. You posted it, according to you, initially at the request of a friend of his. Is that right?
Yes.
With his later promise to pay you back.
Yes.
He paid you back $2,500.
Yes.
He says he never really had an agreement with you to pay you the bail. It was his friend Daniel's fault that he got arrested in the first place. It was his friend Daniel who called you to post the bail. So go ask Daniel for your money. That's your defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're sticking to it.
Okay, yes, I am.
Good. All right. When were you arrested, Mr. Spears?
I was arrested, I think it was the 8th month. I'm not so sure.
Mr. Spears.
Yeah.
How many times have you been arrested, sir?
Once. I only been arrested once.
If you were arrested only one time, Mr. Spears, that date would be burned in my memory forever.
Well, no, what's burned in my memory is I got to go to jail in 2 weeks from now. That's what's burned in my memory, that I got to go.
On this case?
On this case, yes.
Then I would remember the date that I got arrested.
That's true, too. Yeah.
On what date was he arrested?
September 8th, 2005. I
There it
remember
goes.
because
September 8th.
I posted $5,000 on my credit card, and I've been paying it off ever since.
Well, where's the $7,500 from?
$2,500 I put from my savings account. $5,000 I took off on a credit card.
What were you arrested for on September 8th, Mr. Spears?
It was a high-speed chase.
High-speed chase with whom?
Police department.
The police were drag racing with you?
Something like that.
No, Mr. Spears, I'm serious. A high-speed chase with police.
Yes, it was. No.
Sorry.
Let's start from the beginning.
Okay, we can start from the beginning. Okay. That night's Wednesday night. We was all riding bikes.
That night was a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday night. It's called bike night, where we all get together as a group and we ride down the freeway. So we was doing wheelies on the freeway at the time.
You have to talk slowly because you understand, Mr. Spears, I'm old.
Okay. We was doing...
You were doing wheelies.
Yes.
Not willies. Wheelies?
Yes.
Wheelies.
Okay.
On the freeway.
We were playing on the bike.
On the freeway.
On the freeway. On the way to bike night.
Were you alone on the freeway with your friend?
Yes, we was.
So there weren't...
Oh, no, there was other cars and stuff.
I want you to be quiet. I want you to let him dig this grave all by himself. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that night, Wednesday night.
You're doing the wheelies on the freeway.
No, it wasn't me. It was, the group that I was...
The group are doing the wheelies on the freeway.
Yeah, you know.
I got it.
Okay, so we was going, okay. All of a sudden, a police pulled behind the whole group, and then I take off.
Yes.
I jumped in front of my friend Daniel, because he didn't have a license or registration at the time, and I did. So the cop pulled me over about 6 or 7 miles after he turned his lights on. So I pull over, I get arrested. I call Daniel.
What were you arrested for?
Evading a police officer. So, but
I have to write this down. I don't want to forget anything that you're telling me, Mr. Spears. So, evading a police officer. Now, why do you think the police officer was behind you in the beginning? If you had to speculate, did you think the police officer thought you were endangering the public by doing wheelies on the freeway?
I wasn't doing a wheelie.
You told me everybody was doing the wheelies.
They was doing the wheelies. I was just behind them. They was doing the wheelies. I was just behind them. And I pulled in front of Daniel.
Oh, just a second. Well, I did not.
But I pulled in front of Daniel.
I misunderstood you, sir. Perhaps you misspoke. You said we were doing wheelies on our way to bike night.
My friends were
I
doing
assumed
wheelies.
that when you said we were doing the wheelies, you were all doing the wheelies.
No, not all of us.
But you weren't doing the wheelies.
I wasn't doing the wheelies.
You're not a wheelie doer.
No, I'm not a wheelie doer. I don't do wheelies.
At least on September 8th, you weren't doing wheelies.
On that day, I wasn't doing.
Okay. So,
but we were,
now let's shut. Listen, this is my playpen, Mr. Spears.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do plumbing.
When you're in the bathroom, that's your playpen. The courtroom is my playpen.
Okay.
So we're going to do this my way.
Okay, can I finish?
No, we do this my way. So let me understand this. You and your friends, including your friend Daniel, are on your way to bike night on the freeway. The other members of your bike group are doing wheelies.
Yes.
You are sort of behind them, watching them doing wheelies, driving.
On the side.
I'm speaking behind them, because that's what you said. You said you were behind them.
I was on the side of them. The freeway's big. I was on the side of them.
No, you said you were behind them because you said you got up in front of your friend
Daniel. Daniel was in front of us.
Yeah, right. Who's us?
The group.
So it was just Daniel who was doing the wheelies?
No. The group was doing the wheelies, but Daniel was on the right-hand side.
So all the group was doing wheelies except you?
Yep.
They must have thought you were a chicken guy. Not doing wheelies like but I told you.
Look, so
I
we
told
were doing wheelies.
I'm going to have this sport all by myself. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Now you got arrested because, according to you,
I just pulled in front of Daniel.
I'm speaking. You wanted to protect your friend Daniel, who had no license.
Yes, no registration.
So you got in front of him, and you distracted the police so that Daniel could get away.
He exited the freeway at Laura Canyon. He exited the freeway.
And you led the police on a high-speed chase so that Daniel could get away.
It wasn't really like a high-speed chase. It was, they just followed me for a little bit. Okay, so after they was following me, I pulled over. And I got arrested. I called Daniel. Daniel said he gonna bail me out. Okay, fine. He said he gonna bail me out. Cool, all right. For what I did for him, I'm thinking it's a favor, you know? So, okay, cool. He bails me out. He didn't tell me who he got the money from, so I can't assume where he got the money from, so I'm not knowing. Okay, he bails me out.
Got the money from the bail ferry.
Hey, he got the money from the bail ferry. My dad put up the house, so now we're here.
I have a feeling that this would have been a lot shorter if you'd have just let him tell this story, because this is what he was going to tell you no matter what.
Yeah, but I managed to get him in front of 10 million people.
Yeah.
Okay, so Daniel calls you, you put up the money. Mr. Spears gets his get-out-of-jail card from you and ultimately gives you $2,500.
Out of my kindness of my heart. Shh. Oh.
I told you, the bathroom is your playpen. The courtroom is my playpen. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Now, when did he give you the $2,500?
2 days after I posted bail, and he knew that I was
Don't tell me what he knew.
To post bail.
Don't tell me what he knew. Where were you when he gave you the $2,500?
I was at work.
Tell me how that happened.
He actually gave it to Daniel, who gave it to me.
See?
He never handed you the money.
He didn't.
When, for the first time after September 8th, 2005, did you see Mr. Spears?
A couple weeks later when I called him.
Couple of weeks later.
Right.
So you had already received $2,500 from Daniel.
From me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That made my life much easier. So you gave Daniel the $2,500 to give to Miss Gorin.
Yes.
thereby acknowledging your debt. Thank you very much. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000.
Parties are excused.
Thank you.
You may step out.
I'm happy and I learned my lesson.
Is suing her daughter's ex-fiancé, Tyler Daniels, for a loan to pay off his gambling debts. Tyler says the money was a gift.
All rise. Yeah, this is case number 584 on the calendar in the matter of Tracy versus Daniels.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
Mrs. Tracy, the defendant was engaged to your daughter. I assume this is your daughter?
It's my daughter.
And shortly before the wedding, she had a change of heart.
Yep.
She decided to cancel the wedding. Prior to that, however, it is your claim that you loaned the defendant some money for his individual use. Mr. Daniels acknowledges that you gave him the money, but he said he would never accept a loan from you because of the kind of person that you are. It was only a gift, no strings, and he has no intention of paying you back.
That's correct.
So let's figure this out, sir. How old are you?
26.
When did you become engaged to Miss Tracy's daughter?
About 2.5 years ago.
Did you buy her a ring?
Yes, I did.
Did you get it back?
No.
You didn't get your ring back?
No, we both still have our rings.
Really? Stand up next to your mother. Where is the engagement ring?
I have it, and I paid for half of it.
Oh, you allow her to pay for half her ring?
Yes, I did.
Why?
She wanted a ring that was more than I wanted to pay for.
Okay, good. Sit down. Okay, now, Mr. Daniels, you acknowledge that Miss Tracy gave you money.
I do.
When did she give you money?
Probably about 3 months before the wedding was to take place.
And when was the wedding to take place?
August 20th.
Where?
Breckenridge, it's a vineyard in Oregon.
Did the plaintiff have to make arrangements to secure that location?
Yes, she did.
She gave him a deposit?
She did.
And did you get flowers, musician, photographer, the usual things that one goes through, and you give him all deposits?
Yes, I did.
Now, when your daughter canceled this wedding, you lost those deposits?
All of it.
All of it. It was worth it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Daniels, 3 months before August, you were in need of some money. You want to tell me why? What does this mean, sir?
Not particularly.
What?
Not particularly.
Well, you're not particularly that you weren't in need of money, or not particularly that you want to tell me?
That I want to tell you.
But you're going to tell me because that's why you're here.
Okay.
I'll tell you.
No. Listen. Shh, please. I'll get to you. It's a very pretty shade of pink. I'll get to you. I want you to tell me why you needed money, Mr. Daniels.
I actually was gambling.
You have a gambling problem?
Yeah, I did.
And you owed money to people?
Correct.
How many people did you owe money to?
It's tough to say. Quite a few.
In small amounts?
Some.
What was the total amount you owed?
Somewhere around $4 grand.
Had you been encouraged to get the money?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have family?
I do.
Did you ask your family for money?
No.
Why not?
I didn't ask anybody for money, to be honest with you.
So you would say that she was looking into a crystal ball if she gave you money, if nobody told her that you needed money.
I'm just saying that I didn't ask to borrow money from you.
I didn't ask whether you asked to borrow money. You had to have told somebody that the guys were after you for their money. Who did you tell?
Jennifer.
That would be the ex-fiancé.
That would.
Did he tell you that he was having trouble with gambling debt?
Yeah, and our wedding was set for the 13th.
Listen, just answer my question.
Yeah, sorry.
He tells you he's in difficulty because he owes money.
His family, too. He did borrow money from his family.
How much did he borrow from his family, Jennifer?
He owed his cousin, like, I don't know, 400, and his other cousin, like, 100 or something. And
what about
his
his
sister?
parents?
His parents don't have any money.
So he told you that he needed this money, and then what?
And the only person I could go to was my mom.
So did you?
Yeah.
What did you say to her?
I told her that Tyler has a gambling problem again, because I had helped him out before.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
How much did you give him
Many
before?
times.
Shh. Go ahead. You told him that he was in trouble again.
Yeah, and that we needed help. Like, he had back debts that were on my credit. I had co-signed for a car for him, and he was 2 months behind on that. And my ring payment, I had the good credit. That's why I ended up paying for half of my
Could
ring.
we please get to the $3,700?
That was car payments, the ring payments,
his Men's Warehouse account that was in my name, and
That
a
we
few
got
of his
the
other
tuxedo
bills.
for the wedding on.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you say that you loaned him $3,700.
Yeah, that was a combination of his debts that helped.
No. It was my understanding from reading your complaint that the $3,700 was for this gambling problem he had.
It was, but he had put it on credit cards, so he had to pay the credit cards.
He had put what on credit cards? She had put it on her credit cards.
Yeah, they were my credit cards.
They were on her credit cards.
Oh, that's the previous loan.
I'm talking about this $3,700 that was approximately May 20th. Do you know what you're suing him for?
Yes, I do. I know exactly what I'm suing from. The problem is he owes her money.
I'm not interested in what he owes
Well,
to her.
I think she got
No. Listen to me. He told her that he was in trouble with the guys that he owed money to. She came to you and said to you, Mom, he's in trouble again with gambling. That's what she tells me. Is that right, Jennifer?
That's right.
And then what did your mother say to you? Don't speak.
That
What-
she would be willing to loan him the money.
She said that to you?
And on a payment plan.
Just a second. She said that to you?
She said that to both of us. We both went over and met with her and talked to her.
Where were you when you both went over there and met with her?
At her house.
Do you remember on what day you both went over there and met with her?
I don't. She does.
June 2nd.
Now, does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Somewhat.
Well, let's get to the somewhat. Now that your recollection is refreshed.
You know you borrowed the money.
Hey, Miss Tracy, speak again. You're gone.
It was my understanding that it was a gift.
I don't care what your understanding was. I asked you if you had the discussion. Now your recollection is refreshed somewhat. So let's get to June 2nd when you and the lovely Jennifer went to speak to her mother. Let's have it.
We went over there and spoke to her. She said she would loan me the money.
Perfect.
Loan.
Isn't that... You want to leave?
No, Your Honor.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't know how much your deposits were that you lost. Whatever it was worth it. It would have been a life of misery. The guy is worthless.
And later today,
My daughter had called me up while I was in Florida, told me that she had took my truck and that she was selling
You
it.
also said when she came into the house, she took toilet paper from your house.
Yes, she did.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Deborah Tracy says her daughter's ex-fiancé, Tyler Daniels, owes for a loan to pay off his gambling debts.
Yes.
So I think initially it started off to be a loan, but, you know,
But I know what.
well, I mean, we were getting married.
So what?
I think somewhere along the line it became more of a gift.
At what point down the line? On Broadway? Nassau Street? Where? Where did it become from a loan to a gift?
That was just, it was just things that were said. It
Well,
was my
give me a for instance. Bert is dying to know a for instance when $3,700 became a loan and it became a gift.
I don't remember any specific
good.
instances.
Listen, I don't know how much your deposits were that you lost at the vineyard, for the photographer, for the champagne toast, what, for her dress, for your dress, whatever it was worth it. It would have been a life of misery. The guy is worthless. He's got a gambling problem, and he'll never get over it. I don't know what other problems he's got, but do me a favor. Next time you pick him, bring him home to your mother to let her get a... Your mother looks like she's pretty savvy. Let her give him a going over, all right? Jennifer, and don't buy your own engagement ring. Girls don't buy their own engagement rings. That's ridiculous. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,700.
Thank you, Your
Parties
Honor.
are excused. You may step out.
Well, I wanted him and my daughter to start fresh without being in debt,
They probably think it's a loan because the relationship didn't work out.
start their life together, and
Now they want their money back.
it just didn't work out.
I need money right now, and I'm not going to borrow it from her.
I'm not going to do that ever again.
Because I've learned a lesson from this, too.
Never borrow money.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Años versus Años, step forward.
Jacqueline Años is suing her daughter, 25-year-old Crystal Años, for selling her Chevy Silverado without her permission. Crystal says she didn't need permission.
Miss Años, the defendant is your daughter, and it is your claim that she stole a truck that belonged to you while you were on vacation and sold it. Your daughter says that it was her truck because she had sold it to you. You never finished paying for it, so she sold it. Right?
Correct.
Where did this truck initially come from?
My boyfriend, Frank Merrill.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Frank, what's your last name?
Merrill.
Ms. Agnos says that the truck originally came from you. Explain that to me, please.
I had bought it for work, and wasn't quite big enough for me, so I decided to buy a van.
When was that?
It was about a month after I purchased it, which I believe was in April.
How much did you pay for it?
I paid $700 for the vehicle.
And who did you buy it from?
I saw it on the side of the road, actually, so I didn't know the gentleman that I bought it from.
What year truck was it?
1990 Chevy pickup truck.
Was it running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so shortly after you bought it, you found that you needed a larger one. You bought a van, and what did you do with this 1990 Chevy?
At the time, Jackie didn't have a vehicle.
That would be you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And she didn't have a vehicle at the time, and she was interested in purchasing it off of us. So I talked to her daughter about it, and we decided it wouldn't be no harm to sell it to her.
Great. And you purchased it?
Yes, ma'am.
For how much?
The original price he asked me for was $500. I gave him $400 that day.
Just a second. He asked you for $500?
Yes.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Just a second. And you gave him $400?
Yes.
Okay. And then you took possession of the
vehicle?
Truck?
Yes, I did.
And did it remain in your possession?
Yes, it did.
Until when?
January of 2007.
And what happened in January of 2007?
I was in vacation on Florida. My daughter had came into my home to get an extra set of keys to park the truck in a friend's driveway because she was taking her plates back, but it never made it to my...
Taking her plates back on what?
On the truck. My truck was insured in my daughter's name.
It was insured in her name, so it must have been titled in her name.
Correct.
Had to be titled, because if it's not titled in her name, then she has no what we call insurable interest. They would not allow her to insure it unless it was titled in her name. Now, if you purchased the truck in 2005, why was the truck still in her name?
Why was the truck still in her name?
That
because
was my
the
question.
insurance was still in her name.
Why?
Why? Because through the course of years when my children were younger, my daughter got speeding tickets with my insurance.
That's false.
And I had a few fender benders. And my insurance at that time was for $435 a month. I had insured her prior with my insurance, and when my insurance was up...
I don't... Listen to me. Do you understand this is not a tea party? When I look at you and ask you a question, you'll answer me. Other than that, don't shout out here. I don't permit that.
Okay.
Now we understand that? I've explained it to you.
Yes.
Don't do it again. Go ahead.
And then I asked my daughter to do the same thing for me, which she insured the vehicle for me.
That's fraud, you know. That's fraud. It's your truck. You say you paid for it. You have somebody else put it in their name so that you can get the benefit of lower insurance, even though you're going to be the only driver. You can't do that. So now you've had this truck for 2 years. She came into your house to get an extra set of keys because she had to take the plates off. Now, why was she taking the plates off the truck?
She no longer wanted to insure me.
Okay. Is there any reason for that?
I had backed up into somebody's car, and her insurance went up $20 extra a month, so she wanted her plates back.
Sounds right to me. She no longer wanted to be responsible. So?
So?
Go ahead. Let me hear what happened. So?
I never got the truck back. She just kept it in her possession, called me up while I was in Florida, told me that she had took my truck and that she was selling it for the money that I owed her, which I have no idea what money I owe her.
Well, so far, according to you, you owe her $100 for the truck.
No, I paid Frank that $100.
Well, so you didn't tell me that.
Yes, I did. I paid Frank.
No, you didn't. What I'm saying is you didn't tell me that.
Okay.
You told me.
But I did pay Frank the other $100.
When?
Summertime 2006.
A year later?
Yep.
She pay you another $100?
No, Your Honor.
How much did you sell her the truck for?
$700.
What you paid for it?
Correct.
And she gave you how much?
$500.
Did you ever ask her for the other two?
No, I didn't, to be quite honest with you.
So now you're going to tell me why you took the truck.
Okay.
Is not an answer.
I took the truck because she did get into an accident. My insurance did go up. And she also got a whole bunch of parking tickets in my name as well.
Really?
Yes, on top of the accident that she had gotten into.
How many parking tickets did she get?
There was 4. I paid off 2. I still have a copy of the other 2.
I'd like to see them, please. Why didn't you pay your parking tickets? Madam.
Yes.
Why didn't you pay your parking tickets?
The parking ticket that she is claiming for...
No, there were 4.
There's only 2, and here's a recent printout of that.
She said she paid 2. 2 were outstanding.
They weren't from me.
They were on a car that was in your possession. These are from 2006. The car was in your possession.
I did not have 4 tickets, Your Honor.
I have 2 here. She said she paid for 2. Let's talk about 2 from 2006. You have proof that you paid them?
No.
I can understand why she took back the truck. A, you didn't finish paying her for it. They might have let that go. B, you had an accident. You had an accident that forced their insurance to go up. Now, that's different from when a teenager has an accident forcing their parents' insurance to go up, because that's the life cycle. The life cycle is you are very excited to have children, and then they get their driver's license, and you can't wait for them to turn 25 so that you no longer have to keep them under your insurance policy. But then we don't regress and have our children take care of us and fraudulently keep a car in their name because they're lower insurance because of your lousy driving record. Cycle doesn't go that way. So I can understand why she was annoyed, and I can understand why she was doubly annoyed that there were tickets outstanding in a car that you had, that was in your possession, that she now has to assume responsibility for. And it's a 1990 truck that she says she sold for $350. At least $100 of that was for fines. So what are you complaining about?
What am I complaining about?
That's exactly what I asked you.
I put a lot of money into that truck, okay? And
should have taken better care of it. Should have paid the tickets on it. Shouldn't have gotten into an accident. Should have had the car insured in your name.
But what
should
about
have
when
had the
I
title.
had it in her, she had her vehicle in my name for 3 years.
Listen to me. Shh. That's what parents do for children. That's what parents do for children. That's the cycle. That's what you weren't listening to. Your listening ears weren't on. Parents take care of their children, but until a parent is incapable of taking care of themselves, children aren't responsible for taking care of their adult parents. She shouldn't have to take care of you by insuring a car for you, by paying your parking tickets, or by having her insurance go up because you had an accident. What else? You also said when she came into the house, she took toilet paper from your house.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Did you do that?
Your Honor.
Come on, is not an answer.
It wasn't in her house. It was in her truck. And yes, when I took it out of her truck, before I sold the truck, there was 1 earring in the truck and toilet paper. I took the toilet paper, and here's the earring.
Okay.
I didn't bring the toilet paper with me.
Earring, please, and give it back to the plaintiff. You're also suing for those that were in the truck. Okay. Ms. Años, how many kids do you have?
2.
Where's the other one?
Home.
How old?
24.
Lives with you?
Yes.
Has a car?
No.
Do you have a car?
No.
What does the 24-year-old do?
He's working with a friend, redoing houses.
Who drives him to and from work?
His friend.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm disabled.
You get disability?
Yes.
What's the nature of your disability?
I have chronic degenerate bone disease.
So you don't have to get around much?
Yes, I do have to get around much.
And with this degenerative bone disease, you were able to drive around for 2 years in a Chevy pickup truck?
Yeah, I can drive.
Right, a Chevy pickup truck, that's kind of hard.
No, it's not.
To drive it. Yeah, I can hardly get in and out of my car sometimes with my miserable back, and I'm not on disability. The case is dismissed, that's all.
21-year-old Sierra Pickering is suing her former employer, Mike Brown, for non-payment of services rendered.
Order. All rise. This is case number 556 on the calendar in the matter of Pickering versus Brown.
রক্ত বেচা গোলাপ কিনছি ছাতের বারে পৌঁছা গেল আমার সুন্দর দেহ তোর অভাবে কইসা গেল মিলাই দো তারে খুদা শূন্যতার মাঝারে আমার কোথায় সে মায়াবতী কাইন্দা খুঁজি যারে হাইরে রাজ্য তো গভীর হয় আমার নিকোটিনের মাত্রা বাড়ে ভাঙা মন নিয়ে আবার উঠা গেছি বারে বারে কোন ভোলের অভিশাপটা আমার সারে না রে মানসিক রোগী তাই তো টুকা মারি দাঁড়ে দাঁড়ে কি ছিল অভিমান তোর কি ছিল সমাধান ক কি ছিল পাপুর্ণ আজ মৃত্যুর পথে অভিযান আজ মাপ চাই আজ খুদা তুমি মাফ করো আমারে হাইরে ভালোবাসার মাপ যুগ দিছি আকাশ পাতাল ব্যবধান হরিণ চোখি নাগিন ছিলি চোখ দেখা তোর চিনি নাই ভালোবাসার ছবল দিয়া আইলিনাসে জানা যায় স্বপ্ন নিয়া বাঁচি আমার পূরণ করার সাধ্য নাই সমাজে নীতি নিশার বন্ধ কইরা দেখা যায় উড়া গেলে দুঃখের নদী চড়া রোদে সুখে নাই প্রাণ বাকি অন্যের দেহে কই যায় আমার বুকে নাই চাহিদা সস্তা তবু চড়া দামে লেখা যায় স্রোতের কিনারায় হাতটা ছাইরা যাবি ভাবি নাই
You said I don't exactly remember, is what you said to me. So he looked at something, I assume it's a worksheet.
It was her application. I hired her on that date.
That's true. I didn't even know.
প্রত্যেকটা নিশিকে তোর মনের মতো সাজায় রাখে 3.5 হাত মাটির বাসর যতন কইরা সাজাইতাছে প্রশান্তের গুঙ্গু মামু মিশা যায় মু বাতাসে হ চইলা যায় মু যেখানে তোর দূরত্বটা বজায় থাকে রক্তটা ভিন্ন তবু আবেগটা কেন গো আপন সাজে ছায়াটা নিজে তবু ঘুরা বেড়ায় তোরই মাঝে একতরফা ভালোবাসা একা পথে হাইটা যায় হ রাজাইগা কাব্য লেখছি মোমের তাপে পুইরা ছাই সাজনে ঘুঙ্গু মামু ভাঙবো না সকালে মায়ের বুকটা খালি কইরা চইলা যায় মু খালে পাইবি সুখ শান্তি হেদিন পাইবো সুখ সকলে ভাঙা সিনায় পোষা ময়না অন্য জনের দখলে বানাইছি রানী আবার নিজে হচ্ছি চরণ দাসী ভেজা চোখে কি নারায় ভয়ঙ্কর সে মিথ্যা হাসি কাটা যায় হঠাৎ মায়া মন কয় না আর ভালোবাসি নিশ্চয় সে গাজার এফেক্ট বশীকরণ তামাক আমার আফসোস যে জন্ম মৃত্যু একটাই নাইলে মইরা যাইয়া পুনর্জন্মের রাইখা দিতাম শেষটাই আই ফিরা আই তুই আমার বিয়ার সানাই বাজাই দে আতর গোলাপ চন্দন দিয়া ভালো কইরা সাজাই দে
From when I was part-time, but from the 15th of January until the 9th of February, all of that is still owed.
So you didn't receive
রক্ত বেচা গোলাপ কিনছি সাতের বারে বেচা গেল আমার এই সুন্দর দেহ তোর অভাবে কইসা গেল মিলাই দো তারে ক্ষুধা শূন্যতার মাঝারে আমার কোথায় সে মায়াবতী কাইন্দা খুঁজি যারে হায়রে রাজ্য তো গভীর হয় আমার নিকোটিনের মাত্রা বাড়ে ভাঙা মন নিয়ে আবার উঠা গেছি বারে বারে কোন ভুলের অভিশাপটা আমার সারে না রে মানসিক রুগী তাই তো টুকা মারি দাঁড়ে দাঁড়ে
Well, when you say she was a subcontractor, so was she paid by the hour or by the job? What does that mean? Explain that.
She did some work at home as well that I paid her for, not hourly, but by the job.
That's not true, Judge.
Oh, so you didn't do any work at home?
I did work at home, but I wasn't paid for that. I was paid only by the hour.
And how many hours a day did you work?
It varied. It was typically an 8 to 5 day, but there were
Listen, Miss Pickering, it can't vary if you work full-time. If you're an independent contractor, it can vary. If you work for somebody for a salary, so much per week, then you work so many hours. You work 8 hours, 9 to 5, 10 to 6,
It was-
11 to 7.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand? How old are you?
21.
All right, so pay careful attention. If you work for somebody as a full-time salaried employee, you are paid so much an hour for so much work that you do during a typical day, which is usually an 8-hour workday. Now, he says he paid you during the day, but he also gave you extra money for work that you completed at home. You say that didn't happen, that you didn't work for him at home. So he must be telling me a fib. All I want to know is, on what date of the week were you paid?
I was usually paid on Fridays.
Friday.
To
Sir,
clarify,
can you tell me, quiet, can you tell me, please, from January 3rd until February 9th, I would just like to see 4 paychecks, please.
I don't have the actual paychecks, but I have the check numbers.
Fine. Just give me the check numbers, sir, and what they were for. Just tell me.
This, the check number 2502 for 350.
2502,
Correct.
which was what date?
Which was paid on
February 6th.
February 6th.
That's 2/6. We're going to work backwards.
That was for January 3rd through
That's not true. It was for the end.
I don't want to hear you. I'm not speaking to you.
January 13th.
Why didn't you pay her, sir?
Because she was paid at like every 2 weeks, or like I said, per job.
No. No. That I don't buy, Mr. Brown. That I don't buy.
I didn't pay her weekly. She was not paid weekly.
I wasn't paid at all.
I got checks here proving that I did pay.
Well, then show me, sir. All I have is one check that you tell me you gave her for how much on February 6th?
Well, since November, I got check
No.
number one.
From January 3rd to February 6th, give me the number of the checks and the amount. You have one 2502.
One check from January 3rd to February 6th. She has one check
For how much?
for $356.70.
$356.
Correct.
I don't buy it, sir.
I got the paperwork right here.
I don't care what you have. I don't buy the fact that you paid somebody for a month's worth of work and the amount that you paid them was $356.
But that's what the hours added up because she was calling off work all the time.
That's not true.
No. Don't buy it. You just told me, sir, that you worked during the day, and she also took work home at night that you paid her for, and you're telling me now that the most you paid her for that 5-week period was $356. Mr. Brown, I don't buy it.
May I say something about this check in question, please?
Not yet. I just need the dates of the checks, sir, and how much they were for.
That is just one check.
Show me the rest of the pay that you paid her from January 3rd to February 6th. If the answer is that's the only check, then we're right back to where we were 5 minutes ago. Are you following me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you're following me, I'm telling you that I don't believe that in a month, all she earned was $356.
That's what I have time cards for, ma'am. She turned in time
I don't
cards.
care what you have time cards for,
That's
sir.
how she got paid, was with time cards.
No. Listen to me. Let's do this, and then I'm going to tell you why you're full of baloney. $356 divided by 5 equals $71.20 a week. And you worked 5 days a week?
I worked 6 days a week, Monday
Divided?
through Saturday.
$11.86 a day, or a little less than $2 an hour. That's what you paid her, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, stop playing with your paper. This is what you just told me. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Brown. And if it doesn't make sense, it's not true.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
If you didn't like the fact that you didn't get a raise, you should have quit.
There's no other jobs in that small community, especially
then you
in
have
my
a
field.
choice. Then you stay or you quit.
That's what I did. I stayed.
Well, that's fine. That's what you do.
And later today,
She thinks you're a pig for coming after her for this money now. And the truth of the matter is she was desperate and her own mother wouldn't give her a quarter.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sierra Pickering claims former employer Mike Brown owes for unpaid wages as a graphic artist.
Now, how much does he owe you, Miss Pickering?
He owes me $1,000.
Well, show me. That's a pretty even number.
Well, okay. I have all of my hours here. I have my timesheets as well. And he owes me $987.30 at $6 an hour. Now, if he had paid me $6.15 as he claims, or given me a raise as he also promised me,
Well, you didn't get a raise. If you didn't like the fact that you didn't get a raise, you should have quit. So he owes you $987.30.
I couldn't quit, ma'am. There's no other jobs in that small community. It was very difficult to find employment, especially in my field.
Then you have a choice. Then you stay or you quit.
That's what I did. I stayed.
Well, that's fine. That's what you do. You owe her $987.30. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Thank you.
Excuse me, step out.
I had a problem with my boss's temper. He would fly off the handle on multiple occasions.
She refused to leave the store. She was threatening, yelling, screaming.
I walked in on him watching pornography at work, which I felt very uncomfortable about.
There was absolutely no pornography in the office.
He referred to me as, oh, don't worry about it, she's a freak, which I felt was very inappropriate, and I was very uncomfortable with that.
Obviously something was going on that she dreamed up. I don't know.
You need to trust your first instinct with people. You know, if someone comes across as sort of shady, maybe they are.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Learmont versus Johnson. Step forward, please.
Lori Learmont is suing her former friend, 25-year-old Amber Johnson, for a loan to pay her rent.
Miss Johnson, this was your neighbor.
Yes.
How long was she your neighbor?
7 years.
And according to what I read, there came a time when you had some financial problems and you went to your neighbor and asked for money.
Yes.
What kind of money did you ask her for?
I needed money for my rent. I was behind on my rent, so I asked her for $700 for a loan.
Was she a really good friend of yours?
At the time, she was, yes.
You had no family that you could ask money for?
Not at the time. They didn't have the money to loan me.
Who did you ask?
I asked my mother.
And your mother had no money to give you?
No.
So you went to your neighbor?
Yes.
And your friend, and you said, I have no money for rent. Did you have children?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Could you please loan me some money?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said yes, she would loan me the money, and I would work off the money.
Just a second. She said yes, she would loan you the money?
Yes.
And she gave you the money?
Yes.
And you paid your rent?
Yes.
And now she has to sue you for the money?
I feel I worked...
Just a second. Now she has to sue you for the money. It is your defense that you worked it off.
Yes.
Doing what?
I did housework, I balanced her checkbooks, I did a lot of small jobs for her.
Well, did you keep a record of how much work you did?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a discussion with her of how much you would be paid an hour?
She said it would be $9 an hour.
Is that right?
It ended up that way, but I started off at 7.
So how many hours did you work?
Probably once a week, 8 hours a day. It depended on my work schedule because I was...
Well, how am I supposed to figure that out unless you kept track?
I didn't keep track. I don't know.
Did you?
Yes.
How many hours did she work?
It's hard to explain how many hours. I have it detailed on here.
Can I see it, please?
On there, I had to give her $20 to get to my place because she had no money for gas, so that was kind of added in there.
That never happened.
It did.
I live right around the corner.
You didn't have any money for
Don't
gas.
speak to each other. Now, where did you get this from, these hours that she worked?
She wrote it down, or I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and then it was a real mess, so I detailed it.
Do you have any of those papers that you wrote it down?
I'm sorry, I do have it, but it's just not right beside me. I thought you'd like a nice, neat typed.
Well, no, I would have preferred to have seen exactly what it was that was written down.
I was thinking that while you said that.
Okay. So since she kept no records, you did, gave her credit for $150. That means you still owed her $550.
There was also a time that I went down to pick up her car from the shop. She had me go down and drive it back up the hill, and she said that she would take $50 off the bill for that.
Just a minute. Yes, we have that here, November 22nd.
Okay.
It's right here. So you still owe her $550.
I don't believe I do. I worked more hours than she said.
Oh, all you had to do was keep track?
I didn't think it would go this far.
Well, it did go this far. I've often said, when you lend people money, friends, it's the quickest way to end a friendship.
I know.
If somebody comes to you and says, I need $700 to pay my rent, if you can afford to give them $700 to pay their rent and never expect to see it again, give them the money and then say to them, don't ever ask me for money again. I'm giving you this money. You don't have to pay me back. But do not ever ask me for money again. Is that fair? Because once you are a loaner of money, the friendship is over because she thinks you're a pig for coming after her for this money now that you probably really don't need desperately, you know, like she needed the money desperately when she came to you. And she said, why is she being so petty and coming after me for this money, right? Why is she being so petty? When the truth of the matter is she was desperate and her own mother wouldn't give her a quarter. A stranger did. So you owe her $550. Now, you have a cross-complaint for harassment. You want to get there fast?
Yes, she was calling my work, harassing me at work. She probably called about 10 times a week at work. She would call me at 3 in the morning asking for the money. Her guy that she's living with showed up at my house, egged my door, threatened to kill me. There was so much harassment, I quit returning her calls.
Why don't you just pay her the money?
I didn't have the money and I didn't have the time to work
that's the
off.
answer. You didn't have the money. When for the first time did she ask you for the money?
The next day. The day after the loan, she called me and said, I would like my money. And I said, well, I'm supposed to work it off. She said, no, I need my money now. I have people that are hounding me for money. I need my money now. The day after she called me.
No wonder her mother didn't give her any money. There's a reason her mother didn't give her any money. When you have a responsibility, you're supposed to take care of it. You owe her $550. Your counterclaim for harassment is dismissed. If you paid her the money, she wouldn't have called you. That's all. Step out.
All right, excuse you may step out.
Totally taken advantage of, totally conned me, and everything she said in there was a lie.
She harassed me. She was calling me constantly. I was scared.
Totally not true. It's all made up. It's like she's Academy Award-winning actress and makes up these stories.
Pick up her car, clean her floors, scrub her bathroom. I mean, she was eccentric about everything, and she wanted everything perfect.
I felt really sad, you know. She was going to get, she said, be on the streets, kicked out.
I am thankful, but the harassment afterwards was not worth it.
It's like what Judge Judy says, you know, if you have the money to give it away, but don't expect it back, and then you won't lose anyone's friendship.
We're still neighbors, but we'll never be friends.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Saldana versus Martinez. Step forward.
20-year-old Sergio Saldana is suing his ex-girlfriend, Yesenia Martinez, for the return of a promise ring and for damage to his car.
How old are you, Miss Martinez?
I'm 19.
Mr. Saldana, you say that this lady used to be your girlfriend. You gave her what you called a promise ring. And you broke up, you want the promise ring back. You also say she was in your car, and when she was driving, she scratched your bumper. You wanted to fix the bumper.
That's correct.
I'm going to deal with this very quickly so that you can go on with your life and do other things. When did you buy her the promise ring?
I bought her the promise ring, I believe, June 13th.
And when did you give it to her?
I gave it to her on the day of her birthday.
Say goodbye to the promise ring, Mr. Saldana.
Your Honor, but the promise ring, it was
Mr.
a symbol
Saldana,
of our love.
I know what a promise ring is, sir. It's given when you say, I promise that I'm going to love you, and you promise you're going to love me, and we're only going to go out with one another, we're going to be together. Just so happens this promise ring was given to her on her birthday. Listen to me. She doesn't love you anymore. She doesn't want to be with you anymore. Kiss it goodbye. Now, let's get to your bumper.
All right, my bumper, sometime in April of 2006.
Just a second. Was this April 2006 before you gave her the promise ring?
Yes, that is correct.
After she scratched your bumper, you gave her a promise ring that said what?
Under the condition that she would pay it back.
No.
Pay me back for the damage.
Listen to me. Mr. Saldana, listen to me very carefully, sir. The promise ring you were going to tell me a moment ago said what?
It was a symbol of a relationship, and we're relatively young, and we planned a future together. And so we didn't want to be engaged for a period of 5 to 6 years or however long it would take. So the promise ring was a stepping stone in order to get to the engagement ring because we did see a future together.
And you gave her that ring for her birthday 2 months after she scratched your bumper. And what did he say to you when you scratched his bumper?
I said, you know, I offered to pay. I said, yeah, you know.
Speak up. I can't hear you, and I don't want to strain. This is not my last case today.
I offered to pay for the bumper, but he said, you know what, don't worry about it. We could probably buff this out.
Your Honor, that's not true. I did not say that.
What did you say, sir? No, look at me.
I was in Fairfield at the time. We had lived in Sacramento together, and she had borrowed my car to go to work without me even knowing. And I guess, I don't know, women, they really don't know how to drive too well. She hit the wall of a parking garage, cracking the bumper.
That's right. So she said to you, I'll pay you for the bumper, and you said to her, according to her, don't worry, we can probably have it buffed out. Now, you say that's not true. So you tell me what you said to her, Mr. Saldana.
I said, you need to pay for the bumper. You took the car without even asking. And she said, all right, I'll pay for it. But that never happened. And after we broke up, I called her and asked her about it. And she said, well, we're no longer together, so I don't need to pay for that.
Miss Martinez says you have to move on. I agree with her. Let me see the bumper damage that you claim she did, just for my own curiosity.
I got an estimate, and it was
I didn't ask you for an estimate.
$2,000, Your Honor.
I didn't ask you for an estimate.
The car was in pristine condition, immaculate.
So
the Kelly Blue Book price was $11,000. And since the damage, it's gone down around $8,000.
Good. Go buff it out. Case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Nonsense.
We had our ups and downs through our whole almost 2 years relationship.
We had our ups and downs, like she said.
He was just rude and just...
Wagner is suing her former live-in boyfriend, Christopher Solomon, for the return of rent and for the value of property she left behind.
All rise. Now, this is case number 554 on the calendar in the matter of Wagner versus Solomon. Parties have been You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. May be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Miss Wagner, Mr. Solomon was your boyfriend for a while, and you lived together. He has 2 children?
Yes, ma'am.
You have
One.
And according to your complaint, Mr. Solomon asked you to move out of the house. There was a problem. You did move out of the house. And you claim that Mr. Solomon kept some of your stuff, refused to give it back to you, ruined some of your stuff when he put it out in the rain, and then caused your car to be towed from his place of business, and you can't get it out unless you have thousands of dollars. Mr. Solomon says that he gave you ample opportunity to retrieve your stuff. He said that the car that you left in the parking lot of his business wasn't running. You should have moved it because he had to have it towed. It was in the parking lot. That's your problem. You didn't take responsibility for your own things. He is counterclaiming, alleging some nonsense, but he also says that you damaged his car. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so give me the dates that you lived together, Miss Wagner.
We moved in together into our new house on August. And
August of 2006. And were you both on the lease?
Yes.
When did you separate?
It was November 14th, the day we broke up.
Now, I want you to tell me about that date.
Okay, he had given me my new engagement ring, and I was still in the bed sleeping when he woke me up trying to jerk the ring off my finger. And I was asking what he was doing. He said that he found out that I cheated on him, that he wanted us to break up, and that it was over for me to leave. So he jerked me up by my arm. I called her. She came and picked me and my son up, and we left.
November 14th?
Yes.
When for the first time did you try to get your property?
I came back on November 25th to get my things.
Well, what'd you do between November 14th and the 25th?
He wouldn't let me come to his house.
Is that right, sir?
No, ma'am, that's not true.
And yes, sir.
Okay. Let's get to the point where you believed she was not being faithful to your relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
That came to a head on November 14th.
I said she needed to make a life choice. Either she wanted the lifestyle where she was going to be out all night long, or the family lifestyle that we had set up. I have 2 children. I raise on my own.
Gotcha. Done. So she left.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Now, when she left, did you prohibit her from taking any of her property?
No. Now,
That's a hesitant no.
She came and went as she pleased for the first month after that. She would come and do laundry at the house. She would come and get just a few clothes and leave everything else until I had to call the police.
Mr. Solomon?
Because at first I allowed it. I allowed her time to find a place to get her things to take to.
You mean between November 14th and November 25th?
It went on long past that, yes.
She was coming back and forth to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Wagner, let me tell you this. I believe him. I want you to understand that my job is to be able to tell if somebody is pulling my leg or not. I believe that after you left on November 14th, you went back and forth to the house freely. Do you understand?
Okay.
So if you're to tell me that that's not true, I'm not going to believe you.
Okay,
Do you
well,
understand?
I have proof of this.
You have just a
On
second.
November
You have proof that you never went back to the house with his permission after November 14th?
Can I tell you something?
No,
He
I
changed
want
the
you.
locks on me,
I
so
want
couldn't
you
get
to
in.
pay careful attention to what I'm saying to you, madam. I can tell when somebody is not telling the truth. Between November 14th and November 25th, did you enter the house?
Yes.
How many times did you enter the house between November 4th? You see how easy this is getting?
Right, I got you. I went in twice when he was there, and once when his babysitter was there.
So you entered the house when he wasn't at home?
Yes, one time.
I don't care if it was 1 time or 10 times. Now, when he wasn't home, why didn't you get your stuff?
I was, and his babysitter said if I didn't leave, she was going to call the cops because he doesn't want me there. So I left. And when I went back on the 25th, like he said I could, he called the cops on me and Ashley because I was getting all my things when I brought boxes and everything. And the cops said I had to leave.
Was there a time, I've read his answer, that Mr. Solomon spoke to your aunt about you coming to the house to get your property?
Yes.
When was that?
December 19th is when we all agreed to meet at the
December.
house. Yes.
Not all agreed. When for the first time did you call Mrs. to tell her to at least accompany Miss Wagner to the house?
I went to her place of employment and had a long conversation with her, and Miss agreed to be the go-between, and that she would be present at the time, and she would be there when she came to get her things. It wouldn't be an argument.
And that happened December 19th? Is that when the arrangement was made?
Somewhere close to that.
Fine. Now what happened, Miss Wagner?
Okay, I went over
Look
there.
at me.
I went over there on the 19th.
With your aunt?
No, she said she wasn't going to come. It was just going to be me, that I needed to go down there.
That was the arrangement. The arrangement that was made with Mr. Solomon and your aunt was she said she would accompany you.
She didn't have enough time to do whatever she had to do, so she said that I needed to come by myself. So I did. I talked to Chris, and he was there. We talked. I mean, we were fine.
Well, if you were fine, why didn't you get your stuff?
I was packing my things, and that's when he called the cops on me. He pulled out a gun and was like, I'm going to shoot anybody that comes up in this house to help you. And that's when I was like, let's just leave. It was me and Ashley. My son was there. He said everything would be fine, so I came.
Wait, ma'am.
Go ahead.
When she came to the house, she came to get a few things.
No,
the
that is
argument
not true.
was that I thought you were coming to get everything, not just a few things. A pair of black pants is exactly what she was looking for, and that's all she was going to get and leave. At that point, I said, no, if you're not getting anything, you don't need to be here. You coming in and out of me and my children's life is doing nothing but hurting them more. They were attached to her. We had a family together. She's coming and going and doing nothing but dragging this on.
So what you're saying, Mr. Solomon, is Miss Wagner wasn't coming to get all of her things
ma'am.
on December 19th. She was coming to get a pair of slacks
Yes, ma'am.
from the house.
That is not true.
Were you packing up
Yes,
your
I was
stuff?
packing my stuff that day. And the cop told
What
me.
were you packing?
All my things. I was in the laundry room at the time packing up all the clothes in the bags, and I was packing up all the stuff, and when I walked back in the kitchen to go get more boxes, that's when he pulled the gun out and was like, anybody that comes in here, because I was on the phone saying, can you please come help me with the truck so I can get everything? And he was like,
Who were you talking to?
Her boyfriend, Jamie.
Why wasn't Jamie there with the truck? Why were you calling him?
Because I needed somebody with a truck to come help me.
Well, why weren't those arrangements made before, Miss
Because
Wagner?
he said he was going to use his truck to help me move everything. We were still talking. Everything was fine.
Go ahead.
Well, when I went back through the thing, he pulled out the gun, all that kind of stuff happened, and he was like, if you're not going to be with me and you don't want a family, to leave. And I was like, just let me get my stuff. It's not going to take me that long. I don't have that much stuff at the house. And when he told me to leave, he said, fine, I'm just going to call the cops. Well, I'd already called the cops because he had pulled the gun out after I got off the phone with Jamie, and I said I was going to leave. I'd rather have a cop there when I'm packing all my stuff.
Why didn't you bring your aunt? It would have been much easier. That's who we made arrangements with.
She didn't want to come.
I'm not so sure about that.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You mean after he pulled a gun on you, after you called the police on him, you spent Christmas morning together with him, opening up presents with the children?
For the kids, yes.
And later today,
What you're telling me is that she held the plane tickets over your head in order to get you to sign the lease. That's ridiculous. You sound ridiculous, like a ridiculous baby.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Nicole Wagner says former live-in boyfriend Christopher Solomon owes for the return of rent. Christopher is countersuing for storage costs and vandalism to his car.
Go ahead.
And the cop came down there and said that if I needed certain things
for my son. I can go get them, but I had to leave. And if we wanted to settle this, we had to settle it together, or we had to go to court.
Very good.
And that I couldn't come back until we did.
That was December 19th.
Yes.
When did you go to court?
We didn't go to court.
Well, when did you file to get your stuff?
I never did. He
Why
said
not?
he was going to file to take me to court for leaving my stuff there.
What?
Yeah.
If you wanted your stuff, the police told you what to do. They said go to court. Why didn't you go to court and file a claim against him for your stuff?
I would have if I had the money to do it. On Christmas,
You don't need the money to do it.
It costs $48 to take somebody to court for small claims.
Well, you have a 4-year-old child, madam. How are you supporting yourself?
Well, at the time, I had lost my job when we were together because
How
we
were
wanted
you
to be a
supporting
house
yourself?
mother. My mother was helping me at the time.
Then you ask your mother for $48 so you could file a small claims case.
Well, between her and my aunt talking to Chris, Chris was telling them that I was going to be able to get my stuff. We just needed to set a better date.
Baloney.
That's what was said.
Baloney. But do me a favor. Could we get to the truck, please? When did you leave your truck at his place of business?
When we were together, we
What
had left
month?
it there.
What month?
I'm not sure. It broke down, I think, in August.
And you just left it at the parking lot?
Right.
You left in November?
Right.
Why didn't you take your truck?
Because he gave me time to find a home for me and my son to live in.
Oh, so he was, just a
And-
second. So after November, now what you're telling me is, Miss Wagner,
when we were broke
now
up,
what you're telling me is that after he threw you out in November,
we
he
spoke
gave you,
plenty of times after that.
he gave you time to find a place to live, which was very nice after he believed that you were cheating.
Right.
He gave you time to find a place to live and get settled. That's what you're telling me.
Correct.
So it wasn't all terrible. And that included finding a place where you could take your truck that had broken down in August.
Right.
How long did he give you?
He said I can have until January 31st to move my truck.
January 31st. That was the date. Is that the date you gave her,
On a
sir?
Wednesday.
No,
Is that
ma'am.
the date you gave her?
No, ma'am.
She makes things up as she goes
I even-
along. She doesn't
No,
realize that
it's
when
not.
I tell her things that I can tell when somebody is lying to me, that I can tell.
Ma'am, I have
When
a
did
picture
you
here.
have the truck towed, sir? Give me the date.
January 1st.
January 1st. So you had the whole month of December.
Right.
Yeah, the whole
When-
month of December after things were not going well. You should have moved your truck.
Well, we only started talking after December 25th. And after that, he said that I could have up until January 31st to move my truck. And I said, we were still talking. We spent Christmas morning together. We switched presents for kids and everything.
Really?
I
You
might
mean
add-
after he, just a second, Miss Wagner, you mean after he pulled a gun on you?
Yeah,
after
we
your gloves,
decided to be friends.
after he pulled a gun on you, after you called the police on him, you spent Christmas morning together with him, opening up presents with the
For
children.
the kids, yes.
Mr. Solomon, the truck she takes care of by herself. You want the truck? You want to get it out of impound? Pay for it. You had ample opportunity to get your stuff. You didn't get your stuff. It's gone. It's over. You want to go into your counterclaim with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm timing you, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, ma'am. On New Year's Eve, I started receiving some prank phone calls coming from private numbers, but easily recognized her voice after living together for so long.
Not true.
I said, I'm older. I don't need this going on in my life, this drama. If this is the way it's going to be, then you can come get your stuff now, and I'm going to start putting it outside. And when she came over thinking I was putting some of her things outside, she raised a lot of Cain, and after she left, they went outside, and there was a nice chunk out of the side of my car. Somebody evidently had run a key that was not there before into the side of my car.
And can I say something on that?
Yeah, sure.
She's my witness when she came with me down there to get my things that he'd left out in the rain. And when he called me, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. We were already at home in the bed, and I had to ask the lady downstairs to keep an eye on my son while I ran and got my things out of the rain. When we got down there, he was outside drunk.
You woke somebody up?
Yes.
A neighbor downstairs? You woke somebody up 4 o'clock in the morning? You probably...
And we all lived together.
You probably wouldn't know the truth if it came up right over
Yeah,
here.
and I have text messages
Right over
from
here.
his phone.
You don't have proof that she did it. Could have been her, could have been the guy that she
Right.
brought with her, it could have been somebody else.
I understand.
It's over.
Yes, ma'am.
It's over. Finished.
Okay.
It was a bad scene. Move on. You too. Goodbye.
I have.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He played house for a while,
He wanted me to be a housewife,
but after she remembered what the party life was like,
and you like a soccer mom.
she chose that lifestyle over that one, so.
I wasn't ready for that, and I told him that.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Oriole versus Stuckenschneider. Step forward, please.
Heather Oriole is suing her ex-boyfriend, John Stuckenschneider, for mortgage payments, the cost of an airline ticket, and harassment.
He used to be your boyfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
It is your claim that he moved into a home that you owned.
Yes, ma'am.
With a child. Your son?
My son, that's correct.
And it was the agreement that he was going to pay the mortgage on that home while he was living there.
Yes.
And then eventually you were going to move in together.
Yes.
It is your claim that he failed to pay the mortgage on the house, that you didn't find that out right away. You were forced to make up those payments. It damaged your credit. And in addition, a small loan for a plane ticket that you made to him, and you claim he's been harassing you.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody harasses people. I don't understand that. So tell me about the arrangement, about the mortgage. That's really the big piece of this lawsuit.
In March of 2006, I purchased the home so that the defendant and his son would have a place to live.
Where were you living before, sir?
I was leasing another house, and that lease expired.
And you were living with your son. How old's your son?
He's 22 now.
So he's an adult.
Yes.
So, lease expired, you bought the house, he moved in. What was the mortgage payment?
It was a combined payment. It was 100% financing, so I had to get 2 mortgages, and combined, it was a total of about $1,300.
And when was he supposed to live there with you?
Our agreement, our understanding, when I made the commitment to buy this house, was that when his son felt he could financially afford to move out, which we were anticipating at the end of 2006, at that time he and I would get married and we would join our families and live in that home together, and I would sell my other house.
Is that your agreement so far, sir?
It's a little bit different than that. We actually tried to get the mortgage together, and because of a negative credit situation with a prior divorce, I could not qualify for the exactly.
On your part.
Absolutely, I could not qualify for the loan, and so the agreement was that she would go ahead and finance the house. I would be responsible for the mortgage payments on the property. Within a week of that signing, we would add my name to the deed. Of course, that didn't happen. But within a year of great payment history, we'd be able to refinance again with me added to the loan.
Fine. When did you move out of the house?
I think it was November.
Of 06?
Yes.
How many mortgage payments did you make?
I made 3 or 4. I actually have my bank statements that reflect that, then they're highlighted here.
Well, you moved in March or April?
I can't remember exactly when we closed, but it was right after.
It was right at the 1st of April when he moved in.
Okay.
You should have made 7 mortgage payments.
If I had been current, which didn't happen.
Well, so I got it.
Right.
How many mortgage payments did you miss?
2 mortgage payments.
How many did he miss?
On the larger mortgage, it was 2, and on the smaller mortgage, it was 4.
The larger mortgage was how much?
$961.
And on the smaller mortgage, you missed 4?
Yes, ma'am.
The smaller mortgage was how much?
$346.46.
$346. Okay, fine. So far you owe her $33.06 plus late fees. Because you didn't pay. Now, you want to tell me why you didn't pay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm only marginally curious.
All right.
How old are you first?
I'm 43.
43. What do you do for a living?
I'm in the insurance business.
Go ahead.
I moved in the house, made the mortgage payments. I was in a new career. It was going great for the first few months, and I was making the payments, and then the certain promises that were made to me by the company didn't materialize. I lost bonuses that I thought were coming to me. This was never...
You know, sir, you want to tell it to Oprah.
Okay.
I mean, you know, me, TFT. I will explain that to you later. You have to pay a $3,306 because every 43-year-old man pays rent, especially when he lives at a place with his 22-year-old son.
Your Honor.
That's what you do.
At this time, at the first of this thing, I didn't even have a lease on this particular property.
I don't care whether you have a lease or not. You want to live rent-free, go to a shelter.
No, absolutely not. No.
Let's get to the plane ticket. She booked, according to her, a plane ticket, $308. Let's hear your version.
Okay. She had been talking to me for some time about signing a lease on the property. I was reluctant because we hadn't done the deed thing. That had not happened. My name had not been added to the deed. This opportunity to go to Vegas came up. I didn't have the money to go. She offered to pay that only if I would sign that lease. And so I did. And she paid for the ticket. Also in that lease, there's a clause that states that as long as I kept the payments current, that I would receive all tax benefits from the payments. Of course, 100% interest at this point.
Listen to me. You've just told me there's a clause in the lease, which I haven't even seen, that as long as you're current in your payments, you get the tax benefit. You weren't current in your payments,
Correct.
So that clause is null and void, right? I also told you that you're a big grown-up man who has a 22-year-old son, and grown-up men pay rent. You don't live someplace free. You want to live free, go to the Salvation Army. You chose to live in this very comfortable home. You have to pay. And if what you're telling me is that she held the plane tickets over your head in order to get you to sign the lease, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's
ridiculous.
Happened,
You sound ridiculous, like a ridiculous baby. Now, I don't want to be bothered by your harassment. Somebody with this kind of accent doesn't harass you. He could be annoying.
Highly.
Now, what were the penalties? Were there any mortgage penalties that you had to pay?
All of the payments that I made that are a reflection of the extra interest and penalties that were built in. So
Okay, that were built in. So then he owes you $3,614. Plane ticket and mortgage. Thank you very much. You're a very nice couple. You don't belong together. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Michael Bears is suing his ex-wife, Donna Bears, for breaking their divorce agreement. Michael claims Donna purposely interfered with his custody of their daughter.
All rise. Now, this is case number 538 on the calendar in the matter of Bierce versus Bierce.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Mr. Bierce, the defendant is your former wife. You have one child?
I have 2 children, ma'am.
How old are they?
My son is 24. My daughter is now 17.
You were divorced, and when you were divorced, according to your complaint, you were awarded custody of your daughter, who was then either 15 or 16. You and your wife were living in Florida at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
But subsequent to the divorce, you and your daughter moved to Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And it is your claim that during a summer visit, that following summer, your daughter went to visit with her mother, and her mother failed to return her from the visit. She went to court seeking a change in the custody decree, forcing you to incur expenses, going down to Florida, fighting the custody award, and getting a lawyer. You want her to pay those expenses.
Yes, Judge.
And your former wife says that your daughter wanted to stay. She preferred to stay in Florida. You really should have been more understanding. Ultimately, your daughter did return to your custody. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
In what year were you divorced?
April, it was 2005.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
15.
Was there a consent that your daughter remain in your custody?
Basically, my ex-wife wanted the divorce. She said if I give her the house, if I give her all the furniture, half the bank account, the main car, all that stuff, I could have my daughter. And she also knew that if she went through with a divorce, that I told her I was going back to Pittsburgh because I had nothing left in Florida.
Were you raised in Pittsburgh?
Yes, ma'am. That's where my family's at, and I wanted to provide that type of family environment for my daughter when I had custody of her.
How long had you been living in Florida?
I got stationed there in 2000, and I retired.
So it was a relatively short period of time.
Yeah, I retired out of the Navy out of Jacksonville, Florida.
Where's your son?
Right now, he's living with me, Judge. He was in the Navy for 5 years.
Okay, so he's living with you now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you discuss the custody arrangement with your daughter, who was 15 at the time?
Yes.
And she was prepared to move with you to
Yes,
Pennsylvania?
absolutely.
So far, is that correct?
Some of it, yes, ma'am.
What is not?
Well, I believe my ex-husband stating that about the house issue and all. It wasn't about that. I did not want my daughter to continue to go through a battle with her father, that he said he would continue to battle with me until he did take her from me.
Well, she's 15 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
15-year-olds usually know what they want to do, and in court, judge usually listens to what they want to do.
Yes, ma'am. But
it's more unusual, quite frankly, Ms. Bice, since you and your husband, your ex-husband, made a home in Florida. You had been living there for several years. Daughter was in high school in Florida. It would have been difficult for him had there been a contested custody case to be successful unless you had agreed. That's clear. You were represented by counsel, weren't you?
Yes, Your Honor, but what it was my daughter was devastated that her parents were going through a divorce. My ex-husband continued to tell me that he would continue to fight to take my daughter from me. Instead of my daughter...
It's not taking your daughter from you. She's not your possession, Ms. Bice. She's a 15-year-old, almost
yes,
grown.
Yes, but her father is a
up.
very manipulative, vindictive man, and he was going to do whatever it took to take her from me. He was trying to get me as an unfit mother, and I'm not an unfit mother.
Well, I don't know that. All I know is that you have 2 children. They're both now living with their father. So, you kept the house?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you lived in the house?
We lived in the house since July of 2000.
What kind of work were you doing while you were in Florida?
I worked at the Home Depot.
And you?
I was retired Navy, and I did not have a job. I was going back to Pittsburgh to start a second career.
So you get a pension from the Navy?
I get half a pension now.
And you had a bank account?
Yes, we had a shared checking account.
Okay, and you got half of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got all the furnishings in the house?
No, ma'am. We divided the furniture.
You did?
Yes, ma'am.
What did
ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल में घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल में घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के ये शाने को उठा के महफिल में बिठा के शाने को फटके चार लाजमी हरकत है ऐसी की किसको भी नोचकारे देख रहे नहीं जात बीत फक यू जात बीत एडी का भजन ले लेता शरण में देख के ले क्रिकेट को रंग बदलते माँ की दुआ और बाप का साथ झाटू लोग को अभी गिना नहीं क्वालिटी क्वांटिटी दे रहा मैं साथ में खड़े खड़े लूंगा झुकने भी दूंगा ने वेळ माझ्या हक्काच्या गोष्टी हो माग बसरकत नाही जो वेळ माझ्या हक्काच्या गोष्टी हो माग बसरकत पेन माझ्या वहीला वाटतो माझे शब्द संपले ना तुझे पान संपले तू पण त्या मित्र दोघल्यासारखे ज्या ताटात जेवले त्या ताटात लागले माझी बुद्धी जळली तुझी बुद्धी कळली तुम्ही साजिश केली मी फर्री मारी दुनिया तारीची कलटी मारली तर खांद्यावर जोर तर भोसड्यात गेली तुझी दोस्ती यारी कष्टाने घेऊन देणार राहिला साडी बापाला गाडी तुझी फुगेरीत केली तुझी जिम्मेदारी यारी यारी दोस्ती यारी गांडीला पाय लावून पळाले मित्र सारी तुझ्या दिलेल्या गावाचा वस्पा मी घेणार आता उचलणार पाय तुझी जाऊनारी शब्दांनी ही सल्लाय माझी हीच कल्लाय माझी याव याव रातभर जागून मी शब्द शोधतो शब्द कोडतो शब्दाला शब्द लावून मी शब्द जोडतो मी हिपहॉपचा सायंटिस्ट मी सत्य बोलतो आणि सत्याच्या दमावर मी पत्ते खोलतो जोडतोय माझ्या तो ऑपोजिट बोलतो पण असलेला आपोपा चार टाइम बोलतोय यो चार टाइम ये दारू बोल किसको मारू गान मारे दुनिया में पैसा पालू इसको मारू अरे इसको डालू अरे वड़ा पहले घर संभालू क्या होता स्ट्रगल और क्या होता हसल जाके पूछ मेरे एरिया के बच्चे से बताएंगे तेरे को बेटा के अच्छे से हाँ दो टाइम का नसीब में नहीं है खाना वो भी लाना पड़ता किसी से छीन के ऐसे भी दिन देगा रास्ते पे घूमते थे बिरयानी का प्लेट लेके उस पे भी 4 जन चेपते थे दुनिया को कोसते थे दुनिया का क्या है दुनिया तो अपने में व्यस्त भी व्यस्त भी कमाने का खुद से तो दिखाने का किसको ये कला है मेरी और कला पे ट्रस्ट पे आना नहीं बीच में लगा दूंगा फांसी पे पूछूंगा आखिरी क्या ख्वाहिश थी कलम को बनाना लाइफ घुमाऊ के गले पे देगा अपनी लाइफ ये गांडू देगा अपनी लाइफ चल ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल पे घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल में घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के ये शाने को उठा के हमें फिल्म में बिठा के फटके अचार लाजमी हरकत है ऐसी की किसको भी नौचकारे देख रही नहीं जात बेत फक यू जात बेत फक यू या ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल में घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के ये खाइचे वांदे दुनिया पे ध्यान दे सर पे बंडाना पब्लिक भी अपने को जान रहे तू टेले चप्पल में घूमे ले रास्ते पे बंडाना मार के held in the mic one side and creating the hype fuck you bitch